Volume 20. Prologue. I see. Lord Oswald Addison of the Lallanoy Republic has also agreed to a truce on your nation's current borders, to be followed by a formal peace treaty at a later date, said an elegantly dressed gentleman in late middle age, adjusting his spectacles. And how does the venerable emperor feel, Yana? I instinctively sat up straighter. The famed professor, one of the Wainwright Kingdom's greatest sorcerers, sat across from me in the imperial palace's grandest drawing room. Don't let his scholarly appearance fool you. No one knew the full scope of this man's abilities. He had dealt the Empire more than one painful defeat in the realm of intrigue when we had made moves against the kingdom, or so I'd heard. The decisive blow had come 30-odd years ago, before I'd been born, of course, when an imperial relative had pushed through a plan to assassinate the young Lisa Leinster, without authorization from my grandfather, Emperor Yuri of the Justinian Empire, or from Grand Marshal Moss Sax. The result: the Angel of Death had left the Empire, and our already lagging espionage capabilities had fallen hopelessly behind our neighbors. Making an enemy of the professor now would be signing my own death warrant. I glanced over my shoulder at my young attendant. Huss Sax looked gallant as ever in his knightly garb. He narrowed his eyes, impatient. "Your Imperial Highness, hurry up and tell him." I know, but you don't have to brush me off like that. I am your G-girlfriend, remember? And I'm not used to talking like this. I'm doing my best, so the least you could do is show some appreciation. Where's your gratitude? I shot Huss a resentful glare and breathed a little sigh. The professor was mediating peace between the Empire and the Republic. I couldn't afford to offend him, so I guessed I would have to be frank. I smoothed my black and white dress uniform and said, "My grandfather informed me that we've no grounds to refuse," and added that combating the Church now takes precedence over a century of enmity. I shall sign the treaty in his stead. Excellent, the professor replied. The ceremony will raise your profile as future empress. I suppose so. I dropped my gaze. Gale winds whipped snow against the window panes. Ever since Huss's grandfather, the Grand Marshal, had fallen in battle with Black Blossom, the Church of the Holy Spirit's second apostle, the once irrepressible emperor had started talking of abdication. "Moss accompanied us for more than 70 years, he would say. Now he is dead. It is high time that we withdrew as well. Once we sealed the peace with Lallanoy, he would probably go through with it." My thoughts must have shown on my face, because the professor continued nonchalantly. "Shall we hold the talks in the royal capital? I'll propose inviting the Doge of the League and the Marchese of Atlas as well. They can join the kingdom, the Empire, and the Republic in a 5-way summit." "Please do," I said. Opportunities to meet face-to-face with the leaders of the most important countries in the west of the continent were few and far between. And even if anti-Justinian hardliners in Lallanoy opposed peace, they would have a hard time making trouble in the royal capital. To be frank, I am astounded that peace with Lallanoy has been so swift in coming. So is Huss, and we are hardly alone in feeling so. "You should thank Moss and the Lallanoyan generals for that," said the professor. "Why Moss?" I asked. At almost the same time, Huss, looking as puzzled as I must have, said, "Why the Lallanoyan generals?" The professor bit into a cookie laced with black tea leaves and murmured a satisfied delectable before continuing. "For decades now, the old Grand Marshal has permitted neither looting nor massacres in the territory his forces held on the Eastern Front. Lord Addison's foster brother, Miles Toledo, and his successor in military command, Arthur Heaven's Sword Lothringen, were equally uncompromising. The Lallanoy Republic had risen a century ago, when the then Marquis Addison had launched a rebellion in the east of the Empire. Our nations had been warring on and off ever since. I had assumed that the animosity extended beyond the frontline troops to both civilian populations. The professor added sugar to his cup and flashed a wry smile. "In short, only your leaders have been feuding. I hear that the resource-poor villages on the front lines have engaged in commerce across the border. If you declared peace today, only a small minority would vehemently oppose it. And once the fires of war die down, time will sort out most of your problems. The Grand Marshal and the Lalinoyan generals must have been thinking of that all along, as, naturally, have His Imperial Majesty and generations of Addisons. They've had a tacit understanding without coming to the negotiating table, and the kingdom's spies knew about it while I, an imperial princess, had no idea. No wonder we can't beat them. I failed to suppress a shudder. My attendant cleared his throat. Your Imperial Highness, remember to inform the professor of you-know-what. WHY, yes, of course, Huss. Whoops. Get a grip on yourself, Yana. You need to keep calm. I took a sip of tea to steady my nerves and said, Professor, my grandfather wishes me to inform you that he requests my presence at the peace conference. I exchanged startled looks with Huss. Had he read my mind? Precisely, I said, shaken. Will you acquiesce to his wish? I never change horses in midstream, he replied, and I have known His Imperial Majesty a long time. It goes without saying, but I will ensure your and Huss's safety as well. We sincerely appreciate it. Huss and I bowed low. That was one problem taken care of. The professor had clout in both the Empire and the Republic. His presence would lower the chance of peace negotiations breaking down. I didn't want war reigniting the moment I ascended the throne. The professor sipped his tea and squinted through his spectacles. Now, do you have anything else to tell me? Why, yes. My voice came out strained. How could this man see through me so completely? Feeling clammy sweat roll down my back, I delivered the message I'd been given. My grandfather requests that not only you, Professor, but also Alan Alvern attend the peace talks on behalf of the Wainwright Kingdom. What do you say? For the first time that day, the dread sorcerer frowned. That will prove difficult. Alan of the Eastern Capital Wolf Clan had many names: the brain of the Lady of the Sword, the Water Dragon's emissary, the Shooting Star. His fame now resounded throughout the west of the continent. The kingdom's champion and the professor's student, he had recently received the name of Alvern, the house of the hero, and the first among the 8 Grand Ducal lines. My grandfather seemed to be angling to strengthen the Empire's relations with him. I'll send word to the royal capital and see what comes of it. The professor wiped his fingers on a napkin and adjusted his spectacles. May I ask you to write to Cheryl and Lydia as well? We need to start by winning over Alan's circle and thoroughly cutting off his retreat, or we'll never get anywhere. Consider it done. Princess Cheryl Wainwright, the Lady of Light, and Lydia Leinster, the Lady of the Sword, had told me all about Alan during my time in the royal capital, including a lot of grumbling that left little doubt how fond they were of him. It wouldn't be hard to secure their cooperation if I stressed how certain I was that attending the peace talks would help raise Alan's standing. I was just making up my mind to finish the letters that night when Huss raised his left hand. May I ask you a question, Professor? Yes, Huss. What would you like to know? The great sorcerer lifted the antique teapot high, filling his cup with amber liquid, and crossed his legs. I looked over my shoulder at the young man I planned to spend the rest of my life with. He was normally so calm, but he seemed strangely hesitant. Well, Huss inhaled. What is Alan like? I suspect that Princess Yana will have occasion to speak with him in person as His Imperial Majesty's representative. If there's anything she should be aware of, I would appreciate your sharing it with us. Let me see. The professor considered, raising his left hand to his chin. I had heard so much about the legend in the making that I almost felt I knew him, but we had never actually spoken. Thinking of the future, I really ought to learn what to expect. The professor rose and moved to the window. Heavy clouds covered the sky, shedding powdery snow that danced and whirled. To begin with, Alan has good sense and a kind heart, always willing to stand up to the mighty and for the downtrodden. He never gives up. He inspires others even when all seems lost, and he never spares himself. Whatever he can give or teach, he passes to others he trusts. The sum of money he's donated in Lydia Leinster's name since he came to the royal capital would knock you clean off your feet if I told you. So he really had given to orphanages throughout the kingdom. The dossier that Moss Sachs had compiled on him had reached me via Knight Commander Karl Laberia of the Imperial Guard, but those reports had been marked unverified. Logs crumbled in the grate. As a result, the professor continued, touching the window pane, those he saved have driven themselves hard and made great strides in their efforts to repay his kindness. He has become a positive influence on the kingdom as a whole. I believe you'll find Lydia, Stella, and Tina stand as clear examples of that. Karen, his sister by adoption, Ellie Walker, and Lynn Leinster will earn themselves continent-spanning reputations someday as well. And so will my own students. Considered rationally, his claims strained credulity. If the professor was correct, then every person who became involved with Alan of the Eastern Capital Wolf clan awakened to unrealized talents. The professor lowered his head and closed his eyes. Once again, Alan has a good heart, far more so than you imagine. The laudable upbringing his parents gave him and his own innate disposition saw to that. However, yes, Huss and I waited with bated breath while outside gusts whipped up white eddies of snow. You mustn't misunderstand, the foreign sorcerer pronounced, his spectacles catching the light. Alan has grown, sad to say, all too accustomed to animosity directed toward him. But he will not tolerate his loved ones coming to harm, not under any circumstances. A shocking number of fools fail to realize that. I can't think why. Despite the warmth of the room, I felt a chill. Tales of the Lady of the Sword's exploits had reached us in the imperial capital. She was a true living legend and definitely not a person to provoke, even if I took her reputation with more than a pinch of salt. But the professor had sounded almost, yes, almost as if Alan was even more fearsome. Have you ever seen Alan in a rage yourself? I asked hesitantly, fingering the sheath of the dagger I'd inherited from my late mother. I have, the professor replied. I hope never to repeat the experience. I value my life as much as the next fellow. His tone was somber. I even thought I heard a note of fear in it. And this was the professor, the kingdom's most dangerous sorcerer, speaking. I'd better take extra care when I meet him. I'll never be able to look Moss's ghost in the eye if I get on his bad side before the treaty is signed, and the whole thing goes up in smoke. The professor gave an exaggerated shrug. Not to fear. Alan is a perfectly agreeable young man if you treat him as you would anyone else. I will bear that in mind, I said. Huss added a belated, as will I should I ask Cheryl and Lydia for tips too. I asked Huss with my eyes, and he nodded. That's settled then. The professor returned to his chair and raised his cup. You do well to run a magical communications network and telephone lines between our capital and yours soon, if you possibly can. News never travels as quickly as one would like, and I'm certain he would be delighted if you hired Alan and co to crash. For a moment, Huss and I gaped, unable to grasp what had happened. The professor's teacup had split clean in two before our eyes, and the fallen half had shattered on the table. Coming to my senses, I scrambled to my feet. Are you all right? You aren't hurt, are you? Cried Huss. The great sorcerer stared at the remaining half of his cup and murmured gravely to himself, a spot of trouble, perhaps. It's ready to eat. Be my guest, Shies. I, the former hero, plunged a knife into my latest attempt at cheesecake and deposited a slice on a small plate, which I offered to my demisprite friend. She lay on one of the old church's stylish sofas, reading an old book and looking charming as ever in her Royal Academy uniform. This one at least looks decent. Don't mind if I do, Aurelia. Floral Heaven sat up. For all her bluntness, the great sorceress showed consideration when it counted. Her long lavender hair, tied with its jade-green ribbon, bobbed as she laid her book on the sofa and picked up a fork. It looked as though she had been anticipating my efforts. I removed my apron, started tea, and, smiling, glanced at the window panes. A blanket of snow covered the old Alvern church on the northern edge of the imperial capital, and the garden had transformed into a world of purest white. Winter had arrived in earnest, and now it was settling in. "What do you think?" I asked, pouring black tea into porcelain cups painted with little world trees. I tried to follow Alan's recipe to the letter. Shies cut a bite of cheesecake with her fork and popped it into her mouth. "It's good. I can't tell the difference. I've never had a cheesecake this fresh before, but it gets my seal of approval. Even our picky hero ought to be happy." "I hope you're right about that," I sighed. The current hero and mistress of the old church, my second cousin Alice Alvern, had been sleeping longer and eating less than ever since she had unleashed the great spell Thunderbolt to end Black Blossom's rampage in the city. Alice possessed some of the most remarkable aptitudes in the history of our house, but her delicate frame could not withstand the exercise of such immense power. She would never wield her full strength in battle again, and we had no more relatives capable of inheriting Thunderbolt and the sacred sword Dark Knight, the proofs of the hero's successor. When Alice died, the title would go with her. My cousin insisted on eating Alan's cheesecake. We had run through the supply he had made us during his stay. And while I had swallowed my pride and written to the royal capital for more, I could not expect a reply for some time. I only hoped that Alice would be willing to put up with my efforts. "Speaking of which," said Shies, cup in hand, "have the relatives who didn't like giving Alan and Karen the Alvern name shut up yet?" "Yes, to an extent." I brushed my white hair out of my eyes and explained candidly. It remains an inarguable fact that Igna, a potential successor to the hero, lost in single combat and later perished at Black Blossom's hands. Most importantly, Alice approves. I won't let them quibble. Although I had inherited the title, my own powers had never amounted to much. Even so, I could hold foolish relatives in check. I ought to consider passing our house's heirlooms and knowledge on to Alan and Karen as well, assuming Alice wishes it. "There's no telling what the future holds," I said, smiling. "Still, I'm sure it will work out. I'll be here nudging things in the right direction." "Ha, under that demure exterior, you're as crazy as the rest of them." Shies flashed a mirthless smile and cut another slice of cheesecake by magic. She must have liked how it had come out. I had heard that my friend's lack of wings had made life hard for her as a child. A broad grin spread across her face. "Well, Alan and Karen will manage some Oralia." She instantly dropped to the floor, bracing for combat. "I know." I seized the sword I'd left leaning against a chair and stared at the door. There, betraying no other sign of her presence, stood a Cat Clan girl with long hair whiter than snow and eyes the color of solar quartz, no longer found in the west of the continent. She wore an old-fashioned maid uniform. Seeing us still on our guard, she slowly shook her head. She hadn't come to fight. Although we were indoors, myriad elemental lights sparkled. We realized then what the girl was. "Well, I'll be," Shies muttered. "I guess you never know what you'll run into if you live long enough." "Lady Starcat," I addressed one of the few beings who had known the disused church where the Star Oath, the law that governed our present world, had been laid down in days of yore when vestiges of the gods still lingered. I had heard that, unlike the night cat, she had long since gone into hiding. While we hesitated, the girl with the slowly swishing tail produced a piece of paper and blew it to us with a wind spell. I caught the sheet, and it leaked genuinely divine mana. We gave another start. "Did the Dark Lord send this? What are you here to make us do?" The girl motioned us to read, so I quickly scanned the paper. Shies hovered, peering over my shoulder. "A battle that will shape a millennium approaches. You keep the first of the Bibliophage's forbidden tomes under seal. Kindly make ready to deliver it to Alan of the Eastern Capital Wolf Clan. She wants us to take a book belonging to the legendary sorceress who performed a true resurrection out of our archive and give it to Alan. Why, I've heard that they fought together in Lallanoy, but even so..." I glanced at my trusty friend and found her frowning. I must have looked much the same. The door opened. "Orlia, shies, do what it says," said a lovely girl wearing a nightgown, who hugged our cat clan visitor as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The hero, Alice Alvern, must have only just woken up, because her platinum blonde hair was a mess of tangles. Shies and I exchanged questioning looks. "Alice, are you sure?" She said. "I bet the Dark Lord noticed too." My second cousin squinted, still petting the cat clan girl. A sharp gust hurled snow against the window panes. "An awful, dreadful cold wind is blowing. But I can't do much fighting anymore," Alice murmured to herself with a sorrowful look I'd never seen on her before. "I'll get everything ready." Alan saved me. It would break my heart to see that sympathetic wolf cub cry. Chapter 1. It appears we are all here. Gil Algren remains hospitalized, while John and Gerhardt have another matter to attend to. Loath though I am to trouble you multiple days running, time is of the essence. Rod, Cheryl, I trust you to explain. "Yes, sire." "Yes, father." The solemn command of my father, King Jasper Wainwright, lingered in the secret council chamber. The way he propped his elbows on the throne, his expression, and his voice all betrayed exhaustion. No one had foreseen the apostles' assault on the palace or the unbelievable identity of the man behind it. And not long after, Lydia, the eldest daughter of Duke Leinster, one of the kingdom's greatest nobles, had fallen in the sanctified remains of the cathedral west of the city, shielding Alan of the eastern capital wolf clan from the false saint's blade. Anyone would struggle to regain their composure after facing so many disasters in such a short time. Personally, as plain Cheryl Wainwright, I still felt shaken. Lydia was both my rival in love and the sole, irreplaceable friend I had made at the Royal Academy. Is this any time to sit and talk? I dug my fingers into the sleeves of my white dress, prompting a concerned woof from the white wolf chiffon, who lay curled up beside my chair. Perhaps Lord Rod, the Archmage and headmaster of the Royal Academy, sympathized with my mental state as well, because the robed old elf began the explanation. "Yesterday, the false saint ambushed Alan in the old cathedral of the Holy Spirit, and Lydia Leinster took a grave wound from her blood-ash dagger in his stead. As for her condition, the best efforts of Her Royal Highness and Lily Leinster have kept her clinging to life." The mood lifted a fraction. Duke Walter Howard, who sat at the left hand of the throne, and Duke Leo Lebufera, who had dragged himself here from the sickbed that his exertions during the attack had placed him in, both turned their attention to Duke Liam Leinster, who maintained his grim expression. All three still wore their military garb. "But clinging is the operative word," the headmaster pronounced dispassionately. "If not for the initial healing and cleansing that Alan performed until he collapsed himself, I've no doubt that," he hesitated, knowing better than to finish the thought. "In any case, Lydia has fallen into an unnaturally deep sleep and shows no signs of waking. I suspect a potent curse derived from 10-day fever." My father and the three dukes sank into silence. I clenched my fists in my lap. Alan had worked healing and purifying spells on the dying Lydia without rest until Lily, the headmaster, and I had suspected something was amiss and rushed to the old cathedral. He had gone beyond mere treatment, nearly throwing away his own life to buy her a few extra moments, mere moments. And when Lily and I had run up to him, wailing, "Thanks, Cheryl," he had said, smiling with a face utterly drained of color. "I might not have been able to save Lydia without you. Please take this. I'm certain that you, Stella, and Lily can use it too." Before collapsing into the blood-stained white flowers, every drop of his mana exhausted, he had called on the last of his strength to draw. Lily and I didn't save Lydia. Alan did. I drew a deep breath, closed my eyes, smothered my anger at my own pathetic self, and took up the explanation. She was carried to the Howard residence, and Lily Leinster and I have been casting purifying spells on her in shifts to halt the spread of the curse ever since. The great elementals Atra the Thunder Fox, Leah the Blazing Killin, and Lena the frigid crane awakened last night ahead of Tina and Stella, and their support has proven invaluable. Couldn't other sorcerers treat her, Rod? Asked Duke Lebufera, his wan face drawn in a frown. His distinctive elven ears twitched. Alan analyzed Lydia's nigh untreatable wound and the burnt remains of the false saint's dagger, and he concluded that the curse incorporates the great elemental stone, serpent, as well as multiple great spells. The headmaster answered bitterly, touching his forehead. Existing purification magic can't even buy her time. As Lord Rod explained, the curse is based on the 10-day fever that once ravaged our capital, I added. Even the spell that cured Marchesa Carlotta Carnian in the City of Water can do no more than maintain Lydia's current condition. If we allow it the least opening, it will consume her mana and proliferate rapidly. My father and Dukes Howard and Lebufera groaned. Duke Leinster, who had gotten the facts from the now-conscious Alan at the Howard mansion earlier, drew a dagger from his belt, sheath and all, and pressed it to his breast in an effort to quell his tempestuous feelings. And that isn't the worst of it. Lord Rod clenched his jaw and drummed his fingers on the table in irritation. Difficult though it is to believe, we've detected traces of the Black Dragon's mana from Lydia's wound as well. The impudent villain even incorporated formulae that the demonfolk developed during the war to hamper the elves, demisprites, and other long-lived races. What could that be but a countermeasure against myself, the Flower Sage Chai's Glenbassid, and the other officers of the Shooting Star Brigade? On the night of the false saint's ambush, the chieftains of the dwarves, giants, and dragonfolk had arrived at the grand arsenal on the city's outskirts, spurred by a firm request from Alan. They, along with Karen and Lydia's sister, Lynn, were to begin reforging the lightning worm dagger and forging a new fiery dagger this very day. Foreseeing the crisis the full truth would inevitably cause, we had not given them a full account of the puppet master Alan and Stella had faced. Glenn Ashfield, the sage, a descendant of the royal house of Wainwright and founder of the Church of the Holy Spirit, or rather Alan the Shooting Star, the greatest champion of the War of the Dark Lord, who had used his powers as a key to consume Glenn at Blood River. Then surely we should seek other healers, said Duke Lebufera, crossing his arms. I do not doubt Princess Cheryl's and Lady Lily's skill, nor the cleansing spell Alan devised. Still, the two of them alone cannot keep this up forever. I would willingly dispatch my own house's sorcerers. As you know, we command many skilled humans as well as elves. They may be no match in quality, but we can compensate with sheer numbers. We appreciate the offer, but it is impracticable, the headmaster said heavily. It would be quicker to show you. Your Royal Highness, if you would. Of course. I flicked my left wrist and deployed the almost impossibly intricate purifying spell in midair. Its formula comprised the 7 fundamental elements of fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness, as well as ice, completing the 8 classical elements. The formulae for the great spells Blaze of Ruin, Watery Grave, Dividing Wind, Thunderbolt, Falling Star, and Radiant Shield also formed parts of its design. Duke Lebufera gasped and half rose from his chair. Duke Howard's eyes widened. What on earth? It even incorporates Radiant Shield. My father could not hide his surprise either. I stroked Chiffon's head and murmured, inside the sanctuary, Alan studied Lydia's wound and the curse, and made this nameless purifying spell to save her for that single purpose. He kept healing and cleansing her the whole time he was working on it, and he entrusted the finished spell to me. It took a lot to rattle my father and the 3 dukes, but my words left them speechless. Despite the occasion, I couldn't suppress a slight smile at the sight of them. Alan, you're always talking about how ordinary you are, but I doubt anyone will believe you now. Come to think of it, I never did ask him why he left out resurrection. Hopefully, I'll get a chance tonight, although it seems he's been racing all over the city since Lydia's condition stabilized early this morning. You see the problem, the headmaster said calmly, squinting at the spell formula. The kingdom has many sorcerers, but only someone capable of comprehending Alan's formulae could begin to so much as deploy this one. I dare say the professor and Lady Cordelia Lothringen could cast it, but the former is in the Justinian capital, and the latter is in Lallanoy, pacifying heaven's sage. Even Lindsay, Lisa, and Fion lack the necessary expertise in purification. Duke Leinster raked his fingers through his red hair, his impatience obvious. We've already dispatched military griffins to the southern and eastern capitals, as well as to the Justinian Empire and the Lallanoy Republic with news of the attack. But even so, we can't expect Lady Cordelia at once. Even the professor's return will take time. Duke Howard crossed his log-thick arms. Our failure to maintain a magical communications network for use in emergencies has come back to bite us in the worst way possible. Domestic communications were one thing, but none of our networks extended into nations that had been potential enemies until quite recently. Tina and Stella have been in a deep sleep since they exhausted their mana in the battle for the palace, but Alan predicts they may regain consciousness as soon as today. I dispelled the formula and looked the platinum-haired colossus in the eye. He appeared unmoved. Alan must have already told him as much. I nodded slightly and turned my gaze to my father. I don't know how much help Tina will be, but Stella is an expert in purification. In fact, she has greater skill than Lily or I do. With her, I believe we can gain enough time to find a solution. My father considered. Walter, do you object? To save a friend's daughter. I will speak to Stella personally as soon as she wakes. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't say who. Duke Liam Leinster bowed his red head low, and the tension in the chamber relaxed for the first time that day. It'll be all right. I'm certain everything will work out. Cheryl is Alan, my father hesitated. Well, how does he seem to you? For a moment, no one spoke. Neither the headmaster nor Duke Howard had seen Alan since Lydia had been stabbed. Duke Lebufera had probably heard only second-hand accounts in his hospital bed. My personal investigator, that houseless boy adopted into the eastern capital Wolf clan, had become a person whose movements commanded the attention of the pillars of the Wainwright kingdom, the greatest power in the west of the continent. To all appearances, he seemed his usual self. I rested a hand on Chiffon's head again. I do mean just as usual, but I don't think he's taken a proper rest since he entrusted Lydia to Lily and me and lost consciousness in the sanctuary. He must be in the university archives now, looking for a way to lift the curse, and for old star charts to pinpoint the location of the final altar before the church finds it. My father and Duke Lebufera received my explanation with confusion. Duke Howard and Lord Rod, who knew Alan better, looked conflicted. My daughter, Lydia. Drawing a long breath, Duke Liam Leinster steadied his trembling left hand with his right and raised his head. Great tears rolled down his cheeks. She owes her life to Alan. In the days when people mocked her as our cursed child, she closed her heart and sank into darkness. Neither my wife and I nor any other member of our house could save my darling girl, but she took his hand and finally found salvation. I still remember the telephone call my wife made to me the night of Lydia's Royal Academy entrance exam. Liam, she sobbed, although she's always been unflappable. Liam, Lydia is going to be all right. She's going to be all right now. I'd made several trips to the southern capital during my studies in the City of Water. The first evening I had drunk wine with Lydia, my best friend and romantic rival had murmured again and again, tipsy and joyful, yet completely earnest, my life's Alan's, you know, ever since we met in that exam. And so, Duke Liam Leinster continued, racked by violent emotion. Some part of me and of my wife knew a day like this would come eventually. Never forget a debt of gratitude. As far as Lydia was concerned, I'm sure that became an unbreakable oath the day Alan led her out of the darkness and called her name. It must have meant far more to her than life itself. As a father, I take sincere pride in the fact that she kept her oath and shielded him from that deadly blade. At the same time, I refuse to let her die. Please, I beg you to help her in any way you can. No one spoke. Lydia, whatever else happens, I will not let you die. You're coming to the cafe with the sky blue roof to get a piece of my mind when you wake up. And Alan, that goes for you too. Duke Leinster dried his eyes on his sleeve and gave my father a slight bow. I shall relay Rod's and Her Royal Highness's report on Lydia's condition to my family in the southern capital and to my wife in the eastern capital. That leaves the problem of how to deal with the Church of the Holy Spirit, Duke Howard, renowned as an undefeated god of war, said gravely. Duke Lebufera stroked his chin, pondering. That's a tricky one. The Church's adherents dominate every nation east of Lallanoy. I doubt we would lose, but a protracted war could cost us our chance to reconcile with the Dark Lord. I can't imagine Alan will agree to act as our negotiator until Lydia recovers. Dukes Howard and Leinster and Lord Rod let out groans of agreement. Demon and human forces had been locked in a standoff at Blood River in the west since the War of the Dark Lord 200 years ago, and who had the Dark Lord designated to broker peace? Alan, of course. He insisted she had even fought beside us beneath the Independence Memorial in the Lallanoyan capital as the mysterious Rill, no less. I would have laughed off such a claim if it had come from anyone but him. Now that events have reached this point, only one path remains. My father broke his silence. Given how ardently the eastern states revere the Church, any military action is certain to provoke a strong response. I withdrew our forces from the knightdom of the Holy Spirit for that very reason. However, they have struck our capital twice now. They have even dealt a grievous wound to a young lady on whom our kingdom's future depends, and left her teetering between life and death. We cannot allow these outrages to go unanswered. Gerhardt is of the same opinion. Even Gerhardt Gardner, the head court sorcerer, had a reputation as a leader of the conservative nobility at court and stressed domestic policy over foreign wars. Had the raid on the palace affected him that strongly? Or had the former Earl Rupert's transformation into the core of a heavily armored spell soldier, one Lord Rod had defeated, given him the push he needed? State secrets, indeed. My father rose from his throne and held up his left hand. Walter Liam Leo, in the worst case, this will become our biggest conflict since the War of the Dark Lord. Make ready. If it comes to that, the eastern capital will serve as our forward stronghold. Guido cannot command from his sickbed. Gil Algren is not with us, but see that he is informed. Yes, sire. Rod, cooperate with Alan and save Lydia without fail. I will do all in my power, sire. An unease I could not define came over me as I watched the three dukes and the old elf salute. I clasped my left hand to my chest and whispered his name. Alan. That concludes Alan's message. Chieftain Chise, are you, feeling quite well? I asked, holding down my witch hat. I almost never took it off in front of people, but here I had placed it in my lap. The room, shielded by magical barriers and fire-resistant brick, stood within the grand arsenal complex, back in service after a century of disuse. The great Demisprite sorceress had turned her face heavenward. Not even the flower sage, it seemed, could hide her shock after the message I'd just delivered. Part of me had hoped against hope that Alan's sister, Karen of the Wolf clan, and Duke Leinster's younger daughter, Lynn, might join us for this meeting, but no such luck. They were busy in the arsenal proper with the former officers of the Shooting Star Brigade, Chieftain Chise excluded. Getting those daggers finished seemed like back-breaking work. Feeling well. How could I be Tito Tidrina? Chieftain Chise flung her floral beret down on the table, revealing her pale orange hair with its floral pins. Her robes flapped, and the translucent wings on her back glowed with mana. With an anguished look, she muttered, "Oh, I got a report about the attack on the palace and what happened in the sanctuary, all right. And I heard more from Karen and Lynn. But now..." My body flinched instinctively away from her glare. Alan, I really think this was too much to ask of a normal person like me. You're telling me our commander, Alan the shooting star, has been pulling the church's strings this whole time, when we all thought he died at Blood River, and he devoured a Wainwright prince adopted into the grand ducal house of Ashfield, the same man fairy tales call the sage, and he's bent on destroying the world so it can be reborn. Chieftain Chise's mana spattered everywhere. She pounded the table with a fist no bigger than a child's and roared, "What kind of fool do you take me for? Do you expect me to believe that load of rubbish? Why would the commander ever turn into someone like that?" I'd known this was coming. Westerners of all races had revered Alan the shooting star as their savior for the past 200 years. I held my tongue, took out a letter, and placed it on the table. Chieftain Chise arched one eyebrow. "And this is—" "It's from Alan," I said. "He told me he was certain you would understand." She clicked her tongue. The little smart-aleck. I do hope it convinces her. But at this point, what could? Not bothering to hide her annoyance, the great sorceress Tutor opened the letter, and a burst of violet lightning punched a hole halfway through the room's barriers. Don't tell me that was Alan the shooting star's signature lightning magic. I sat stunned, but Chieftain Chise paid me no mind. She hung her head, and mana erupted from her body, shaking the whole building with its immensity. Chieftain Chise, whatever is the matter?" A girl's panicked voice burst from a communication orb lying on a chair. That would be the flower sage's granddaughter, Ando Glenbacid. She sounded so alarmed, I wouldn't have been surprised if she had burst into the room that very moment. Chieftain Chise crushed the letter to her chest and closed her eyes tight. "I'm fine, Ando." But then," I said. "I'm fine," she roared, then continued in a calmer tone. "Don't come in here until I give permission, not for anything. Is that clear?" "Why, yes, ma'am. Clear as sea crystal." The orb stopped flickering. Chieftain Chise held her head in her hands and took several deep breaths before she looked me in the eye. "Tito, where did Alan get this?" "We don't know the exact location. Alan was forcibly teleported along with Stella during the attack on the palace. He described ground littered with the battered remains of arms and armor, as well as a moss-covered grave. He thinks it might belong to the real Lady Alicia Colehart." The ensuing silence grew suffocating. Chieftain Chise and her fellow squadron leaders of the long-lived races were famous for standing by Alan the shooting star in the War of the Dark Lord, as was Duchess Emerita Letitia Lebufera, the Emerald Gale, the elven champion who had served as the brigade's second-in-command under the nickname, the Comet. But they'd actually had one other comrade, the human sorceress and swordswoman Crescent Moon, who had personally crossed blades with the Dark Lord. She was supposed to have died fighting at Blood River, despite Shooting Star coming to her rescue. Tradition had it that her body had never been found. I had gotten to exchange only a few words with Alan before setting out for the Grand Arsenal, but he'd seemed to have doubts about the account of the Battle of Blood River generally accepted in the west of the kingdom. He suspected a far darker history. But Alan wouldn't hesitate to expose the ugly truth in his quest for knowledge that would help him bring down the power behind the church and save Lydia, not even if all the squadron leaders stood opposed. Sharing what he knows and suspects with only me to start with was the right choice. I doubt we could get on with our work here if the others found out. Chieftain Chise forced a grin and put her threadbare beret back on her head. Her mana subsided, and profound intelligence filled her eyes. "I hear our second-in-command is in the eastern capital. Have you already told her?" "No," I said. "Alan decided that we should wait to hear your verdict on the matter, including his suspicions." Another wise choice. She hovered to a window and stared out at the demisprites, dwarves, giants, and dragonfolk debating animatedly as they walked into the Grand Arsenal. "Give me some time. I can't come to a conclusion on the spot. That goes for Alan's suspicions, too. I'll review the timeline and see." "I understand," I said, with heartfelt relief. Somehow or other, I had gotten my errand for Alan done without a tremor from the ground made me shake. Was someone swinging a hammer? Oh, right. I need to ask how things are going here. Chieftain Chais remained near the window, stern-faced and brooding. Excuse me, but is the forging proceeding smoothly? Oh, yes. The great sorceress abruptly vanished and teleported into her chair. It would have shocked me when I'd first entered the university, but not after Alan's unreasonable demands and Lydia's discipline. I felt a tinge of sadness at how much I'd grown used to. I could almost hear one of my classmates and my boyfriend, who was away at war, saying something about it. You only got that way because you're anything but normal. Really, Tito? Pay them no mind. Ignore them. Chieftain Chais grinned at me. Karen and Lynn are made of stern stuff for their ages. Even after everything that's happened, they keep gamely pouring mana into the furnace's orbs without a word of complaint. It makes me wish they'd marry into the family, and I might not be the only one thinking that to themselves. Karen and Lynn were both younger than me, but with the education Alan had given them, they could have qualified for the university any time they liked. I had no argument on that score. Still, I donned my witch hat and gave Chieftain Chais a rueful grin. Don't you think that's easier said than done? Why? The Demisprites, dwarves, giants, dragonfolk, and elves all have worthy youths. The kingdom's western houses had spent 2 centuries staring down the mighty Demonfolk across Blood River, preparing for another war. Even in this age of magical decline, they had cut no corners in raising their next generation. I had been born on the western frontier myself, and I liked to think I understood that fact as well as anyone. But in this case, I stood and gave an exaggerated shrug. I mean, their standard of comparison is Alan. The long-lived races have plenty of capable people, but I doubt you'll find a champion to match the man regarded as the brain of the Lady of the Sword, the emissary of the Water Dragon, and the new shooting star. The great Demisprite sorceress gaped at me, then grimaced. Not out to spare anyone's feelings, are you? What are your plans after this? I'll go back to the lab at the university and lend Alan a hand. No doubt, a hoard of documents awaited my inspection. My classmate Soy was busy being Ellie Walker's assistant and bodyguard. The kids who had started this spring weren't ready, and Gil's father was in a bad way. That left Yen, and I wished he would hurry up and come back to the city. The students a year below us were in the Justinian capital, but hopefully my Griffin mail reached them too. After all, Alan would stop at nothing to save Lydia. I couldn't possibly help him with everything alone. Ando, our guest is leaving, Chieftain Chais said into her communication orb and smiled. Ha, I see the Tidrinas haven't gotten any less dutiful. You remind me of an old war buddy. Work on those daggers will take another few days. I'll tell the other squadron leaders about the commander once it's done. I'll give you my opinion by then as well. We appreciate it, I bowed low. What do you know? It all went just like Alan thought it would. Even now that Lydia, his other half, had fallen to an assassin's blade, he refused to lose his calm or to stop forging ahead. He might not have much mana, but my upperclassman was still the finest sorcerer in the kingdom, and a person to be feared. Still, I bet Alan's condition is a bigger worry than the Lady of the Swords, said Chieftain Chais. I looked up to find her hand on the edge of her hat and a grave expression on her face. The fear I'd kept bottled up in the depths of my soul reared its head. What she said next would have made perfect sense to anyone who knew Alan well. Our commander was the same way. The kinder a man's heart, the more terrible he can be, and the harder it is to believe the lengths he'll go to sometimes. And to make matters worse, the Lady of the Sword took a blow that was aimed at him. That doesn't bode well. We've got a real problem on our hands. Exactly. I couldn't have put it better myself. Alan hasn't shown any signs of running off on his own yet. Karen and Lynn had driven the point home before they started work at the arsenal. Keep an eye on my brother, but don't make it obvious, the former had warned me. He would do anything to save my dear sister, the latter had added. They already shared our concerns. But if Alan were in earnest, could I really stop him alone? The great Demisprite sorceress laid a little hand on my head and peered into my eyes. Tito, where's that upstart human, the professor? In the imperial capital with the Justinians, I said. His younger students are with him. Call him here quick, and the angel of death, Anna too, if you can. Very well. I'll speak to the Leinsters. I nodded, overcome by her intensity. I would need to consult Lily later. Listen closely, Tito Tidrina. Chieftain Chise touched my cheek. I'm almost certain we're at a fork in the road of fate. Whatever you do, don't let Alan go off alone. Not under any circumstances. Do your level best to see that he doesn't. Why, yes, ma'am. Good answer. The great sorceress fluttered her translucent wings and moved away, turning her back to me. She was trembling. We made the wrong choice once, in that unforgettable spot on Blood River. We got caught up in silly political squabbles and let the commander who had done so much for us go into battle alone. If the person who made that lightning is someone I know well, then the blame falls on us. Chieftain Chise looked over her shoulder at me. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes. So, don't you kids make the same mistake. This godless world is a bit too harsh to go on living in with so much sorrow. Miss Walker, the barriers are in perfect readiness. Go ahead anytime. All black rabbits are in position. Don't forget, I'll be right there to save your butt if the great tree gets rough. The miniature communication orb on my collar blinked as voices reached it one after another. The great tree's roots and branches barred the way to the sealed archive. Ellie Walker, personal maid to Lady Tina Howard, was out under the cloudy sky nearby, examining one of the stone columns that had narrowly escaped the collapse and remained sticking up out of the underground hall. Thank you, Saki, Cindy, Big Sis Chihia, soy, I answered, overjoyed. The white ribbons in my hair wouldn't stay still. All in a maid's duty, said Saki, one of the Leinster Maid Corps' joint number 6s. Plus, Alan asked us to help out, added Cindy, the other of the pair. What are sisters for? Said the Howard Maid Corps' number 6, Chihia. I wish you'd call me Big Sis, sighed the ever-dependable Soy Zolnhofen. I had nothing to fear with all of them standing by. I'd be fine. I'd only got to speak with Mr. Allen once since Miss Lydia had gotten hurt in the old cathedral and gone into a deep sleep. He'd taken command of everyone involved in treating her while he moved around the city. I thought back to the words he had spoken to me in one of the Howard residence's hallways in the wee hours of the morning. Ellie, he had said, I trust you to lift the spells blocking the sealed archive. I need ancient star charts to pinpoint the final altar, where the false saint who cursed Lydia is bound to show herself. I drew up a new botanical spell for you to try, and Niccolo offered to help with analysis. Please lend me your aid. I had never seen Mr. Allen look so distraught before. Lady Tina and Lady Stella were still sound asleep, and Lady Lynn and Miss Karen were busy at the arsenal. Felicia wasn't free either. She had a job to do. Lily and Princess Cheryl were cleansing Miss Lydia every day. I needed to step up and make myself useful to Mr. Allen. I brushed dust off the symbol of fire still visible on the column and moved a few steps back. Waving my hands over the roots, branches, and remaining brambles that shut us out of the archive, I shouted into my communication orb, I'm about to begin. I cast the botanical spell Mr. Allen had made for me, and the intricate formula assembled itself. I could tell everyone watching was holding their breath. The roots and branches that had so stubbornly barred our way were retreating into the central area around the spiral staircase that led to the Black Gate, while the brambles were vanishing entirely. Yes, we did it. Success. My orb picked up Saki, Cindy, and Chihia exclaiming in shock. The great tree is withdrawing. Oh, wow. Miss Walker did this. I couldn't help feeling pleased. I wiped the sweat off my forehead with the sleeve of my maid uniform, although I knew it wasn't exactly proper behavior, and turned to Ellie. Huh. I let out a squeal. Soy shot toward me so fast, I almost thought she'd cast a flight spell. then caught me in her arms. I saw the sleeves of her robe. I was secretly jealous of how much it looked like Mr. Allen's, and her orange cloth hat floating out of the corner of my eye. Oh dear, oh dear. Soy seized me by the hands and started spinning me around in such a flurry of excitement that she didn't mind what a mess she was making of her gorgeous auburn hair. She even forgot to do her tough girl voice. Oh, that was amazing. You were brilliant. Brilliant. We must let Alan know at once. Oh, I'm getting dizzy. I whined while the maids walked toward us, surveying the results. I've confirmed that one of the major roots entwined with the 7 columns has withdrawn, and that the brambles have disappeared, said Saki. Chihaya, what do you see? No mana irregularities and no signs of hostile activity, she reported. Too bad, that leaves me with nothing to do, Cindy chimed in. I guess I might as well make tea, but first things first. Soy met her insinuating smile with a puzzled look. So did I, though my face was buried in the elf's chest. Still, Cindy was deep in Mr. Allen's trust. She picked a leaf out of her milk-white hair and winked. It seems to me that the way you're speaking now comes a lot more naturally to you, Lady Soy. What? Dee does not. My tall assistant hastily let go of me and crossed her arms. Cindy conscientiously replayed a video orb. Oh, that was amazing. You were brilliant. Brilliant. We must let Alan know at once. Soy's face went red as an apple, and she started shouting at the top of her lungs. She was on Cindy in an instant, pointing with her left index finger. That's a low blow. Do all you Leinster maids play that dirty? Goodness, said Cindy. Do you really want to take that tone with me? Are you sure? Wait, what should I do now? I shot pleading looks at Saki of the Bird Clan, who had feathers mixed with her black hair, and at Chihaya, who kept her black hair short and always wore more or less the same expression, but neither of them seemed to care. Oh dear. Soy crossed her arms, looking a little intimidated. What's your problem? You can look at me like that all day, but I ain't gonna. Chihaya. Soy has such a pretty face, and she's so tall. Don't you think she'd look lovely in a maid uniform? And she'd make a fine butler, too. Cindy called cheerily, slipping behind Soy in one perfectly smooth, unobtrusive motion. I'd never seen martial arts like it. A devious look came over Chihaya, who secretly loved clothes shopping as much as she did practical jokes. The idea merits consideration, but would Mr. Allen grant permission? Why, yeah, Allen wouldn't stab an old school buddy in the back, and not in a million years. Soy interrupted, although I could see she was shaken. Cindy wagged her right index finger, bursting with confidence. Tusk. Mr. Allen and I are the best of friends. We fought our way through that coup in the City of Water together. He's sure to throw his weight behind me the moment I suggest making his old school buddy even more charming than she already is. I see, said Chihaya. Indeed, Mr. Allen should prove most understanding of dear me. The maids nimbly evaded a kick from Soy, whose mana was making her auburn hair stand on end, and landed on top of a pile of rubble. I didn't even see them move. While I clasped my hands to my mouth, Soy put on a beautiful smile. I ain't gonna hold back next time. This looks bad. Very, very bad. She's furious. But she would look lovely in a maid uniform. Seeing Soy in that mood, Cindy lightly touched her hands to Chihaya's. Time for a tactical retreat. Oh, Saki, save me a tart if you make tea. I would appreciate it if you would secure a portion for me as well, added Chihaya. Goodbye for the moment. Don't you run from me, Soy roared. If Alan ever finds out, gimme that orb, damn it. The chase began before I could do anything about it. I could barely follow it with my eyes. They were moving so fast. The knights of the Royal Guard, who were kindly securing the perimeter, and the younger students Soy had brought from the university, couldn't help laughing. It made me feel a bit, embarrassed. What on earth am I going to do with those girls? Saki sighed, hand on her forehead, and bowed to me. My sincere apologies, Miss Walker. Not at all. I rushed to shake my head in both hands. I think it's nice that they're so lively. Big Sis Chihia seemed on edge after Mr. Allen personally asked her to help. I appreciate your saying so. I chuckled and turned my attention to the center of the open area. Still, I'm so glad it worked. We finally have a way to disenchant the archive. Following the markings on the columns, we'll proceed in the order of fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. Finally, we'll dispel the ice covering the Black Gate. Niccolo came up with the idea based on what Lives of the Principe has to say about the Great Tree, and the creed laid out in Apocrypha of the Great Moon. And in no time at all, Mr. Allen integrated the formula from the cult of the Great Moon that Marchesa Carlotta Carnian provided into a new botanical spell. They deserve the credit. We'd better finish our job quickly. Then I would go to Lady Tina and Lady Stella's side. Once they awoke, I need to do everything I can, absolutely everything, to lessen the strain on Mr. Allen. I'm not Lady Tina's maid and the brain of the Lady of the Sword's student for nothing. While I was steeling myself, Miss Walker, Saki, the beautiful Bird Clan maid, suddenly seized me in a gentle hug. A soft, floral aroma washed over me, calming my nerves. Please don't brood so, she chided, tenderly stroking my head. Don't forget what Mr. Allen told you. Everything devolved into chaos after Miss Lydia was stabbed. Only Mr. Allen had kept his head, issuing instructions to all concerned. To me, he had said, Ellie, please hurry without rushing. But remember, you don't need to work yourself to the bone. I'll think of something if you don't finish in time. He'd kept the same calm tone he always used, but I knew it concealed a fathomless disappointment and a level of reproach that made me shiver, both directed at himself. I could not know. I clasped my left hand to my chest and looked the Bird Clan maid in the eye. I haven't forgotten, but I want to help Mr. Allen. A high wind rustled the tent set up to serve as our base of operations. Saki's gem-bright eyes widened in surprise, and she hugged me again. What a wicked tutor Mr. Allen is to make you show such resolve. He is that, I said cheerily. And, just between us, he's kind of oblivious too. He's gotten it into his head that I'm an angel, even though I'm such a bad girl. Dear me, is that so? Saki made a show of surprise, let out a laugh, and plucked a twig out of my hair. I got a sort of warm, fuzzy feeling. After tea and a breather, we'll start on the next. A winged white rabbit landed in front of me. A magical creature, the Bird Clan maid blinked. Wait, isn't this one of Big Sis Chidos's? I glanced at Soy, Cindy, and Chihia, who were still enjoying their chase, then checked the paper tied to the rabbit's forepaw. No sooner had I unfolded it and finished reading than I slumped with a groan. I would have fallen if Saki hadn't rushed to steady me. Miss Walker, she said. Whatever is the matter? Lady Tina, I managed, wiping with my sleeve at the tears rolling down my face. Lady Tina woke up. I'd heard how fierce the battle at the palace the other day had been, fierce enough to exhaust even my lady's vast stores of mana. The healers had assured us that she would suffer no ill effects. Still, relief flooded my heart at the news. Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. I stayed like that for a bit, with Saki rubbing my back. Eventually, she said, will you pause work here and visit the Howard residence? It took me a moment to respond. No. I dried my eyes with a white handkerchief and eyed the extensions of the great tree that still blocked the center of the open area and the entrance to the archive. Mr. Allen told me this morning that he thought Lady Tina would wake first, then Lady Stella, and that he wants to ask their highnesses for help with something as well. I'll only waste time traveling if I go home now. I waved my left hand and deployed an intricate formula. The one-of-a-kind botanical spell that Mr. Allen had put all of his knowledge into making just for me. It also incorporated formulae from my late parents, my father, Ramier, and my mother, Millie. I have to live up to the care he put into it. Hurry without rushing, I said, clenching my fists. I'm going to move the other 6 roots and branches, and clear the staircase in the underground hall by tomorrow at latest. Oh, why did I have to get tongue-tied at the very end? Oh, so ashamed. While I clapped my hands to my cheeks and squirmed, Saki spread her skirts in a deep curtsy. Certainly, miss. You may depend upon the Leinster Maid Corps number 6 for whatever my support is worth. Thank you very much. I hopped for joy. Lady Tina and Lady Lynn liked to call me childish, but I couldn't help it. My orb flashed, delivering a message from the other maids whose experience exceeded my own. Hi there. You can count on the other number 6 too. And don't forget the Howard Maid Corps number 6, your big sister Chihia. Don't forget about me, snapped Soy, who would probably be my upperclassman at the university someday. Don't you worry, Ellie, I've got your back. My spirit soared, and Saki and I nodded to each other. Alan, sir, please leave the sealed archive to me. Ellie Walker will do whatever it takes to ease your burden. The mighty cyclone that the man had unleashed bore down on me, bent on flattening all in its path as it chipped away at the azure shields. I'd arrayed before me like a bed of flowers. They wouldn't hold much longer unless I did something about it. My opponent was without peer. Under normal circumstances, I would not even dream of matching my paltry skill against his. Even so, on my pride as Stella Howard, I would hold my ground. Because behind me, daughter of the Lady of Ice, stand aside. The Wolf Clan man, Alan the Shooting Star, who had consumed Glenn Wainwright, held out his right hand to cast a third star storm. Otherwise, save it, I snapped. I sensed Mr. Allen behind me and the gentle angel from my hairpin. My half-shattered azure shields were reforming and turning bright white. Mr. Allen, my magician, won't lose to the likes of you. He won't. A ray of light broke the clouds, and my courage surged. The white angel, Karina Wainwright, was giving me strength. Even if my sword can't reach you, I can still be Mr. Allen's shield, a shield to defend my magician. So now with snowy wings on my back, I committed all my mana to the azure shields and hurled my determination against the man. I'll do my duty. The vortex that had seemed so unstoppable halted and turned back. For a moment, the man froze. He hadn't foreseen this turn of events. An angel's sacred shield, he muttered. That hairpin was Mr. Allen. Now, I shouted. If we were going to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, we would need to act now, this very moment. A surge of mana sent a tingle of joy through my wings and my spine, and my ears caught my magician's voice. Shooting stars. A meteor shower tore through space itself, and the vortex with it, pelting the old battlefield, studded with moldering swords and shields, and littered with helms and armor. A shrieking reverberation accompanied the spread of inky darkness, and I found myself flung to the floor with a cry, with Mr. Allen's arms around me. I passed my limits in his embrace and felt my senses rapidly dimming. I could make out Cheryl's and Lily's panicked shouts. Alan, Stella, are you all right? Had we made it back to the royal audience chamber, I no longer had the strength left to check. My father, Walter Howard, ought to have been nearby with his fellow dukes, Liam Leinster and Leo Lebufera, along with my sister, Tina and Lydia. I mustered the last of my energy and extended a trembling hand to touch Mr. Allen, panting, Mr. Allen, are you okay? He squeezed me tight and nodded. Yes, thanks to you. I distinctly felt my heart grow lighter. I had done it. Thank goodness. A smile spread over my face, and I closed my eyes. I had nothing left to worry about. I could hear Mr. Allen shouting, Stella, a long way off as I relinquished my grip on consciousness with pride. The first thing I heard as I groaned awake was the crackling of logs in a fireplace. Was I in some chamber then? I slowly opened my eyes and sat up. Blankets slid from my shoulders. A pale azure nightgown had replaced the saintly raiment I'd worn at the palace. Someone must have changed my clothes after I'd fainted. I felt not the least bit cold. The hot water pipes that stretched through the house seemed to be in use. We Howards had kept peace in the north of the kingdom since time out of mind, and we had developed more advanced ways of combating winter's chill than any other house. I surveyed my dim surroundings. I was in my room at the Howard House in the royal capital. Silently, and still somewhat groggily, I got out of bed, checked that Karina's hairpin and my assignment notebook from Mr. Allen were in their places on my bedside table, then donned a cape I found on a chair and went to the window. I opened the white curtains, and a view of the wintry cityscape burst in on me. The weather seemed less than pleasant, with dense snow clouds veiling the sky. I couldn't even see the Academy's great tree clearly. It must have been quite chilly out, although it wasn't actually snowing. The people on the streets went bundled up in wool hats, scarves, and coats. How long was I asleep? Where are Mr. Allen and the others? Questions spun through my head until it ached. I was staring at my own pallid face reflected in the window pane when a latch clicked and the door opened behind me. "Stella!" My little sister leapt into my bosom, dressed like me in a cape and nightgown. A child with long, pale blue hair, interspersed with feathers, entered behind her. For some reason I couldn't fathom, Lena the frigid crane had donned a Howard maid uniform. Seeing that I'd turned my attention to her, she mouthed, "How I have waited," then flopped onto the bed and burrowed under the covers, evidently exhausted. I heard the deep, even breaths of a healthy sleeper. "Sorry to make trouble for you." I wrapped my arms around my sister's little back and rubbed it gently. "Tina, that hurts." "I know, but, I must have given her quite the fright. Come on, don't cry." I tenderly stroked her head. "I won't." At last she gazed up at me, her hair hanging limp. She looked so fragile that I felt unease stir in my breast. Even so, I took her by the hand and sat on the bed. Taking a handkerchief from the bedside table, I dried her eyes and said, "Tell me, how many days was I asleep?" Tina sniffled. "I think it's been 2 days since the attack on the palace, but I only woke up this morning myself, so I don't know all that's happened in the meantime." Ellie is busy unblocking the sealed archive. Lynn and Karen have started work at the Grand Arsenal. Felicia is at the company, and Cheryl is in the palace. At least, that's what Mr. Allen's note said. Duchess Lisa and Duchess Letty are still in the eastern capital. "I see," I murmured. 2 whole days. I knew why I had slept so deeply. I had strained with every fiber of my being, linking my mana with Mr. Allen's and drawing on Princess Karina's aid. Now I was feeling the aftereffect. It came of invoking power beyond my own ability to protect Mr. Allen. "Are Lydia and Lily well?" I asked, running my fingers over the hairpin on my bedside table. "And what of Mr. Allen?" No answer came. I peered into my sister's face. "Tina," I saw none of her usual vivacity. She looked graver than I'd ever seen her before. My heart started to beat faster. Tina wiped her tears on her sleeves and stood. "I think you'd better see for yourself. Come on, Stella." I left the slumbering Lena in the care of the Howard Maid Corps' No. 8, the silver-haired Haleen, who had been standing by in the corridor, and set off with Tina. Snow flurries started to fall outside, leaving a white dusting on the ground beyond the windows. "It looks like it should pile up by nightfall," Tina murmured, walking beside me and clutching my left sleeve. She seemed terribly anxious. What in the world happened after I passed out? We made our way to the largest guest room in silence. Armed Howard and Leinster maids stood outside the door, and not just any maids. The 2 I'd fought alongside in Shiki were issuing orders. Who would the Leinsters station extra guards here for? And this mana on the verge of flickering out seems almost like... No, it couldn't be. "Mina, Romy," I called despite my ballooning unease. "Lady Stella." The 2 seconds in command turned with a start and bowed hastily. Ours stood out for the way her flaxen hair curled outward, and the Leinsters, for her black hair, her spectacles, and the dark complexion peculiar to the people of the Southern Isles. The other maids followed their example, but none made a move to raise her head. My apprehension kept growing. Glancing at Tina, I found her staring gloomily at the floor. I walked to Mina and clapped her on the shoulder. I only just woke up and don't have a firm grasp of the situation. I hesitated. Mina, who's in this room? WL, that would be Lady Lydia, my lady. Romy interrupted Mina's faltering reply without raising her head. Her hands and shoulders shook with the struggle to suppress some violent emotion. Oh, I feared as much. Something had happened to the Lady of the Sword while I'd slept. Something tragic. Mina, Romy, I commanded, touching the sea-green griffin feather in my breast pocket. Don't admit anyone other than Lily while we're inside. Yes, Lady Stella, came Mina's response. Romy matched her with an equally dispirited, certainly, my lady. I exchanged a nod with Tina, steeled myself, and opened the door. Stepping inside, I was struck first by a large bed and a plush wolf resting on a sofa. The enchanted sword crescent fox stood propped against a chair. A blood-crusted pocket watch and a vase of white flowers sat on a nightstand. The white and red tails poking from under a blanket on the sofa belonged, no doubt, to Atra and Leah. They seemed every bit as drained as Lena had. And look at the scale of barriers fencing the chamber so closely. Has the headmaster been here as well? Stella. A somber Tina quietly closed the door and tugged on my left sleeve. You're right. I can always ponder later. I took my sister's hand and went to the bed. Under the blankets, in a death-like sleep, lay Lydia, a young woman with short scarlet hair. She was dressed in a nightgown, and her skin had turned white as snow. I instinctively made to reach out to her, only for my sister to stop my hand. No, Stella, slowly she added, Lydia is under a dreadfully strong curse. Mina says Mr. Allen strictly forbade touching her directly. A curse? I strained my eyes and saw a writhing mass of mana, the color of ash and blood, in Lydia's abdomen. It was trying to expand, but a pale glow reacted swiftly to suppress it. A continuous purification spell. I caught glimpses of formulae that resembled immaculate snow gleam, a spell Mr. Allen had made for me, but they had been modified and improved down to the smallest detail. While I stood there, stunned, Tina sat on the sofa and stroked Atra's and Leah's heads. The attack on the palace was a diversion, she told me brokenly. The church's real goal was to steal the Blue Rose's sword from the sanctuary, and while Mr. Allen and Lydia were out investigating, the false saint ambushed them and... She paused. I heard Lydia shielded Mr. Allen. Then Cheryl, Lily, the headmaster, and healing and cleansing specialists from all the ducal houses were called in. I think the great elementals helped too, once they'd woken up. They managed to save her life, just barely, but even so. They say the curse ate away at her hair particularly badly, so they had to cut it. Mr. Allen did it himself. No, that can't. Aghast, I bit my lip. A flurry of ice flakes sprang up in sympathy with my inner turmoil and swiftly vanished in the face of interference from the barrier. I was supposed to be Mr. Allen's shield. How can I have been too late when it mattered most? What have you been doing with yourself, Stella? Racked with self-recrimination, I might have collapsed in a heap if the door hadn't opened just then. A girl older than me entered, her long scarlet hair held near the front with a floral clip, and tied with a black ribbon. She wore a foreign jacket patterned with interlocking arrows, a long skirt, and leather boots. It was Lily, the Leinster maid Corps No. 3. She carried a porcelain teapot and cups on a tray. The usually exuberant maid gave me a rather strained smile and said, with evident relief, "Lady Stella, you're awake." "Thank goodness." "Yes, I woke up just a moment ago," I replied. "Did Mr. Allen devise this purification spell?" Lily, who had as much right to style herself Highness as my sister and I, walked over to me and set her tray on a round bedside table. "Yes, he took the spell that saved Marchesa Carlotta Carnian in the City of Water, and worked in all the great spells we know, Atra, Leah, and Lena's magic, and Duchess Rosa Howard's formulae. It's capable of activating automatically, so I can keep it going as long as I'm in the house. But the drawback is that only those of us who are used to Allen's formulae can make it work. There's talk of a simplified version, but keeping it effective enough to fight the curse will be a challenge. Watching the faint, beautiful glow rekindle on the bed, I felt tears welling up in spite of myself. Mr. Allen had poured his heart's blood into saving Lydia, and all the while I, with my talent for purification, had lain in bed useless. Stella, it's all right. Really, it is. My sister had returned while my mind was elsewhere and hugged me, on the verge of weeping herself. Thank you, Tina, I said, tears welling in my eyes. Sorry, what a pair of crybabies we are. Lily started levitating chairs. Her condition has stabilized, so Cheryl and I are keeping up the purifying spell in shifts now. But the best we can do is stop the curse from spreading. We think it's based on 10-day fever, but it's orders of magnitude more potent. We got Atra, Leah, and Lena to help us, since they woke up ahead of you. I looked up and dried my eyes with my hands. This was no time for weeping. I needed to do my part. Eventually, I managed. Do you know how to lift the curse? In Mr. Allen's estimation, Lily replied. She set a chair down beside me and started pouring herbal tea. Its gentle fragrance did little to soften the reality she brought me face to face with, one I shuddered to contemplate. Unless we defeat the caster, he said, there can be no permanent solution. Here, I see. Tina and I sank into a single shared seat and each took a teacup. Words failed us. What should we do? What can we do? Fighting down panic, I sipped my herbal tea and turned to my dispirited sister. Tina, where is Mr. Allen now? In the university library, I think. Then he'll call on the Algrens. If the note I found by my pillow is right, he should have Enko with him. Oh, and he wrote a message for you and me at the end. Please do not tax yourselves. Oh, then he's doing everything in his power even as we speak, stifling his own feelings to save Lydia. He won't hesitate to shave years off his life if he must. I studied my reflection in the teacup, a sad face, yet masking anger, and called, Mina, Romy, report. By your leave. The maids curtsied in the doorway and entered at once. Both the ever-cheerful Mina and the cool and collected Romy seemed distressed. We keep at least 2 ranking maids assigned to guard him at all times, covertly and from a distance. The Leinster Maid Corps' number 7, Nico, and number 10, Jean, are on duty now. At the same time, Mr. Allen has instructed us all to please take some rest at night. He hardly seems to have taken any himself since the incident, no more than a pre-dawn nap. I sank into silence. Tina muttered a frustrated "Sir, you dummy." Mr. Allen and Lydia had been inseparable since their Royal Academy entrance exam. According to Karen, they had hardly spent any time apart until the brainless ex-prince, Gerard Wainwright, and the conservative nobles at court schemed to bar Mr. Allen from joining the court sorcerers, and he became Tina and Ellie's tutor instead. They had even spent school vacations together in the eastern or southern capital. Now the girl with whom he'd been through so much had been struck down by a curse meant for him. I could understand why he was racing around the city in search of a cure. And even under these circumstances, I felt glad that he was turning to others for help. That was a change for the better, and a recent one. But at the same time, I couldn't help feeling that he ought to lean on me more. Much, much more. I touched my griffin feather and closed my eyes. What an awful woman I am. How can I feel happy that he showed concern for me, and also upset that he won't ask more of me? I recalled a conversation at a slumber party. My brother's basic instinct is to coddle people. That's how Lydia ended up so incurably dependent on him. A Wolf Clan girl had said, couching her own need for affection as a complaint. If only he'd saved it all for me, like nature intended. I completely agree that Alan coddles people. A buxom, bespectacled girl had retorted, combing her long chestnut hair. But I'm starting to wonder if he developed the habit because he grew up with you. Karen was shut up in the grand arsenal with the Western chieftains, but I was curious to know whether Felicia had been able to see him. Clink. Lily returned her cup to its saucer, looking glum. I haven't got to see Alan myself since Lydia was brought here. Notes with improvements to the purification spell and the latest news turn up by her pillow, so I assume he stops in to see her at night, but he doesn't trip my detection spell when he really doesn't want to, not even when we're in the same house. I haven't seen him today either, said Mina. Zero marks me. He often sends magical messenger birds, added Romy. Tina and I sighed as one. Lily could cast exactly the same formulae as Mr. Allen, not the simplified versions we relied on. The maid corps seconds in command were both more skilled than us as well. And yet, they couldn't catch him. It seemed disturbingly possible that no one except Anko and his maid bodyguards had seen him since the incident. Mr. Allen brought the white flowers at her bedside as well, said a calm voice. We all turned our eyes to the door. I shared a look with Tina and Lily, then addressed the Howard maid corps' impassive number 5, who wore her dusty black hair in a braid. Chittos, is that true? Yes, Lady Stella. Mr. Allen said that he picked them in the sanctuary and that they will amplify purification, though not by much. He came to check on Lady Lydia at daybreak and asked that I keep his visit from you all so as not to worry you. After a pause, she added, I beg your forgiveness for my silence. Tina and I said nothing. Lily got the beginnings of an angry pout. I could barely sense any mana from the white flowers. Mr. Allen must have been speaking the simple truth when he'd said, though not by much. Yet my magician had ventured into the sanctuary alone for that scant benefit. I felt something stir in my breast. Please do not tax yourselves. Mr. Allen, have you already forgotten? We never do as we're told. Right. I gave my cheeks a light slap and stood. Tina and Lily went wide-eyed. Stella. What is it? Lady Stella? Is something wrong? I dropped my gaze to the sleeping lady of the sword and cast a purification spell. Dancing, pale azure flowers filled the air, and to my companion's shock, the blood ash curse ceased its writhing. Lydia, I won't let you die. That's a promise. I spared a glance for the sofa, where Atra and Leah wagged their tails in their sleep, and declared, Lily, I'll assist with the purification. I believe 3 can do more to help Mr. Allen than 2. The maid looked taken aback, then touched the silver bracelet on her left wrist and beamed from ear to ear. Yes, ma'am. We nodded to each other, and I turned to my sister. Tina, I want you to help Ellie at the sealed archive. If the curse on Lydia won't end until we give its caster a beating, then Mr. Allen will seek to settle things with the false saint. They'll battle it out at the 8th and final altar. And to get there, he needs to locate the altar using the star chart in the gemstone's flower orb he brought back from Shiki. And we're better to look for old star charts than the sealed archive. Tina thumped her chest and threw her arms around me, laughing. Oh, Stella, eek, oh, geez, what am I to do with you? I sighed. The apprehension I'd been feeling had diminished. It'll be all right. If we work together to support Mr. Allen, I know we can save Lydia. For the time being, we'd better share all the information we have and get right to Lady Stella, the fullest of full marks. But wait a moment. Yes, Mina, I asked, still eager to take action. The smiling maid laid her hands on my shoulders. Why can't I move? You and Lady Tina need a bath and a meal before you do anything else. Allow us to assist you, a chorus chimed in. H-ha, Aromi. Estella, save em. The black-haired, bespectacled second-in-command seized my sister from behind and prized her off me. Maids from both corps whisked her away, and her cries soon faded into the distance. Lily drained her teacup and pressed her hands together. All righty then, I'll join you. Me too. Atra and Leah flung their blanket aside, bounded off the sofa, and raced to join us. It looked like a group bath was going to be our first order of business. I smiled at the way the children clung to Lily's and Mina's legs, then turned my gaze to the snow-cloud-darkened sky and murmured a wish under my breath. Mr. Allen, please, don't try to bear every burden yourself. We're all here for you. I'm here for you. So please. Chapter 2, The Special Train Bearing Me, Else, President of the Skyhawk Company, toward the royal capital slid into a station. The stop must have been designed solely for refueling. It lacked a station house, and the Mana lamps, wet with night rain, illuminated only the rough sheds of a depot. All this at a way station. Has the infrastructure improved that much since my time in the royal capital? I murmured, studying my profile reflected in the window. If I had any striking feature, it was the white feathers poking through my black hair. I was traveling on short notice, and at the request of Duchess Emerita Lindsay Leinster, the blood-red witch, who had saved me from the apostles. Still, it looked as though I would be able to learn something new from the trip. Lounging about doing paperwork didn't suit my temperament. I drew a notebook from inside my moon and star-spangled kimono and double-checked my schedule. I'd heard that the apostles had recently launched a major attack on the palace, but my appointment with the president of the Howards and Leinsters joint business venture, commonly known as Allen & Co., had not changed. I had already relayed my demand that we share information about the cult of the Great Moon to Lady Lynn Leinster during our recent meeting in the southern capital. I only hoped that I'd get my wish without a fight. The young legend in the making already had many tales of daring exploits to his name, and titles to match. The brain of the Lady of the Sword, the emissary of the Water Dragon, the Shooting Star. Now he had the name of Alvern, first among the 8 grand ducal houses. But it fell to me to find out whether he was really worthy of the mysterious dialogues on the Apocrypha of the Great Moon, which my dearest friend had left in my keeping, and which the church wanted for its own. I exhaled and rose from my luxurious seat. "Ravi, why don't we step out for a minute?" "Miss Else, it's not safe," said the Cat Clan boy in a smart white suit sitting next to me. I chuckled. It was just the answer I'd expected. Ravi really was a good kid, and a conscientious one. "I'll be fine. We have Celebrim and Selenissa with us, remember?" 2 gorgeous women were already patrolling the station. They had long ears and the lightest red hair I could imagine, fixed with matching silver pins. Their skin was on the darker side. They wore cloaks over maid uniforms, and they carried massive scythes. I had heard that Celebrim Sainoth, Duchess Lindsay's right-hand woman and the Leinster maid Corps' former second-in-command, and Selenissa, the Corps' number 5, were sisters, and that another sister, the youngest of the 3, served in the royal guard. Sainoth the headhunter was infamous throughout the south of the continent, but it was certainly reassuring to have her on our side. Even the duty-obsessed Ravi had to admit that. "Okay, but only for a minute," he said reluctantly. "Thanks," I smiled and grabbed my cloak. We made our way down the passage and stepped out into the dreary station. The first thing I felt was a chill wind. It might have been snowing in the royal capital. How I hate the cold. It reminds me of that winter day. I bobbed my head to Celebrim and Selenissa, who stood a short way off issuing orders to other Leinster maids. Then I stretched and groaned. I guess sitting too long still gives you aches and pains, even when you're sitting in a deluxe car. Inky blackness spread out around me. I could see nothing but the isolated pinpricks of Mana lamps along the tracks, and hear nothing but the patter of rain in the dark. I took out my notebook and pen and scribbled a reminder, musing. If they install more lights along the tracks, could our griffins follow them to fly by night? I'd need to come up with more safety precautions, but it's a thought. Maybe I ought to bring it up when I see Allen of Allen & Co. I was still pondering the idea when a lamp ahead of me flickered briefly. A malfunction, perhaps. "Miss Else!" Ravi cried, surging forward. The Sainoth sisters advanced with him, shouting, "Keep behind us." The other maids likewise drew weapons and started weaving spells. A man's voice came to me out of the shadows. "Are you Else?" it asked, fatigue plain in every word. "President of the Skyhawk Company? Who wishes to know?" I replied. Celebrim and Selenissa poised to charge, scythes at the ready. Ravi gripped his spear, casting strengthening spells in rapid succession. I didn't come all this way to fight. I could hear the man's feet dragging on the ground as he stepped forward and revealed himself. He wore a ragged, hooded robe stained with blood and dirt. His gaze was charged with what I took for obsession. "I know those robes," Ravi spat. The Sainoth sisters added their own frosty comments. "One of the apostles, I take it. How rash you must be to plot yet another attack." Still, something didn't sit right with me. The man seemed so unlike Viola Cockino and Levi Atlas, the young women who had attacked me in the southern capital. The difference was too great to ignore. Unfazed by Ravi's and the sisters' animosity, the man placed a hand on one of the station's columns and introduced himself. "Former 5th Apostle Ibushner, or would you know me better as ex-Earl Raymond Dispenser? Sainoth the headhunter, surely you, at least, have a dossier on me." All eyes went to Celebrim, who probably had access to the most classified information of anyone here. "Were you not purged in Lalanoy?" she asked suspiciously. "Along with 6th Apostle Ifer, also known as Marchese Fossi Filanto." That sparked a quiet stir. Then this man and the Marchese, who chose the harder path for my friend's sake, were. "So you do know? That's what makes you such fearsome enemies." Raymond Dispenser leaned his back against the post. He must have been in a great deal of pain. Sliding to the ground, he covered his eyes with a trembling left hand. "Indeed, I was. Ifer was branded an apostate and died, while I narrowly escaped with my life, though not my dignity." And the ex-Earl raised one knee and sat on the station floor. A chill wind whipped through, ruffling our cloaks. I trudged the long road here, cutting through the pontiff's domain and the knightdom of the Holy Spirit, to grant my late friend's last request. The maids drew in their breath. Even I, a novice when it came to combat, had no trouble grasping that the ex-Earl had described no mean feat. He had fought his way through vast swathes of hostile territory. Raymond Dispenser raised his left hand. The insignia of the cult of the Great Moon came hazily into view. "Ifer asked me with his last breath to give you this, and something about who killed her." "Oh, Fossey, you succeeded. We spoke only once when she was buried. We've only exchanged a few letters since. But you believed in me, a houseless member of the Bird clan. You trusted that even if I couldn't make the most of it myself, I could choose who would. Sarah, your sweetheart is incredible. I bet he's even guessed what I'm going to do with this." When I didn't respond, the ex-Earl gritted his teeth and barked. "Tell me, who is she? What did Ifer betray his homeland and become an apostle for? What was my friend so desperate to accomplish that he begged me to help him as he lay dying?" A pall of silence descended on the station. With only the sound of rain in my ears, I smiled. "Raymond, I believe you said your name was. As you were Fossey's friend, I suppose you have a right to know what that emblem means." The ex-Earl silently staggered to his feet. I gave the Cat Clan boy, still pointing his spear at him, a pat on the shoulder and narrowed my eyes. "But do you really wish to know?" I asked. "The near future will see major conflict between the Wainwright Kingdom and the Church of the Holy Spirit. And however it plays out, it will leave the embers of future wars smoldering, assuming that the planet itself is not destroyed. You made good your escape this far. If you drop your question now, you might be able to live out your days in peace." Flames of indignation kindled in the man's eyes. I drew dialogues on the Apocrypha of the Great Moon from inside my kimono. "But if you hear what I currently know and suspect, those who crave the secret will hunt you down for that alone. The baseness of some of this godless age's inhabitants knows no bounds. Do you still wish to know?" Raymond Dispenser didn't speak at once, but then he spat, "Of course," and lowered his gaze. I died back then when those horrible Dampiers attacked us. It's too late for me to live now. I want only one thing, to grant my friend Fossey his last wish, even if that means angering a monster who would gladly murder the planet itself to get what she wants." The wind carried his last, whispered words to me. They sent a chill down my spine. I might act bold, but I was still only a businesswoman. If I tried to challenge Raymond's monster, the false saint, I would end up dead without so much as inconveniencing her. At the same time, my dictionary hadn't contained the word despair since that day in the royal capital when I had failed to save my best friend and hadn't even been able to join her funeral procession. I can't slay monsters. Very well, then I'll just get a champion to slay them for me. In that case, I suppose I'll have to tell you. I steeled myself, although my determination was already unshakable, and held my hair in place. Clutching the slim volume, I said, "Celebrim, Selenissa, could I trouble you to find something for his ex-lordship to wear? I wouldn't like to share a train car with a gentleman who looks such a fright." "Certainly." The sisters curtsied, silver hairpins gleaming, and set about their task with brisk efficiency. Only the white-haired Cat Clan boy remained on his guard. "Miss Else, I'm against this," he whispered, with a discontented pout. He always tried to act older than his years, and I was delighted to catch a surprise glimpse of this unaffected side of him. That reminded me, Levi Atlas and Ravi looked a lot alike. I made a mental note to investigate and whispered in the boy's ear, "I'll be fine. He wants my knowledge, not my life. But thank you for worrying." Ravi blushed and finally withdrew his spearpoint. "My life belongs to you." I gave him a pat on the head and told Raymond Dispenser, "We're on our way to the royal capital. Kindly accompany us. I believe that you'll gain a deeper understanding of that emblem if you do. To be frank, it's more than I can handle. And you won't balk at a little danger now, will you? Miss Foss, it appears your shipment from the northern capital just arrived, the one delayed due to snowfall. I will have everything transferred to the appropriate warehouses post-haste. You have a letter from Don Nitch Nitty of the Principality of Atlas. I am told it requires your urgent attention. Underduke Howard writes that he would like to proceed with the proposed railway extension. A young trader from the Union of the Central Plains requests a meeting. A lively babel of maids' voices filled the royal capital offices of the Howards and Leinster's joint business venture, commonly known as Allen & Co. The kingdom's leaders couldn't have been more agitated after the unprecedented double outrage of the Apostles' raid on the palace, which we'd gotten caught up in ourselves, and the attack on Lady Lydia Leinster in the ruined cathedral the next day. But business continued as usual. I hadn't gotten to see my best friends, Stella and Karen, in days. Stella's sister, Tina, and Ellie were working and sleeping at the sealed archive, and I hadn't gotten a chance to talk with Lynn, Lily, or Cheryl either, but work kept piling up without mercy. Only, I adjusted my spectacles and looked at the empty chair next to mine. Our company president, who should have filled it, was nowhere to be found. I couldn't help remembering his gentle voice. "Is something the matter, Felicia?" Disturbed, I glanced out a window at the swirling snow. Alan. The magician would be out there, checking every document he could get his hands on and bowing and scraping as necessary to save Lydia from the sleep she'd fallen into after saving him. And all the while, he somehow found time to do his work at the company perfectly. He even left me memos. A little sigh of worry and frustration escaped me. I quickly put my signature on a document from the Foss Company, my family's business, which we'd recently absorbed, and gave myself a light smack on the cheeks. "No, stop that. Focus on your own work now. Remember, Alan wrote that he leaves the company entirely in your hands." I rolled up the sleeves of my gray sweater, tied my light chestnut bangs out of my eyes, and started issuing instructions. "Okay, I know I've said this before, but the northern goods include distilled liquor and a lot of other breakables. And thanks to Tina's help, it looks like a small batch of honey from Galwa came with this shipment. Make sure you handle it with care." The Howard maids buzzed and sprang into action. "Lady Tina's honey, the fruits of her research have finally made it to the capital. Issue another warning. Think of the scandal if a maid in service to the illustrious ducal house of Howard were to break a jar." "Why, yes, ma'am." I glanced at the take special care that our absent president had jotted on the paperwork and pursed my lips. "Alan, when did you find time to write that?" I finished my now cold tea and deposited an envelope bearing the wax seal of the Marquise of Atlas into a tray labeled pending. I'll see what Nitch has to say later. I'll bet it's just a request for additional investment in the principality. Is it me, or has he been getting more and more brazen? What do you think, Niccolo? He is your brother. The younger Nitty, heir to one of the oldest houses in the mighty League of Principalities to our south, rose from his desk piled with old books, where he'd been brooding over some tricky problem Alan had set him, and hit his leg on his chair so hard I could hear the smack. His aqua suit looked rumpled. Don Niccolo, a pretty girl who had been sitting next to him, rushed to his side in concern. Tuna Solvino's foreign-made uniform really set off her gorgeous platinum blonde hair and jade green eyes. They looked so picturesque together that I couldn't blame the maids for their admiring size. I haven't had time to work on it, what with everything going on, but maybe Tuna's maid uniform would make a good inspiration for the one Lily asked me to make her. What if Sally Walker and Emma, the maid corps respective number 4s, and 2 women Alan and Co. could no longer do without, interrupted my overactive imagination with looks that said, "Miss Foss, please continue." I bobbed my head in thanks to the dark brown and blonde-haired duo and heaved a mental sigh. I don't know if I'd be much of a head clerk without Emma and Sally. I cleared my throat and leveled my left index finger at the blue-haired boy. "Niccolo, you don't have to stand when I call on you." "All right. Sorry. Thank you, miss." Niccolo and Tuna bowed and returned to their chairs together. The sight brought a smile to my face. Once I saw they were comfortable, I prodded the boy with a look. He began. "My brother has a deep respect for Alan, although he would never admit it. So I suspect rebuilding and improving Atlas as quickly as possible is the only thing on his mind at present. Just the other day, he wrote to me. The new railway line between the southern capital and Setz is coming along splendidly. The Marquise and I are discussing new proposals to put before him. His writing seemed so enthusiastic that I think he must be in high spirits." "You don't say," I growled. "Nitch Nitty, it looks like there really isn't room enough for the both of us. I'll win more of Alan's trust than you ever will. Just see if I don't." With renewed purpose, I turned to Bella, the youngest maid in the Leinster's service. "I'll reply to Underduke Uni Howard in writing after I've consulted with Alan. I can't decide the matter without his input. As for our visitor from the Union of the Central Plains, Miss Foss, please allow me to see to that." Sally stepped forward before I finished speaking. Now there was a maid who knew her business, and something about her reminded me of Ellie. Why had I never noticed that before? I'd appreciate it. I nodded and picked up a new document. "Would you find out what they want instead of chasing them off at once?" "Certainly, miss. As you wish." The bespectacled maid curtsied and strode smartly out of the room. Bam! A sharp clap stung my ears. "Back to work, all of you. Today's snacks will be pastries from the cafe with the sky-blue roof, courtesy of Mr. Allen." Emma's words drew a cheer from the other maids. "Allen brought snacks? That's the first I've heard of it." While I brooded, Niccolo emphatically broke eye contact and said, "Tuna, why don't we go get those reference materials?" "Certainly, Don Niccolo." The tall maid followed him out of the room. "He's got good instincts. Please take a short breather, Miss Foss. I'll pour you fresh tea." "But Emma, hey." The maid whisked the papers off my desk before I got a chance to argue. I leapt up and dashed around to the other side, desperate to get them back, but I just couldn't reach. Why wasn't I taller? Give them back. I haven't finished reading those yet." Emma gave her lustrous dark brown hair a shake and cast a spell. The papers floated even higher. Levitation. That's one of Alan's favorite tricks. Emma set a kettle on the spellstone of fire in the kitchenette and smoothed my newly disheveled hair. "The president gave us strict orders to force you to rest at regular intervals. Lady Stella, Lady Tina, Miss Walker, Miss Karen, and Lady Lynn have all made requests to the same effect. So has Lily, for that matter." "Oh, come on. Why do my president and all my friends, even the ones younger than me, have to be so overprotective? I slumped onto the guest sofa and pulled my knees up to my chest in defiance of good manners. I was still there when a new cup and saucer appeared in front of me. Today's leaves were grown on the estates of Margrave Tadrina, the brunette maid from the Southern Isles informed me. I mumbled a reluctant, "Thank you," and lowered my feet. When I raised the cup, it gave off a rich, powerful aroma unlike any tea I'd ever tasted. These leaves might have been a rarity, even in the largest city on the west of the continent. "Emma," I called, staring at my reflection in the cup. "Yes, miss." I hesitated. I felt sure I'd guessed right. There was probably no point in even asking, but I looked up at the dependable maid. "Have you seen Alan since it happened?" "Yes," she replied. "I found him silently doing paperwork in this very room this morning." My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I could picture a brown-haired young man jotting earnestly away with his pen under a dim Mana lamp in a deserted office. "How did he seem to you?" I asked, still holding my teacup. Emma's face fell ever so slightly. The spellstone turned off. "He appeared the same as ever to my eyes. However, my colleagues guarding him in shifts say that they cannot imagine when he finds time to rest." Violent emotions boiled up inside me. Alan, Alan, Alan. I wanted to be with him, to stand by the wounded magician and ease the pain of what had happened to Lydia in any way I could. I wanted to give him a shoulder to lean on. And yet, I untied my hair and took off my spectacles. "Enko is with Alan, isn't she?" "She was when I saw them." "Then he'll be fine," I said. Even if Alan decided to try to solve everything on his own, I trusted the enigmatic black cat to find the best way of stopping him. I'd lent Enko my body in the Shiki archive, so I knew what I was talking about. That cat cared for Alan like he was family. I put my spectacles back on and thumped my chest. "We'll focus on what we can do, one thing at a time. I think Alan will join us for the meeting with Miss Else of the Skyhawk Company and Marchesa Carnian." I had no talent for fighting. I doubted I would ever even surrender my body to Enko again. But I could help Alan in other ways. "Oh, Miss Foss. Emma, what's G gotten into you?" I squealed as the maid hugged me without warning in a fit of emotion. How am I supposed to handle a situation like this again?" I was still wondering when the door opened and a voice said, "I'm Ba Emma, would you kindly explain yourself?" A glacial stare fixed on the brunette maid, who still had her arms around me. "Why, yikes." Emma stroked my hair, muttered, "Darn, that was fast," and reluctantly stood up. "You misunderstand, Sally," she boldly declared. "I simply could not contain my affection for Miss Foss." "And you consider that excuse sufficient?" came the slow reply. "Indeed, I do." No maid rose to their rank without a mastery of magic. Both leaked mana as their tempers flared, and the resulting collision rattled the window panes. "We might have a real problem on our hands." "Excuse me," I raised my hand, interrupting the maids before they came to blows. Sally, what did the young traitor have to say?" Emma and Sally glared at each other, but reined in their mana. She was a young Cat Clan woman who has had no previous dealings with us. She seemed to have business with Mr. Allen and departed as soon as I informed her of his absence. A Cat Clan woman? I mused. Allen had grown up in the eastern capital as an adopted member of the Wolf clan. Of course, he had beast folk acquaintances. Still, the center of the continent had few ties to the Wainwright kingdom. Would a traitor from the Union really come all this way just to visit him here? I was still puzzling over the question when I heard the sound of running feet in the corridor, followed by huffing, puffing, and a panted, "Be begging your pardon." "Sita, what's wrong?" In came a girl with her glistening brown hair in pigtails. Sita Stinton was a maid in training assigned to wait on Lynn, and she'd been helping us out around the office. She must have come in quite a rush. The great moon pendant she wore was still swaying from side to side. Emma narrowed her eyes and pointed her left index finger at the newcomer. "Sita, Don't run so openly indoors. Never forget that you are a maid in service to the ducal house of Leinster. Why, yes, ma'am. Please forgive me. Sita shrank, obviously dejected, and started mumbling to herself. Oh, great moon, why am I always such a... I think what she needs is confidence, Lynn had said. I agreed. I signaled to Emma and took up the conversation. Sita, is something the matter? The Leinster Maid Corps trainee gave a start. A L letter arrived from Margrave Zolnhofen, she said nervously. I have it here. Thank you. I smiled, accepted the envelope, and scanned its contents. I see. I carefully folded the letter, replaced it in the envelope, and said, Lord Solos says he's finished interviewing the Western elders like I asked him to. Given the sensitive nature of the questions, he would prefer to explain what he's learned to Duke Leo Lebufera, who's been summoned here to the royal capital, and the chieftains of the long-lived races who are working at the Grand Arsenal before he calls on us. W.H. what? Sita goggled. Even the seasoned Emma and Sally looked taken aback. Sita, would you bring me a new video orb? I said. I only need one. Why, yes, miss. Sita shot to attention, saluted, and left the room. Now then, I cheerfully set about fixing my hair in front of a full-length mirror, drawing wondering looks from Emma and Sally. Miss Foss, what has come over you? I put on a daring smile, turned, smoothed down my skirt, and told the ever-dependable maids, it's Alan. I know he'll sneak in to take care of work while everyone's asleep, myself included, and say he didn't want to disturb us, or something like that. Karen and Lynn are out of the way at the arsenal, but he'll act the same with Stella and everyone else too. Well, he should be able to listen to a recording while he does paperwork, so I'm going to complain. Emma, Sally, would you help me pick what to wear? What on earth? I found myself standing in a place awash with blooming flowers. I touched my sea-green griffin feather and thought back. I took charge of cleansing and healing Lydia this morning, and then, confused, I looked down at myself. I was wearing the outfit Felicia had made for my appearance at court, holy vestments in pristine white and azure, with a veil on my head and Karina Wainwright's pin in my hair. That doesn't match anything I remember. Then, this must be Stella. No sooner had I heard my name than a dazzling beauty with long blonde hair and a white dress tackled me to the ground. I stared, wide-eyed, sinking into the flowers. See, Karina, she laughed. It's so nice to see you again. I'm glad you've kept growing. But your kind-hearted wolf is in a bit of a bind. The curse on the Lady of Fire doesn't seem like the same one my wolf was under, so I thought I'd give you some advice today. I nodded silently, and she pulled me to my feet. Apparently, I was experiencing a side effect of linking Mana with Mr. Allen so deeply the other day. The girl's name was Karina Wainwright. She had lived a century ago, although she had temporarily fallen to the point of becoming an 8-winged devil after losing her sweetheart, the legendary Silver Wolf. At the hands of the sage, the kind, strong princess had never stopped struggling. She had come to warn me like this once before, the night Mr. Allen and Lily had set out on a diplomatic mission to the Lalinois Republic. So the curse on Lydia is even worse than the one Silver Wolf suffered. Her condition is more precarious than I realized. I'm here too today, descendant of the Lady of Ice. And you are. I turned toward the new voice and saw a stunning girl with long crimson hair and spectacles lounging in a luxurious chair and sipping tea amid the field of flowers. She was a few years older than me, I supposed, and she wore pale scarlet. The cut of her clothes was informal, but I could tell at a glance that only the finest materials had gone into making them. I couldn't hide my confusion. She flashed a fearless grin that reminded me of Lydia and said, Lineria Etherheart. Allen of the Wolf clan must have at least mentioned my name. If not, he's going to get a piece of my mind the next time I see him. I gasped, frozen in shock. Lineria, Twin Heavens Etherheart, the legendary sorceress and swordswoman who had fought the world during the Age of Strife and nearly won. She had entrusted Mr. Allen with the care of Atra, the thunder fox, as well as the enchanted sword cresset fox, and the enchanted rod silver bloom. She had reduced the divine city to ash, earning her the nickname, the Fire Fiend. Why would such an awe-inspiring figure appear to me? I instinctively put my hand on my griffin feather. Karina, meanwhile, sat opposite Lineria and poured tea. Never fear, Stella. Yes, she's the greatest master of swordplay and spellcraft the world has ever known, the genuine limit of mortal achievement, even including the days when gods walk the earth. But when you really get down to it, she's just an awkward witch with no knack for romance. Why, you don't say, I managed, disconcerted by Karina's half-mocking tone. Come to think of it, despite the respect he has for her, I seem to recall Mr. Allen telling me much the same thing. I took an empty chair, and Lineria narrowed her eyes. Hey, Princess Wolf-Lover the Saint, or are you an angel today? A devil, maybe? Anyway, don't get too full of yourself. I might be mild-mannered, but even I have my limits. That was all it took. That mere hint of a threat filled the air with falling flower petals and left me paralyzed and covered in goosebumps. Mr. Allen had told me that he'd faced down this witch, and even sparred with her in the land, beyond the black gate at the bottom of the Four Heroes Sea. But I shuddered to think about it. Karina added a large splash of milk to her cup, utterly unfazed and smiling. Goodness, are you certain you want to take that tone with me? Really certain? What's that weird smirk for? Threats won't get you anywhere with me, Lineria snapped, and fiery plumes started to dominate the very space we sat in. Oh, oh dear. While I shrank, the blonde princess grinned from ear to ear. Stella, would you ask Alan to lend the witch's journal too? A chair toppled with a clatter. Lineria's air of menace evaporated. Suspiciously flustered, she pointed her left index finger at Karina and shouted, "Why you no good princess? How why do you know about my J-journal? Anko told me." What? Oh, when I get my hands on that night cat. Do they both know Anko? That cat really is full of surprises. Feeling just a little more relaxed, I ventured to address the mighty sorceresses, who were pitting tiny plumes of fire and light against each other in a display of breathtaking skill. Excuse me. Yes, what? On the verge of being cowed, I mustered my courage and asked, why bring me here? For some purpose, I suppose. A wind sprang up and set my hair waving. First, I must apologize, Stella. Karina clasped my hand in both of hers, eyes dewy with tears. I'm so sorry. What we have to say will be hard on you, and we can't even explain why. We're already bending a number of rules just by being here. Lineria crossed her arms and fixed me with a piercing stare. Still, there was sorrow in her eyes. I hate beating around the bush, so I'll just get it over with. Stella Howard, you? I slowly opened my eyes to the sound of a cat yowling in the distance. Anko, I sat up, and all at once I was awake. Lydia was still sleeping quietly on the bed before me. Now and then she lit up with purifying magic. Must have dozed off, and, scrambling to rise from the sofa, I noticed something that hadn't been there when I was last awake. Who put this blanket on me? I looked down at the side table and saw the veil I thought I'd been wearing, an unbroken pocket watch, and a folded slip of paper. I took the latter and opened it with trembling hands to find an intricate new purification spell and a message. I cobbled together a new formula. Stella, look after Lydia for me. How did he find the time? I dug my fingers into the blanket. Tears blurred my vision. I recalled Lineria's and Karina's words, and a storm raged through me. Stella Howard, you must not take part in the battle that's about to begin. You have a duty to perform in the royal capital. I know it's hard, but bear it. I'm certain they're right. Mr. Allen would put Lydia's treatment first too, but I swore I'd be his shield. I was drying my eyes when the door opened quietly and Princess Cheryl Wainwright entered with the white wolf chiffon, Atra, and Leah. She wore a white sweater and a long skirt. Perhaps she had dressed for ease of movement. Stella, it's time to change shifts. She paused. What's wrong? Oh, Cheryl, Mr. Allen left this. Avoiding her question, I held out the paper. Atra and Leah dashed over and hugged my legs in a show of concern. Thank you both. While I petted the children's heads, Cheryl heaved a drawn-out sigh. Oh, honestly, it's better than right after Zelbert Regnier passed, since he's at least reaching out for help this time, but I do wish he'd let us see his face once in a while. Despite her annoyance, I heard no panic in her tone, and she started testing the new purification spell on the air. Perhaps that spoke to the length of her acquaintance with Mr. Allen. Atra and Leah let their ears and tails droop. Allen not well. Allen looked like he hurt. Cheryl and I frowned, so he was taking on more than he could bear. Unable to stomach anymore, I levitated the children and hugged them close, just as a maid poked her head of long scarlet hair through the doorway. Never you fear. I gave him a good talking to, she announced. If you push yourself till you collapse, I said, you owe me 10 times the shopping dates and 10 maid uniforms. And as soon as Lady Lydia gets better, you're taking us all to a hot spring resort whether you like it or not. Oh, well, that's a rely. Wait just a minute. Not so fast, Lily. I left the children in the care of Chiffon, who had curled up on the hearth, and joined Cheryl in rounding on the maid. I had an objection to lodge. Lily, when did you see Mr. Allen? I demanded. Don't waste our time. Confess, added Cheryl. Eve and I haven't seen him once since he brought Lydia here. The maid, however, darted nimbly out of our reach and set a pitcher of water on the side table. That's an secret, she lilted, holding a finger to her lips and winking. By the way, I already have a destination in mind. It's right near where I grew up. What? Cheryl and I gasped in unison. A Hot Spring visit with Mr. Allen. And in Underduke Leinster's domain. Wouldn't that give her a pretext to introduce him to her parents? And there came a light knock at the door. We all turned to find the Leinster's head maid, Anna, smiling at us. I thought she was in the north. My ladies, please keep your voices down, she commanded, inky tendrils of manna rustling her chestnut hair. With a sheepish, of course, we ducked our heads and parted to either side. Anna walked straight ahead and peered down at the sleeper with the short scarlet hair. Oh, Lady Lydia, please, please forgive me. If only you'd had your Anna with you, this would never have. How will I ever make amends to my mistress? Her words trailed off into silent tears. We couldn't bring ourselves to so much as call out to her. Anna had watched over Lydia since infancy. The children stopped cuddling Chiffon to place their trembling hands on her. Anna, we here for you. Miss Atra, Miss Leah, the head maid sobbed. I truly appreciate it. Cheryl gave Lily and me a nudge with her eyes, so we went out into the corridor. The city outside the windows appeared shrouded in gloom, for all that it was daytime. It looked as though it might snow at any moment. Stella, I know Tina and Ellie must be waiting for you, Cheryl said. Leave Lydia to me. But share whatever you learn with us later. Now then, I'm certain Allen will have brought some sort of treat, so I'd better go fetch it. The ever-dependable princess patted me on the shoulder and strode off. Anxiety and dissatisfaction still weighed on me, but I couldn't afford to mistake my priorities. Cheryl will make a fine queen. I gave a great yawn, and Lily covered her mouth as well. I think I'll catch a few winks myself to get ready for my shift tonight, she said. Sleep well, I replied. Thank you for earlier. Whatever do you mean? I didn't do a thing. If you say so. The maid had sensed the dark mood about to overtake me and stepped in to prevent it. Mr. Allen put his trust in her for a good reason, although that didn't stop my feeling jealous. Lily started off down the long corridor, then halted. She looked back at me over her shoulder. Lady Stella, if Allen tries to fix everything himself, we'll stop him altogether. My words hung in the air for a moment. Then, of course. Lily really did leave this time, looking relieved. I watched her go and ran my fingers over a window pane. If Karina and Linaria's prediction holds true, I might die. That's fine as far as it goes. If I can't fight at Mr. Allen's side, I'll just make the royal capital my battlefield. But what if I can't save Lydia? I murmured a prayer to the great tree's hazy silhouette. "Mother, please, lend me courage." It was lunchtime, yet the cafe with the sky-blue roof was far from crowded. All the major schools, including the Royal Academy, had closed in the wake of the attack on the palace, and their students had raced to return home. I only hoped that classes would be able to resume soon. I nodded to the owner, who stood polishing cups behind the counter, and the waitress, whom I'd come to know by sight, and looked around. Had Tina and Ellie already arrived? "Stella, over here." Lady Stella. They had, dressed in their academy uniforms, and they spotted me at once. Lena, wearing a cape over a white dress, added a gruff "Here already, are you?" and waved from a seat near the back. Setting aside the great elemental frowning over a menu in a leather cover, Tina and Ellie looked cheerful. Their work at the sealed archive must have been going smoothly. Relieved, I approached their table and slipped off my school cloak. "You must be tired from all that hard work. Ellie, I hope Tina hasn't been making life harder for you." "Excuse me?" My sister's hair shot to attention, and she puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. She made the most adorable faces. Ellie panicked, dropped her menu, clenched her fists, and said, "Oh, feel so much better now that I have Lady Tina with me." Tina visibly perked up and swelled with pride. "Of course you do. Did you hear that, Stella? I wish you'd stop living in the past. Even Mr. Allen wrote that he's counting on me." I sat across from her, chuckling with growing delight. How silly of me. "I've learned," Lena said, thumbing through her menu. "You mortals call girls like her suckers, do you not?" "Lena, I merely spoke the truth." Tina started squabbling with the great elemental despite the table between them. How well they got along. I watched them as I took off my school beret, and Ellie started to fidget. Realize you must be busy, but her voice dwindled. "I'd like you to come join us." I knew it. She's more angelic than I'll ever be. I hung my beret on my chair and nodded to Ellie. "My next purifying shift isn't till tonight. I'll come look in on you once we finish our tea." Thanks so much." My other sister swayed from side to side, giggling just like when we were little. I felt my nervous tension dissolving into the peace around me. Maybe I've gotten more worn down than even I realized. I took a spare menu, cast a spell of silence, and said, "I've heard you found a way to open the archive, but which column are you on now?" "We've cleared fire, water, earth, and wind," said Tina. "Only the roots, branches, and leftover brambles are all tangled up around the last three, and we haven't been able to check the elemental marks on them," Ellie continued. "We have the professor's students and knights of the Royal Guard working to clear them for us. We plan to pitch in too, but Soy told us resting is part of the job." "I see," I murmured. It sounded as though Soy Zollnhofen, who had passed an interview with Mr. Allen and Lydia to earn her place studying under one of the kingdom's foremost sorcerers, had taken a liking to Ellie. I would have to thank her later. And Ellie raised her hand slightly and lowered her voice. "And one of Mr. Allen's birdies came to tell us his plans. He's at the Royal Academy now, debating what to do next with Father, Duke Liam, and the headmaster. Tomorrow, he'll meet with Else of the Skyhawk Company and Marchesa Carlotta Carnian at the company building. And then—" My sister faltered, looking conflicted. Ellie also seemed concerned. "So the time has come at last. He's going to decipher Mother's journal, I suppose," I said, paging through the menu. Two subdued voices answered, "Yes." Tina's and my mother, Rosa, had traveled the west of the continent with the great Demisprite sorceress Shies, Floral Heaven Glenbacid, and Second Apostle Io, Black Blossom Lockfield, who had fallen in the imperial capital. What on earth had she written? "Have either of you seen Mr. Allen?" I asked, making up my mind about what tea and tart to order. "No, only his notes," Tina said. "Me neither," added Ellie. "Oh," I sighed. I hadn't managed to see Mr. Allen since I'd woken up. My unease grew unabated. While we all fell silent, our little companion twitched the white feathers in her long azure hair and said, "I've seen him. Atra and Leah have as well." I stared at Lena, covering my mouth in shock. When did this happen? Needless to say, he was in a tremendous hurry. The great elemental set down her menu and squinted. That wolf cub has such a kind heart. I find it hard to believe he's a key. He finds his loved ones suffering harder to bear than his own. And yet, her seasoned gaze, out of step with her childish appearance, bored into us. It held bitterness and awe. You must have become painfully aware of it yourselves. He dreadfully underestimates what the consequences would be were he to fall. If the Lady of Fire had not taken this curse on herself, everything might have ended then and there, assuming that neither the hero nor the Dark Lord broke the star oath to intervene. Either way, the planet itself would have suffered quite a shock. But as I see it, the false saint's one and only goal was to put the key to sleep until it was all over. Not that I imagine the fellow who called himself Alan, the shooting star, knew that. No one could have foreseen it. My sisters gaped at Lena's surmise. Why, you mean the false saint and the puppet master. Want different things. I felt a vice close around my heart. Then only one of us realized what the false saint was after and prepared for the worst. Lena picked up a glass of ice water and closed her eyes. Maybe the Leinster girl did guess what she was up to. She deserves our praise. Alan might be nothing like the keys I know, but he is the last key. So long as he remains on the board, there's still a chance of an upset. That, along with failing to set Lady Lothringen against the Empire, is probably among the few wrong moves the false saint has made. Allowing Alan to become acquainted with the Dark Lord might be another. Tina and Ellie seemed to realize something and half rose from their seats, Mana shaking their platinum and blonde hair. I didn't want to believe it, but it was a possible future. Lena, don't tell me. Is Mr. Allen going to settle things with the church alone? The child shot me a glance. Does she know about Karina and Lineria? I nodded, and Lena waved her left hand. No, surely he won't go off the rails so blatantly. But remember what I just told you about what sort of wolf he is. Even I can make no promises. We all stared silently at the grain of the well-used wooden table. Mr. Allen is too kind, and so he won't hesitate to sacrifice himself, especially not this time, with Lydia's life hanging in the balance. I drew in a breath and patted my little sisters on the head. We'll all support him together. Karen and Lynn will finish their work before much longer, and the professor's students will return from Eustinia, even if he can't make it himself. Now is the time to dig our heels in and hold strong. All right? Tina's and Ellie's anxious eyes blazed with renewed determination. It'll be all right. Even if I can't leave the city, I know I can count on them. I rested a hand on the child's head and winked. You'll help too, won't you, Lena? I cannot have him dying on me till he keeps his word, she answered gruffly. Beside which, it would sadden Atra, Leah, and Marine Crocodile in the City of Water. Thank you. I think I can see why Mother passed her down to Tina. I summoned the waitress with a look and lifted my spell of silence. Now, let's place our order. Oh, yes, my sisters chorused. I desire a cheese tart, said the azure-haired child, and a happy babble began. I touched my sea-green griffin feather and gazed out the window, seized by an inexplicable certainty that such moments of peace would soon be lost to us. If your holiness will excuse us, we will be on our way. We promise to return soon. The voices of two girls, one with black hair, the other with white, echoed in the nighttime darkness of the cathedral at the core of the offices of the Holy See, the heart of the Church of the Holy Spirit, located in the pontiff's domain east of the kingdom. They were Viola Cockino, attendant to the false saint, Iria Ashhart, and third apostle Levi Atlas, one of the few survivors of the experiments to recreate the Dark Lord. I couldn't see their faces under their hoods, but they didn't sound happy. Well, I could see where they were coming from. They couldn't grasp why their boss would send her bodyguards away with the decisive battle looming on the horizon. As for me, Zelbert Regnier, cursed to fill in as fourth apostle despite my honorable death. I leaned against a stone column, fingering my sheathed dagger while I watched events play out. Now, how would the one on the receiving end of all this bowing and scraping respond? The false saint knelt, white hair spilling from under the hood of her pristine white robe, and took her loyal servants by the hands. Viola, Levi, please don't scowl so. This is an absolute necessity. Now that unforeseen circumstances have made martyrs of Aster and Io, and placed the bibliophage's forbidden tomes beyond our reach, we must discover an alternate strategy in case the worst should happen. Shuka can track dragons, but she cannot fight. Please look after her. A tense silence. Then, your will be done. Viola and Levi bowed low and departed, carrying Kakoku, a masterpiece of the extinct Grand Ducal House of Kakano, and an imitation stellar spear. They were set to guard the Apostle Cadet Shuka, probably the last survivor of the 8th dragon creationists, who had dreamed of making their own dragon, and whom I'd helped Alan, Lydia Leinster, and Cheryl Wainwright crush back when I was still alive. She was also a girl haunted by something she valued more than her own life. Whatever this is about, I'll bet it's nothing good. Still, way to chip away at your own fighting force when your goal's in sight. I glanced around. A vampire in a black hat and dress. The legendary Crescent Moon's twin sister, whose existence had probably been kept hush-hush while they were alive, sat in what was left of a pew, absorbed in an old book. Another figure in a hooded white robe, both sage and shooting star, stood beside a column on the other side of the cathedral. You sure about this? I said. The info's probably good, considering the Lunar Key creationists split off from the 8th dragon creationists. But that doesn't make it a good idea to send Viola and Levi to the 13 free cities, chasing a sleeping dragon, and scattered papers on those experiments to make a new Dark Lord. You already dispatched Isolde and Edith to the knightdom of the Holy Spirit, and I set out tonight. There'll be no one left to guard this place. And you haven't finished locating the final altar yet, have you? The vampire's fingers stopped turning pages. The man didn't react. That won't be a problem. The false saint stood, dusted off her knees, and curled her lips. The great Tatiana Wainwright slew numerous fallen gods and fallen dragons, coming nearer the abyss than any other mortal. Now we have the blue rose sword she carried through it all, a blade with few equals even in the age of gods. We may have lost North Star, but we retain our advantage, especially now that Heaven's Sage seems poised to move against the Dark Lord. If you say so. I could have said a whole lot more, and I had a whole heap of questions, but none of that meant much to me now, as long as the decisive battle brought me a no-holds-barred fight with him. The one and only best friend I'd made since becoming an Avenger 200 years ago, not to mention the last key. Nothing else mattered. So what if the fate of the planet hung in the balance? Tell me, Ragnir, how is our sacrifice coming along? The vampires asked. I've tried everything I could think of, but, well, I tapped the floor with my foot. A bestial wail rumbled from below. My conclusion hasn't changed. The thing that used to be Gerard Wainwright has exceeded his limits. I adjusted my spectacles, feeling all eyes focus on me. I shouldn't have to remind you that we stuffed him full of the vestiges of resurrection, radiant shield, falling star, blaze of ruin, and watery grave. Plus some dragon bones to make up for great spells we don't have, and a bit of the stinging sea's blood, as a way to make more of it. I would have liked to inscribe him with Quake Array 2, but the cult of the Great Moon did a damn good job hiding it. We won't find it in the time we have left. He'll fall apart on his own if we don't sacrifice him on the final altar soon. He did have talent as a container, the vampire sighed, lowering the brim of her hat. She sounded like she mourned him. I should have a good idea of its location soon, the false saint said dryly. It hasn't made my task easy, since it keeps moving. Still, I'll manage to pin it down before the Wainwright Kingdom makes up its mind to settle things with blood and overwhelming force, and send its armies to crush the East. If that happens, we'll have a second age of strife on our hands. People will die by the hundreds of thousands, no, by the millions and tens of millions. They'll drop like flies. And she predicts it like it's nothing. Alan, buddy, you're playing this game against one hell of a monster. She's way worse news than the dragon, devil, and vampire we fought back in our Royal Academy days. Understood, I said. Offer up the sacrifice. The tall man, Glenn Wainwright, founder of the Church of the Holy Spirit, broke his silence and pressed his left hand to his chest. You'd think he was confessing his sins. Beckon the divine, bring the age of mortals to an end, and let the planet be reborn. We inclined our heads in agreement, or at least a show of it. So, what's your big plan? I asked carelessly once the poor vampires, who'd been made to think she was her own sister and puppeteered even in death, and the man who'd lost his powers as a key had left. Gerard might have worked for the seventh altar, but he'll never satisfy the final one, especially not if the living gate at the core of it really is the least of the Star Eaters. Those things devoured God's whole. They're beyond mortal understanding. You've used it once already, even if you didn't go all the way, so you have to know that. The plan was to make up the difference with both the bibliophage's tomes, plus the magic hidden in dialogues on the Apocrypha of the Great Moon, if that didn't cut it, remember. And why did you weaken your hold on Alicia's memories now? That's what makes you my favorite. The false saint, or rather, the artificial false goddess, let out a revoltingly smug laugh and turned a pirouette. Her hands clasped the old pendant hanging from her neck, while excitement turned her golden eyes crimson. I meant to make my Alan take a little nap. He's so very kind-hearted. He doesn't belong on a nasty, gruesome battlefield. Don't you think so too? Silently, I recalled an earlier order. I'd like you to do me a favor. When you retrieve the Blue Rose sword, bury my pendant in the center of the sanctuary. That's all I need to make my wish come true. I hadn't been able to make heads or tails of it at the time. I guessed it would be fair to say she had been beyond my understanding. How could I have known she would use the man who had saved her young life and elevated her to sainthood as a decoy so cold-bloodedly, even if it did bring her closer to her heart's desire? The false saint flicked her left wrist, and a tremendous force swept through the cathedral, petrifying and then pulverizing all the wreckage in its path. A serpentine spell formula slithered across her right cheek. I couldn't guess what the great elemental stone serpent was thinking, but it was giving immense power to this girl-turned-false goddess, whose only earthly attachment was to Alan. But my wish never reached him, she said. Lydia Leinster got in the way of Stone Serpent's blade. Oh, how I loathe her. She could barely even walk without him. Something enormous raged in the depths of the girl's shadow, opening fissures in the floor and walls and cracking the stained glass. The Black Dragon, one of the planet's 7 guardians after the death of the gods, had nearly leveled the Wainwright kingdom to prevent a man-made dragon from coming into being. And she had bent it to her will. Are you trying to give a dead man nightmares? Leaving me to stew in my bitterness, the false saint blushed and looked imploringly up at the full moon. I know he'll come, even if every single person in the kingdom objects and leaves him to go it all alone. He'll gamble on the last ray of hope to save the girl who shielded him from her deep, deep sleep. Yeah, I'll bet he will. My best buddy, the new shooting star, never forgot a debt. Lydia Leinster had grown up being called a cursed child. In her eyes, Alan of the Eastern Capital Wolf clan was the lone star she'd found in the darkness. But Alan saw the noblewoman as a benefactor who had deigned to treat a houseless Wolf clan adoptee as an equal. Come on, I said. Even he knows better than to charge in here on his own. The girl laughed. You do like saying things you don't believe. He will come. After all. She conjured a spear of glossy black stone in her left hand and thrust it into her shadow. The black dragon's screech echoed through the cathedral, then subsided. A matchless barrier kept any hint of its voice from reaching the world outside. When she had driven at least a dozen spears home and silenced her captive, the false saint hugged her own delicate frame and murmured in love-struck ecstasy. After all, he's Alan of the Wolf clan, the boy my sister and I lost our hearts to. You wouldn't know it to look at me, but I'd survived my share of deadly battlefields before I died, and even more after I ended up like this. I'd crossed blades with the likes of dragons, devils, and vampires, along with the stinging sea and other colossal monsters that had survived since the Age of Gods. I like to think that it took a lot to startle me, but the girl spouting a jumbled-up mess of her late sisters and her own feelings for Alan in front of me without a hint of shame. Who had bent me to her will just to show me to Alan and make him think of her? She filled me with heartfelt terror. What the hell is she planning to get at the end of all this? Edith is always preaching about restoring the true resurrection, but I doubt she's ever even considered it. I mean, the great spell resurrection. Ha, that's a good one. Mortals don't come back to life. Only the real saint could manage even a minor miracle, and she turned down a spot as one of the 8 champions of legend. That's one of those truths that didn't make it into the history books. Tail wagging happily, the girl started counting on her fingers. The cult of the Great Moon hid Quake array who knows where. The Hero and the Dark Lord keep Thunderbolt and Dividing Wind, respectively. Then there's Resurrection, the phony great spell Glenn dreamed up and took ever so much care to pass off my curses as. The stand-in prime apostle, Aster Etherfield, hadn't realized that the man and the false saint had him under their thumb, or even that he had died a whole century ago in the Southern Isles. But he had schemed to acquire the great spells of 6 Grand Ducal houses and use them to bring down the Hero and the Dark Lord. Still, hadn't it ever struck him as unnatural that resurrection affected only individual targets, when the other great spells did so much more? Legend had it that the great Tatiana Wainwright, the Star Eater Slayer, had first proposed creating the great spells to the 8 Grand Ducal houses, and the word in the underworld was that she'd do whatever it took to get what she wanted. I guess you can't expect a puppet to think for himself. You know that we can't hope to fully activate the final altar without at least 4 more great spells worth of power, the Fox Clan girl said. Even my teacher would die in the attempt. Yet we haven't the time to pick fights with the Hero and the Dark Lord and win. Lydia Leinster will die before then, and my Alan will pay us a visit before that happens. She touched her index finger to her chin and cocked her head in a gleeful simulation of bafflement. How I wish this were a nightmare, I couldn't help thinking, even though I'd taken her little hand of my own will. She conjured another stone spear in her left hand and made it disappear. The floor shook, and the shrieks of the thing that had been Gerard welled up from underground. But, as you say, the pile of refuse has reached his limit, she continued. Although he did insult my Alan, so I still insist he suffer until the moment just before he loses all sense of himself as a person. Oh, and naturally, you're the only one who knows that resurrection is a curse, apart from Glenn, my teacher, and me. So let's be good friends. What do you say, partner in crime? Like I told you, I said slowly, time's running out. The girl's eyes had darkened to jet black the moment she'd mentioned Gerard. I took off my spectacles, tormented by the sense that I'd seen something I shouldn't have. Damn it. How I miss my sunny student days now. This is too much, even to punish a fool who wished for a showdown with his best friend. Never fear. The girl's lips curled upward, revealing her canines. I have something in mind. Let me see those. Hey. I felt my spectacles being snatched out of my hands. The false saint took a few steps, put them on, and muttered, "It sure is hard to see in these." She then turned to face me. Fear of twin heavens led to the creation of the 8 great spells. Whoever put forward that excuse to hide what they were really after must have had quite a head on their shoulders. I mean, even the church's oh-so-brilliant founder honestly believes it. A moment later, she appeared right beside me, and a chill ran down my spine. How did she move? Short-range teleportation, so fast I couldn't even see the spell formula. No, it seemed more like she crossed from shadow to shadow. She took off my spectacles and handed them back to me with a "Here you go." then continued in a sing-song. We've 4 spells too few. Oh, whatever shall we do? I scratched my head, then threw up my hands. I'm pretty sure the illustrious founders got a plan to eat Alan and use his powers as a key to top off the sacrifice. Don't ask me if it could ever work, though. The false saint was on me in an instant, giggling as she floated off the ground and stroked my cheek. Like it or not, I had to recognize that I didn't have the power of life and death in this situation. My Lord Baron Zelbert Regnier, a man of your erudition, must know that, whatever the sage was, Alan the Shooting Star was indisputably the stuff legends are made of. I often read picture books about him when I was little. He was so very heroic that, during the War of the Dark Lord, he not only suffered betrayal at the hands of those he'd fought to protect, but also watched a girl he'd once risked his life to save be horribly murdered at Blood River. It proved so much more than he could bear that his mind more or less broke. I said nothing. Only a handful of the elders of the long-lived races out west knew that taboo story. You mean the rumors I picked up back then were true? People also said a white sea-green griffin escaped the battlefield with a girl and survived, so a lot didn't add up. The false saint, Iria Ashhart, whispered in my ear, and his legend came to a tragic end. Again, she vanished, only to reappear under the stained glass at the far end of the cathedral. She reached out a hand to the full moon and clenched it into a fist. I have faith in him, especially in the final battle. He will lose to my Alan, though. Have it your way, I managed after a moment. As long as I get to fight him, it's fine by me. I've had it with this back and forth. Oh, I'm sick to death of it. But I can't help longing to test my mettle against a man who might become the finest sorcerer in the history of the kingdom. No, the finest born since gods walked the earth. Sorry, Clay, there's no hope left for me. While I mentally apologized to my late sister, not by blood, since we'd also been engaged, the wards of detection that surrounded the entire holy city gave a barely perceptible tingle. It was some impressive stealth. I never would have managed to pick it out at this range if I hadn't learned barrier magic straight from Alan. The false saint noticed at almost the same time. Whether thanks to the great elemental's power or the black dragon's, I couldn't say, and pressed her hands together. Why, our visitors are back, although I doubt they'll call on us tonight. No, I said slowly. Those old campaigners really ought to learn when to give up. There were 3 intruders. I recognized the old Cat Clan martial arts master and the Eastern Tidrina sorceress who'd given me the slip the other day. The last one I didn't know, but they knew their business. The Algren kid couldn't be. Maybe this is all according to your plan, I said, turning on my heel, but I'm sick and tired of playing hide-and-seek. I'll take care of them for good. That a problem? I didn't get an answer right away. I heard little hands clap, and then, Zell. The girl called to me the way Alan always did. I froze in spite of myself, hand on the dagger that was a memento of my sister. In the moonlight, I saw Iria Ashhart's look of ecstasy become a sneer. This will be the last time, anyway. I'll greet them myself. Kindly set out for the eastern capital as planned. I'll let Glenn know. Alan may come to kill me all the sooner that way. Chapter 3. The Royal University was among the most prestigious schools in the west of the continent, but its main building, Dragon Fang Tower, was nearly deserted. Many schools had been forced into recess due to the church's repeated attacks on the city, and the university was no exception. Which means no one is watching. I, Tito Tidrina, told myself as I climbed the spiral staircase that pierced the white-roofed research wing. Touching the brim of my witch hat, I broke the rules by casting a wind spell. Magically strengthening myself at the same time, I kicked off the railing and launched myself toward the upper floors. It was already past the meeting time. Still, I'd sent out a summons to the whole lab, except for the newest students, so I had to make an effort. I bet Soy will grumble, for one thing. And really, the professor is impossible. First, he writes to me from the imperial capital out of the blue. Then he sets me that ridiculous problem. And Yen still hasn't come back to the city. Which reminds me, I'd better write to Val and Vil, since they got stuck staying in the Empire. My thoughts rambled on, and before I knew it, I'd reached the upper floors where the lab was located. I let out a little breath and realized I could hear voices from within. I straightened my robe, which was modeled on Alan's. We'd each gotten one as a sign of respect. That should do it. I opened the wooden door and stepped inside. A tall boy in formal wear, Gil Algren, lounged on a couch. He must have been worn out. Even his light blonde hair had lost its luster, and the pale violet lock at the front hung limp. The girl with her back against a column, wearing an orange cloth hat over deep reddish-brown hair that reached to her shoulders, was Soy Zollnhofen. Unlike Gil, she looked to be in high spirits. Her time spent helping Ellie Walker probably accounted for that. My live-in boyfriend, Yen Checker, should have been here, but he was off campaigning on the Eastern Front. Getting our whole cohort together was harder than it seemed. Even Anko, the black cat familiar, was absent. I closed the door and turned to my underclassmen. I see you're all here. Susa, Yuri, you must be tired after your non-stop trip from the imperial capital. Utterly exhausted. A demisprite girl with mingled black and white hair and translucent wings pouted from her seat on a bookcase, turning a floral beret in her hands. Susa Glenbassid was every bit our equal in magical ability. But she was also temperamental and listened only to Alan, Lydia, and Anko as a general rule. Val and Vil sulked like you wouldn't believe. A younger boy with plain spectacles and light brown hair grinned ruefully from the kitchenette, where he was making tea. A hard worker from an orphanage in the southern capital, the studious Yuri adored Alan. I'm guessing the professor told the Auka siblings to stay behind because they adore Alan too much. Now, to business. I raised the brim of my witch hat. We need to discuss the secret orders from the professor that arrived this morn. Before I could finish speaking, a cat-shaped cushion struck me full in the face and dropped to the floor. It didn't hurt. Unnecessarily precise spell control had lightened the blow. However, I still wasn't happy about it. Where do you get off trying to act like you didn't just waltz in late Tito? You should have opened with, I'm so very sorry I'm late. Let me buy everyone in the lab and at the archive pastries from the cafe with the sky blue roof to make it up to you. And you know it, a smirking Soy demanded, true to form. And since when were wind spells allowed in the tower? The nerve of her. But I was late, so I can't deny she has me at a disadvantage today. What's my best move? Following a moment of silent reflection, I picked up the cushion and hurled it at the heartless son of a duke watching from the couch. Don't ambush me like that, Soy. I came here from the Grand Arsenal as fast as I could, and I have a laundry list of things to go over with the headmaster at the Royal Academy after this. If you have complaints, feel free to take them straight to Alan, always assuming you have the courage, of course. WHYU? My arrogant classmate flinched for everyone to see. For all her tough girl act, she was meek and sober at heart, and she owed Alan her life. As far as she was concerned, his word was law. Then again, the same went for me. I guess we all have less time than you'd think, what with all the work Alan's been heaping on us, Gil said. I'm off to the palace after this, if you can believe it. Straight from the front lines to the political stage. Man, does it get me down. He let out a deep, weary sigh and tossed the cushion from the couch to the bookshelf. I guessed he'd be meeting with the kingdom's leaders, His Royal Majesty included. How rough you have it, acting Duke Gil Algren. Well, hop to it. The demisprite girl grinned wickedly. Nothing tasted sweeter than a misfortune that fell on someone else, especially when that someone was your upperclassman. Gil took 2 sheets of notepaper from his pocket. Susa, Yuri, Alan left these for you. Susa blinked. Word from my liege? You mean he even wrote to me? Yuri asked as they both scrambled to Gil's side. Our underclassmen could be downright adorable in moments like this. Susa impatiently scanned her paper, stiffened, and landed in a nearby chair mumbling, I don't. No sooner had Soy peered over her shoulder than the tall girl grinned wolfishly, jammed the distinctive Demisprite beret onto our underclassman's head, and gave it a pat. Well, well, remove the roots and branches shielding the stone columns at the sealed archive with all possible haste, Soy chuckled. Now that's our Alan. Hop to it, Susa Glenbassid. Oh, and don't make work for my angel Ellie, or I'll give you something to cry about. Susa ground her teeth. This is the welcome I get after the grueling trip back here. How mean my liege is. He must loathe. What's this? Oh, Soy. Huh, WH, what's that cutesy voice for? You're creepin' me out. My classmate recoiled as Susa thrust another sheet of paper in her face. Curious, Gil and I read it as well. P.S. Ask Soy for help with anything you don't understand or find too challenging. She'll know what to do. Yup, that has Alan written all over it. Susa spread her wings and shot up to the ceiling in a burst of mocking laughter. I have all the justification I could need. You might have thought you were busy, but what say I really set you to work, Lady Soy Zolnhofen? Susa, you little. Soy seemed to shrink as the upper hand slipped from her grasp. Of course, knowing Alan, he would have told Ellie to rely on her, and Susa equally. While the two of them fooled around, Yuri gasped, Huh, he wants me at Allen and Co., blushing and toying with his light brown bangs. It wasn't every day he showed that kind of emotion. So he'll be helping around the office. That's another tough job. I filled my favorite mug from a teapot painted with little red birds and sank into an antique wooden chair. Okay, your attention please, and stop playing around for once. Everyone looked at me and turned serious. Under Alan and Lydia, our lab got involved in more excitement than most, but a general summons was a rarity even for us. In short, we had an emergency on our hands. This morning, I received secret orders addressed to me by the professor, who requisitioned a military griffin to carry them from the capital of the Justinian Empire. They include a strict injunction against mentioning them to Alan. Do you all appreciate what that means? Yeah, Gil sighed. It means trouble. Big trouble, added Soy, equally unruffled. Susa pulled a face and groaned, while Yuri murmured, so that's why he kept Val and Vil behind. I sipped my tea. It tasted a little on the bitter side. He wrote, if Alan attempts to solve the problem of the church by acting on his own, I want you to do everything in your power to stop him. Gil, be frank. What do you make of our chances? A moment of silence enfolded the room. Based on my experience fighting Alan in the Eastern capital, the acting duke said flatly, conjuring electricity to arc between his fingers, if we attack him head-on and hold nothing back, we stand about as much chance as we would fighting Lydia at close quarters when she's allowed to use Firebird. More silence, meaning we stand almost no chance at all. We'll have to gamble on some kind of trick. I'd sparred with Alan any number of times since coming to the university, but I couldn't recall ever beating him. His control of magic was simply unreal. I always knew I was the only normal person here. Yuri carefully folded and put away his paper. Gil, he said anxiously, how is Lydia? Princess Cheryl and Lady Lily Leinster, plus Lady Stella Howard, now she's up and about, are purifying her in shifts day and night. That's keeping her stable, or so I hear. And guess who made the purification spell? Who else but our Alan? Palace gossip has it the court sorcerers got one look at the formula and fainted dead away. I felt a pang in my chest. Lydia hadn't woken up since she'd taken a blow for Alan in the sanctified ruins of the old cathedral, although I didn't know who had struck it or how. They said her life had been in real danger. Hey, Tito. Yes, Soy. My classmate had her arms around Susa, who had come down from the ceiling, but she looked deadly serious. Has Alan, well, has he had a decent night's sleep since Lydia got stabbed? I hesitated. Every one of the thorny problems he was juggling would have made any normal person throw in the towel long ago. As if smoothing the way to peace between the Justinian Empire and the Lalinois Republic, after a century of war, wasn't a tall enough order. Now, he was supposed to negotiate a formal peace between humans and demonfolk as well. He seemed to be taking time off from tutoring, at least, but he was still devising new spells for his pupils and handing them out practically daily. Don't tell me he's seriously preparing to go it alone. I know he's giving us a lot of reasons to worry about him, I said, speaking rapidly despite my doubts. But he stopped putting himself down as much as he used to, so I believe the professor's fears are unfounded for once. In fact, I'm thoroughly convinced of it. Soy and Sousa stared hard at me. Teet, you must know that hope can be fleeting. What's wrong with a little optimism? The professor should get his butt back here already, Gil grumbled, biting into a bird-shaped cookie. It wouldn't fix everything, but we could offload half of the stress on him. At least, I bet we could. Our mentor was nothing if not impressive, holding his own in what had been an enemy nation mere months ago, and in its capital, no less. Still, I couldn't quite forgive him for making those of us left behind fill his shoes here. Yuri added plenty of milk and sugar to his cup and stirred it with a teaspoon. Mr. Graham, the Abyss Walker, was handling negotiations before the professor took over, and he's stuck in the Lalanoyan capital, so I doubt that will happen any time soon. The disappearance of Lord Arthur Heaven's sword, Lothringen, had the Republic's leaders so panicked that it was obvious even to us. They need an intermediary between them and the Empire. Then again, it seems like Alan's keeping up a correspondence with Lady Elna, Heaven's sage, Lothringen in spite of everything. I couldn't help adding, what did our self-proclaimed, normal, upperclassman think he was doing, exchanging letters with a descendant of the dynasty that had ruled the ancient world? Gil took out a small pocket watch, muttered, "I'd better get going," and drained his teacup. That's probably to do with my house. I don't know how he got it, or how he's still alive, but Gregory turned up on the eastern front out of the blue, with the false saint's mana wavelength captured in an orb. I think Alan shared the info with the Lalanoyans. We all heaved long, deep sighs. Nothing made sense anymore. I would have to make Alan explain it to me once this was all over. Following Gil's example, I finished my tea and set my mug on a side table. That's all I had to tell you. Please get back to your own work. If anything comes up, don't try to fix it all by yourself. Report it by magical creature first thing. And this goes without saying, but don't breathe a word of this to Alan. When Lydia wakes up, we'll all go visit her together. We need a stronger flame. I said stronger. Leinster girl, put your back into it and keep that mana pumping. A dinky little flame like this won't soften Astrop pneumatite enough to dent, let alone forge. Leg Vobble of the Shooting Star, Brigade's giving you permission to cut loose. Now slam a firebird into that orb. The whole of the No. 2 forge rang with the old dwarf's orders. It had been set up near the towering, conical mana furnace at the heart of the grand arsenal, which blazed with dazzling scarlet and violet mana. My name is Lynn. You ought to remember it by now," I shouted, panting with exertion as I funneled mana into a secondary orb 2 sizes smaller than the massive one Karen, and I had helped to prime the other day. Scarlet flames leapt, and the heat reached new heights. I would have been sure to suffer burns if my clothes had left any exposed skin, even though I wasn't wielding a hammer myself. The fire-resistant barrier was proving utterly inadequate. "Oh, so you do have it in you." Chieftain Leg broke into a grin and shifted his massive hammer to a two-handed grip. "Now keep it up. Egon, match my pace." "Very well." High-pitched metallic notes resounded as the old dwarf and a dragonfolk man with magnificent silver hair and horns, Chieftain Egon Io, the battlemaster, brought their great tools crashing down. Yet the ore on the anvil, a treasure of the western long-lived races, continued to resist the barrier-piercing heat and the shock of their blows. I suppose it has changed a little since the first day. I glanced at the giant artisans feeding roots and branches of the great tree into the furnace, and the Demisprite girls working amplifying spells in the flower sage's absence. Then hurled the basic question that had been on my mind. What kind of ore is this, anyway? Huh, didn't anybody say? Chieftain Legge asked, his mind on swinging his hammer. Not even we know much of it, Chieftain Egon answered for him. In the west lies a place called the Valley of Flowers, where the Lion clan dwells. A small quantity of this precious ore is found on the bed of a lake at its heart. It is said that weapons forged from it, sparks flew and mana flashed where hammers met ore, can cleave even dragon scales. But it's a devil to work, Chieftain Legge added, pausing in his labor while the dragonfolk chieftain took over. Without facilities as good as this place, master smiths like us, constant amplification from the Demisprites, and help from someone with at least as much mana as you've got. We could not even begin to shape it, finished Chieftain Egon. A moment later, the heads of both their hammers shattered and fell to the floor, leaving an echo that sounded like a scream. I don't believe it. All right, girl, take a breather. Chieftain Legge raised a log-thick arm in my direction. Egon, time to change hammers. Indeed. I stood in stunned silence. Moving away from the mana furnace, I sank into a metal chair with a white cloth in hand. Fatigue came over me all at once. Perhaps by relaxing, I had allowed it an opening. It was already the third day since the officers of the Shooting Star Brigade had assembled in the Grand Arsenal and set to work. The Astrop pneumatite was proving harder to work than I'd imagined, and to be frank, I was near to losing heart. Was it right that I should stay here, even at my dear brother's insistence, when my dear sister lay gravely wounded? I wiped the sweat from my forehead with the cloth and gazed absent-mindedly at the people laboring, and the massive furnace, which still shone with stunning scarlet and violet mana. I was in a rest area, and so had the benefit of a ward of silence, yet I could still hear the echoing roar of the flames and the metallic crash of hammers. Humans, elves, dwarves, dragonfolk, giants, and other races besides were combining their efforts to operate the Grand Arsenal. Harboring doubts would show a lack of respect for their. I yelped and jumped up in spite of myself as something cold pressed on the back of my neck. My ears caught a familiar voice. Hang in there, Lynn. Honestly, Karen, I protested sullenly over my shoulder. Don't startle me like that. You looked so out of it I couldn't help myself. Want some fruit juice, courtesy of Felicia. It's nice and cold. A Wolf Clan girl with lovely silver-gray hair chuckled, holding out a water bottle. Like me, Karen wore long sleeves and trousers to guard against burns. I do, I said, accepting the bottle despite my annoyance. A cool drink was priceless in a forge. You're so easily bought, Miss Second Place, my mental image of Tina jibed, but I ignored her. She wouldn't get a rise out of me. Karen regarded my inner struggle with a fond look, then leaned against a wall and took a swig from her own bottle. How picturesque. She honestly cuts a dashing figure. The eyes of the Student Council Vice President were on Ando Glenbacid, who was leading her fellow Demisprites to support the hammer-swinging giants with amplifying spells. Difficult though I found it to believe, even with the evidence of my own eyes, their great tools seemed to rebound from the anvil, on which lay the lightning worm dagger. The work to restore the edge it had boasted when the legendary Alan, the shooting star, had wielded it in the War of the Dark Lord, seemed to be an uphill battle as well. Karen set her bottle on a side table and forced a grin. How are things on your end? You can see we've got our work cut out for us. Work is going swimmingly. How I wish I could claim that with a straight face. But it appears my dagger will also be slow going. I spotted Chieftain's Legge and Egon laughing merrily about something while they delivered a series of hammer blows. Karen pressed a white cloth to my cheek, wiping away soot. Lynn, did you know that the worms that lived in the Age of Gods are supposed to have been frightfully tough? And their fangs were the hardest of all. I poured all my mana into the furnace, and the great giant Dormer gang, the mountain hurler, hammered away nonstop. but it's still all we can do to slowly chip away at the millennia of congealed mana that have built up on it. And that's with a special spell Alan came up with to speed us along. Honestly, I'm getting fed up. I can't say we're faring much better. The astropneumatite is so hard you wouldn't believe. I can't begin to guess how many days we'll be at this. The urgency of the situation made me all the more impatient. Yet at the same time, my dear brother had used his own authority to launch this great undertaking, even swaying the king to reopen this arsenal. I couldn't simply walk away. There's only one thing for it: work harder. I poured juice down my throat and asked a question that had been weighing on me. Karen, have you seen my dear brother since coming here? Since starting work at the arsenal, we had been lodging in new quarters built with botanical magic. Naturally, I hadn't seen my dear brother, who could not have been busier. The terrible possibility that the mind behind the church might be Alan, the shooting star, also remained a strict secret from all the brigade's former officers, except Chieftain Chais. And that circumstance no doubt contributed to keeping him away. Yet Karen was highly dependent on my dear brother, albeit not quite so highly as my dear sister, and I wouldn't have been surprised if she'd been seeing him in secret. No, the vice president huffed at last, radiating discontent. My own spirits, however, recovered somewhat. Why, of course you haven't. My dear brother would never play favorites like. His magical birds bring me the latest news morning, noon, and night, and I find notes from him on my desk or by my pillow, but that's all. I wish he'd learn not to take his little sister for granted. Is it me, or did I just hear something I can't afford to overlook? I raised my right hand to my forehead and held out my left. Wait a moment. What for? Karen gave me a puzzled stare. She looks adorable with her eyes all wide like no, this isn't the time. I sprang to my feet and jabbed my left index finger in her direction. Why do you get birds morning, noon, and night? I have to make do with only morning and night. And so did you at first, so no, don't tell me you. Haggled with my dear brother behind my back. My last words became lost in a metallic boom and a roar from the furnace loud enough to penetrate the ward of silence. The lightning worm dagger had unleashed a blinding flash. Shouts and then cheers rose from everyone at work. Evidently, the reforging process had reached its next stage. Karen muttered, "Looks like break time is over," and gave me a light shove on the forehead just as my dear brother would have. Lynn, take a word of warning from your senior. A girl needs to take action. Yes, even in an emergency. How terribly immature of you. I know you're worried about them, B. But is that any way for the vice president of the Royal Academy's Student Council to act, let alone one who bears the exalted house name of Alvern? I'll take that as a compliment, Karen replied. I'm going back to work. We can continue the conversation tonight. She waved and strode off, leaving me fuming. I looked down at a note with my dear brother's schedule on it, then checked the wall clock and sighed. He'll be at the palace now, and then he'll have a meeting with Miss Else and Marchesa Carlotta Carnian. Even his night is fully booked. My voice sank to a murmur. Dear brother, my dear sister wouldn't wish you to work yourself to death. Vague apprehensions reared their heads within me. As far as I could judge from his notes and agenda, he had gone on conducting himself exactly as usual, even after my dear sister's injury. Far too little had changed about him. My past self might have missed the faint sense of wrongness that I felt, but Lynn Leinster had become Alan of the Wolf clan's pupil. Could it be that he plans to settle things with the false saint alone? Right, I slapped my cheeks and left the rest area. I wasn't merely something for my dear brother to protect anymore. None of us were. If he truly intended to bear the whole burden himself, I would do everything in my power to stop him. After all, Chieftain Leg, Chieftain Egon, thank you for waiting. I shouted to banish the stray thought. The dwarf and dragon folk were beating their hammers rhythmically against the ore on the anvil. Good. I wondered where you'd gotten to. Are you ready to resume? Yes, more than ready. I raised my hands over the orb we'd been working with and channeled mana into it. As scarlet flames danced, I shouted loud enough to compete with the bellowing furnace. We'll forge this dagger in record time and make it the finest ever seen. Even my dear brother, Alan the brain of the Lady of the Sword, won't believe his eyes when he sees it. Stella, Tina, over here. Waiting to greet my little sister and me in the secret passage beneath the palace was a young woman in a white dress who kept her radiant golden locks tied back with a blue ribbon. Princess Cheryl Wainwright. Beside the Lady of Light sat Chiffon, with Anko perched on her back. I spotted the princess's personal guard, fully armed and quite imposing, farther down the corridor. "Thank you so much for taking the trouble to meet us here yourself," I said. "And thank you, Chiffon, not to mention Anko," Tina added. The white wolf gave an answering woof, and the black cat familiar swished her tail. I still felt worn out from purification duty, but they did my spirits a world of good. I looked on fondly as my sister, dressed like me in a bright white cloak, giggled and hugged Chiffon. "Don't mention it." Cheryl flicked her left wrist. "It was stifling in the council chamber anyway." "Is it as bad as all that?" I asked slowly. "Yes. My father, the dukes, and the headmaster are all on edge. Duke Leinster in particular." Today's emergency council consisted of the king and 3 dukes, our father, Walter, Liam Leinster, and the recovered Leo Lebufera, as well as acting Duke Gil Algren, Cheryl, and Prince John. With them were Lord Rod the Archmage and head court sorcerer Gerhart Gardner. The flower sage, Chais Glenbassid, represented the chieftains of the long-lived races, being the only one of their number aware of developments concerning Alan, the shooting star. Finally, there was Alan, the brain of the Lady of the Sword. It would be Tina's and my first meeting with him since we'd regained consciousness. I touched the griffin feather secreted in my saintly robe's breast pocket, bearing up against my misgivings. "Aren't Lena, Atra, and Leah with you?" Cheryl asked, stroking Chiffon's head. "They're napping back at the house," said Tina. "We think Mr. Allen asked them to stay. I certainly hear my old classmate's name often enough, considering he won't show his face." The princess rubbed her temples, a grimace distorting her lovely features. Cheryl, it seemed, had seen as little of him as had we. "He still hasn't arrived?" I asked in hushed tones. "Not yet." Cheryl folded her arms in irritation. Unease flickered in the depths of her eyes. Apparently he asked John to find something for him. Something he couldn't get at the Royal Academy, the university, or any other center of learning. He asked, "Prince John?" Tina and I turned to look at each other at almost the same moment and lapsed into ambivalence. The prince may have relinquished his claim to the throne, but the old guard nobility still massed around him. He was the figurehead of those who would look down on and try to exclude a houseless wolf clan foundling like Mr. Allen. Our conflicted feelings must have shown on our faces, because Cheryl sighed and said, "He's making the most of his authority as my inspector, and as an Alvern to drop in and make demands all over the place, with the result that the headmaster and I are swamped with roundabout protests. Now we'd best be on our way. Mr. Allen has hardly ever invoked his own authority before, and yet he will for Lydia. How I envy her, from the bottom of my heart." Even so, I took a deep breath and reached out to my sister, who was still hugging Chiffon and had started shooting out snowflakes while muttering, "Sir, you idiot." "Calm down, Tina. We'll put all our questions to Mr. Allen himself after the council." "How does that sound?" "Fine," came the reluctant reply. A round table stood in the subterranean conference chamber, built centuries ago and more closely guarded than any other part of the palace. Its heavy metal doors swung open, and the last to enter were 2 young men, one blonde, the other with dark brown hair. All eyes turned to them. "Father, I am sorry we're late." Prince John Wainwright gave an exhausted bow. He must have come straight from the search Cheryl had mentioned, because his white suit was still covered in dust. "I beg your Royal Majesty's pardon." Mr. Allen followed him in, dressed as normal. It was my first sight of him in days, which no doubt explained why I couldn't keep my heart from racing. Neither could Tina, on my left, or Cheryl, on my right, if their faint blushes were any indication. Even Chiffon thumped her tail on the floor, while Anko alone slept soundly on the white wolf's back. Mr. Allen nodded to us and took his place in the middle of the round table. "I see we are all here," King Jasper Wainwright intoned from his throne opposite the door. "Allen, I doubt I need remind you that this is an informal gathering. As one who bears the house name of Alvern, you are to speak freely concerning the church's aims and of its founder, who attacked my palace. You need spare no feelings. We will keep no records." "Yes, sire." The tension thickened at once. For all practical purposes, the kingdom's most powerful leaders were assembled in this room, with the exception of the bedridden Duke Guido Algren, the professor who was in the imperial capital, and Duchess Emerita Letitia Lebufera, the Emerald Gale, who was campaigning on the Eastern Front. I doubted whether Tina and I would have been accorded seats if not for Mr. Allen. I don't know if I could even find the courage to speak in his shoes. A shivering Tina whispered, "Estella," and clasped my hand under the table. Meanwhile, Mr. Allen solemnly began. "In the first place, the man Lady Stella Howard, and I fought during the attack on the palace, called himself the founder of the Church of the Holy Spirit and the legendary sage. With the great elementals Tempest, Kingfisher, and Tenebrous Wolf at his beck and call. There is no doubt in my mind that he was Glenn, the Wainwright prince adopted into the grand ducal house of Ashfield. Or rather, a cold shiver ran down my spine, that he was Allen the shooting star, who consumed the sage at Blood River." A quiet stir filled the chamber. The headmaster, who had marched in the War of the Dark Lord, moved not a muscle. Chieftain Chise leaned her diminutive body back in her chair and said bluntly, "Why are you so sure?" "Because of the quirks that permeated his spell formulae," said Mr. Allen. "Prince John, if you would." "All right." The prince rose from his seat near the king and advanced to the middle of the table, where he spread open an old book. Mr. Allen waved his left hand and projected 2 antiquated spell formulae into the air. The stir grew, and Chieftain Chise's eyes widened. "But those are an experimental lightning spell that Allen the Shooting Star formulated before the War of the Dark Lord," said Mr. Allen. "His Royal Highness was kind enough to unearth it from the palace's subterranean archives at my insistence. The other is one of Shooting Star's own spells, which I saw beneath an island in the Four Heroes Sea. It isn't widely known, but beast folk tradition holds that he aspired to teach the study of magic. I found a record to the same effect in an alternative account of the War of the Dark Lord, which my collaborator Niccolo Nitti deciphered for me." "You're right about that," said the great Demisprite sorceress. "I recall hearing so from the man himself," the headmaster added. Mr. Allen told the prince, "Thank you very much. Please resume your seat," and shot me a fleeting glance. "What? Now these are spell formulae used by the man whom Lady Stella and I fought." 3 intricate formulae appeared. "They're much more refined," Tina blurted out, struck by a sudden revelation, "and they're different in a lot of places." "But aren't they fundamentally the same?" I finished for her. To my delight, Mr. Allen gave us an approving look that said, "Precisely." Tina swayed from side to side, equally pleased. My sister and I were simple creatures. "He attempted to take my power to link mana with others, the power of what is called a key," Mr. Allen said sharply, dispelling the formulae with a snap of his fingers. "He claimed to have lost his own at Blood River. We need to reinvestigate what happened at that battle. Whatever transpired, there must have plunged the indomitable Shooting Star into despair. It concerns the death of Alicia, Crescent Moon, Coalheart. I believe we ought to consider summoning the elders of the long-lived races to the royal capital, depending on the results of interviews I've requested. Events have progressed too far to stand on ceremony." The headmaster, Chieftain Chise, and Duke Leo Lebufera, who presided over the long-lived races of the West, All pursed their lips and closed their eyes. The mood in the chamber grew even more oppressive, and I could have sworn that the mana lamps dimmed a fraction. Beckon the divine, end the era of mortkind, and breathe new life into the planet. Mr. Allen recited the words, almost a prayer, that we had heard on the battlefield. But if we're to take that literally, it would mean the end of the mortal age. Mr. Allen lowered his gaze slightly. That is what he told Lady Stella and me. It also appears that he has been controlling the church from the shadows. I cannot say whether the idea comes from the sage or from Shooting Star. But to achieve it, he's looking for the final altar made with the incomprehensible power of the Black Gates, Tina stated, looking straight at my magician. Across the table, our father frowned, and I could see that Duke Leinster and Gil were startled as well. But although the tension had gotten to her earlier, my sister paid no heed to their gazes and continued. Only he ran into a snag when he lost North Star in Shiki. The sword was supposed to act as a guidepost. He took the Blue Rose sword to replace it, relying on brute force and even using himself as a decoy. Mr. Allen cast a tender glance at my sister, then turned to my right. As Her Royal Highness can attest, I fought a false goddess that materialized from the altar in Lallanoy. But summoning that monster required a sacrifice. The beast folk chieftains who betrayed the eastern capital, Cume of the Rat clan, who had multiple great spells inscribed on his body, and the ice worm called the Slayer of Champions. Yes, Alan, that's quite right. Cheryl sounded animated, no doubt pleased that Mr. Allen had turned to her for confirmation. To my own chagrin, I felt a blizzard of jealousy sweep through me. How petty I was. Mr. Allen expressed his thanks with a short nod. In that case, who is the church preparing to sacrifice in order to call back the gods who departed our world? Silence filled the council chamber. According to Tina's account, even that false goddess could easily have brought a whole country to ruin. What would it take to call forth a being even more powerful? The king stopped drumming his fingers on the arm of his throne and covered his eyes with his left hand. Gerard, the kingdom's leaders froze, wide-eyed. Our former second prince, Gerard Wainwright, had abused his power to ruin Mr. Allen's court sorcerer exam and had only committed more heinous deeds since. Until he had become a subject for the church's experiments. Was he their sacrifice? Lady Stella Howard, how many great spells had the former Prince Gerard been inscribed with when you faced him in the Lallanoyan capital? Mr. Allen's voice startled me out of my reflections. You'll do fine, Stella. Just be calm. You can't let him down. Vestiges of the great spells Radiant Shield, Resurrection, Blaze of Ruin, Watery Grave, and Falling Star, I answered slowly, recalling the hard-fought battle. Dragon bones as well, I believe, and I sensed traces of the stinging sea. He seemed hard-pressed to contain it all. Thank you. I managed to help. In my relief, I nearly cupped my cheeks with my hands, but stopped myself in the nick of time. As you say, sire, the former prince is likely their first choice of sacrifice, Mr. Allen stated, staring straight ahead. However, he lacks the capacity to manifest a genuine divinity. The fact that Aster Etherfield, who called himself the Prime Apostle, made persistent attempts to steal the forbidden tomes of an enigmatic, ancient sorceress known as the Bibliophage indirectly supports this conclusion. I suspect that they have not sacrificed the prince before now because he still required adjustments or because they were utilizing him as a place to store great spells. Not even a groan met that suggestion. It was simply too horrible. Under her breath, Cheryl muttered, "Poor Gerard." In Shiki, a variety of factors led the church not only to fail in acquiring the flower orb that shows the location of the final altar, but also to lose a potential substitute in the enchanted sword North Star. Although the odds are still against us, I believe that the kingdom has gained time to act. Yet 2 points should concern us. The dual sword wielder who cut a path into the sanctuary. That is, the missing Heaven's sword, Arthur Lothringen, whom I believe to be under the church's control. and the need to dissuade Lady Elna Lothringen, Heaven's sage, from seeking vengeance against the Dark Lord based on circumstantial evidence. Lord Arthur, in the clutches of the church. Despite the shocking revelation he had just delivered, Mr. Allen flashed a slight smile for the first time that day and nodded to his old university friend. As regards the latter, acting Duke Gil Algren provided me with a sample of the false saint's manna which, when I delivered it to her ladyship, convinced her that the church, and not the Dark Lord, is her true enemy. Her aid will doubtless prove invaluable to the kingdom, especially as neither the false saint nor her allies yet know that she has turned against them. This is the first I've heard of these momentous developments. Head court sorcerer Gerhard Gardner glared daggers, not even trying to mask his displeasure. Mr. Allen, however, remained unfazed. Given that the matter concerned the entire west of the continent, I sought permission only from His Royal Majesty, the Dukes, and Lord Rod in my capacity as Her Royal Highness's investigator. I will gladly accept any punishment my actions merit once the danger has passed. Gerhardt lapsed into indignant silence. Don't tell me Mr. Allen has even worked a post-war reduction in his own authority into his plans. But no, that's ridiculous. Despite all I've said thus far, the most pressing question that confronts us is the false saint's true goal, Mr. Allen resumed, with a wave of his left hand. My father folded his hands on the table. What do you mean by that? The other day, to my lasting shame, I fell into the false saint's trap in the sanctuary, and Lady Lydia Leinster rescued me from it, my magician admitted, lowering his gaze. A whole host of emotions warred on Duke Liam Leinster's face. Yet her carefully laid trap was meant for me alone, and I doubt she acted in her capacity as the saint of the Church of the Holy Spirit. It's possible that her true objective remains a secret not only from the apostles, but from the founder who commands them. Shocked gasps filled the chamber. If Mr. Allen was correct, then, that would mean the two of them want different things. Tina and I answered hesitantly. Mr. Allen gave a solemn nod. To the best of my knowledge, the false saint is a preternaturally gifted strategist who has achieved every goal she set out to accomplish in a series of incidents spanning the west of the continent. Her plans doubtless accounted for losing the apostles who served her in the process. In fact, she might even have gotten us to dispose of them for her when she had no more use for them. I suspect she reasoned that, if they overcame us, so much the better. And even if they failed, we would not emerge unscathed. Io likely doubled as an experiment in inscribing great elementals and great spells. Silence fell. So those rumors at the Royal Academy are as true as the students who whisper them make them out to be. The brain of the Lady of the Sword is even more full of surprises than the Lady of the Sword herself. But why doesn't Mr. Allen mention my mother? Why doesn't he tell them about Rosa Etherheart? And as for the false saint, he claimed that he couldn't see who she was under her hood, but I wonder. Naturally, my magician did not assuage my nagging doubts. He instead held up 3 fingers and said, however, even she failed to send Lady Elna on a rampage and to put me to sleep until everything is over and done with. She also didn't count on us beginning to reconcile with the demon folk behind the scenes. If we can rescue Lord Arthur Lothringen, we can turn the tables on her. After executing so many plans to perfection without ever relinquishing the initiative, the false saint had finally made a small slip. If we could only exploit it then. Therefore, I believe we ought to focus our efforts on releasing the sealed archive from the great tree's grip. The documents it contains will enable us to analyze the star chart embedded in the flower orb and to locate the final altar. Invading the pontiff's domain and the eastern nations will accomplish nothing. Our enemies might even use the casualties as sacrifices to cast a far-reaching curse. The founder and the false saint will sacrifice not only their faithful adherents, but anyone at all without a second thought. Remember what the heavily armored spell soldier that attacked the palace was made from. The chamber rang with groans of agreement that bordered on wails. According to the written reports, the former Earl Rupert had been subjected to artificial vampirization and repurposed as the spell soldier's core. Mr. Allen struck his hands. In any case, what we need now are ancient star charts. The final altar that they'll lead us to will become the scene of our final battle with the church. That is all I have to say. A moment passed. Then the king said, "Well spoken," and relapsed into silence. He seemed to have grown old in this brief span of time. "Well, I suppose that marks the end of today's says. What of Lady Lydia?" asked Gerhart Gardner. "If you despair of curing her by your methods, my court sorcerers stand ready to serve at any time." "You dare?" roared Duke Leinster, half rising from his seat. He had not missed the scorn behind the proposal. "Leave him be, Liam." My father held him back with his left hand. Duke Lebufera, the headmaster, Chieftain Chise, her hat pulled low, and Gil Algren made no secret of their own irritation. "And of course, do you have any idea how much he's done for her?" Tina demanded. Cheryl added a dangerous, well. It was a disaster waiting to happen. Amid this charged atmosphere, Mr. Allen took out Lydia's pocket watch and declared, "I will save Lady Lydia Leinster without fail. Even if it costs me my life, I will not let her die. So, while I appreciate your offer of aid, it will not be necessary." What a show of resolve. "Very well," said Gerhart Gardner at last. Even he, for all his pride, made no attempt to argue. Still, even if it cost him his life. That troubled me. It was only a figure of speech, surely. The king raised his left hand and proclaimed, "We cannot be certain that the church will not plot a third assault on our city. You are all to stay vigilant. Cheryl, Walter, Liam, Leo, Rod, and Chise are to remain. I desire a word with you. Mr. Allen, Lady Stella, Lady Tina, I have been waiting for you." A maid with longish ears, darkish skin, and silver pins in her long, pale scarlet hair met us in front of an old brick building on a broad avenue on the west side of the city. The Leinster maid, Cor's former second-in-command, Celebrim, the headhunter Sainoth, was the right-hand woman of a living legend. Duchess Emerita Lindsay Leinster, Scarlet Heaven. She was also one of the last people I would have expected to see in the royal capital, especially with the Corps No. 5, Selenissa Sainoth, and at least a dozen knights of the royal guard arrayed behind her. An excessive escort, surely, even for the president of the Skyhawk Company and Marchesa Carnian. Seized by a nervous tension, Tina and I gripped Mr. Allen's coat sleeves. Anko leapt from his left shoulder to the ground. "Is something the matter?" he asked. "We're making certain you don't escape, sir," Tina replied. "P precisely," I added. "Is that so?" My magician smiled in spite of himself and turned to the beautiful maid. "Celebrim, how nice to see you again. Is Duchess Lindsay well?" "She deeply regrets that she cannot come herself, but sends her bestest wishes," said Celebrim. "Your guests have arrived. Please step right this way." The building's interior had received such a thorough cleaning that not a speck of dust remained. Fine red carpets stretched through corridors lined with furnishings of impeccable quality. "Where precisely are we?" I asked diffidently, still clinging to Mr. Allen's left arm. "Well, you see," my magician faltered, blatantly avoiding eye contact. "Lisa instructed me to buy more property than just the offices, seeing as the firm is making a tidy profit. Our head clerk chose the site. So they were powerless to resist, although Felicia must have been over the moon regardless." "Are really, Stella?" protested my mental image of my best friend, whom I'd begun to suspect of well-hidden audacity. Don't think I'm as predictable as all that." Meanwhile, Tina nodded sagely, moved several paces ahead, and looked back at us. "Maybe, but you signed for it in the end, didn't you, sir?" Oh, my sister doesn't miss a trick. I'm beginning to wish I'd brought a video orb. I caught the eye of the smiling Celebrim. Her gaze said, "Leave everything to me." "I appreciate it," went my silent reply. "I see she's thought of everything. No wonder she used to be second in command of the Leinster maids." Mr. Allen stroked Anko and said, What an ill-natured girl you've become in the few days since I last saw you, Tina. It breaks my heart. Don't you agree, Anko? The cat gave a prompt meow, telling him to leave her out of it. WH what? Not you too, Anko. Mr. Allen's shoulders slumped, and we giggled at him. We were back to our usual banter. I needn't doubt him, surely. We conversed amiably in that vein until we reached the end of the corridor, and Celebrim halted before a heavy wooden door. I fingered the wand at my side and stealthily cast divine light detection, just to be safe. There were 2 people in the room. No guards, then. Celebrim curtsied to Mr. Allen. I knew that I would be seeing Selenissa, but I had feared that our younger sister Celerian's service in the Royal Guard would prevent our meeting. I sincerely appreciate your consideration. I knew Dame Celerian Sainoth from the Algren Rebellion, when she had ridden alone to deliver tidings to the northern capital. Had Mr. Allen negotiated with the Royal Guard to station her here, despite the strenuous duties that I'd heard the knights were straining under in the aftermath of the attack on the palace? My magician ignored the suspicious stares Tina and I were giving him and shook his head. I didn't do a thing. Convey your thanks to Sir Owain, who was good enough to spare a full squad of his knights in these trying times. Certainly, sir, but permit me to thank you in any case. The red-haired maid stepped aside with a look of gratitude. Mr. Allen gave us our marching orders. Tina, Stella, would you mind letting go of my arms? Oh, of course, we both said. I reluctantly released his left arm and stood tall. I mustn't sully Mr. Allen's reputation, or that of the ducal house of Howard. My magician knocked politely, called, "Pardon the intrusion," and opened the door. The first things to meet my eyes were a round wooden table and chairs. An exceptionally large sofa stood near a window. The crackle of firewood reached my ears, suggesting a hearth out of sight. A beauty in a black kimono, white feathers punctuating her raven hair, and a delicate woman who wore a light blue dress, and carried a staff rose from the sofa where they had been talking side by side. Oh, please don't stand on our account. You needn't. Mr. Allen's words trailed off in mid-sentence. Is there a problem? I asked, confused. What is it, sir? Pressed Tina. Else, what's come over you? Marchesa Carnian gave her companion a puzzled look as well. The door quietly closed behind us. Even then, my magician and the woman who controlled the male griffins made no move. The feline familiar vanished, reappeared on the roomy sofa, and curled up. Mr. Allen and Miss Else smiled at each other, almost in unison. Life is certainly full of surprises, he said. Yes, it truly is, she replied. I never dreamed that you were the brain of the Lady of the Sword. I take it they know each other, but Karen never mentioned anything of the kind to me. Mr. Allen looked over his shoulder with eyes that said, Stella, introduce yourself. I gave a start and strove not to show how disconcerted I felt as I complied. I am Duke Howard's eldest daughter, Stella. This is my sister, Tina. I'm Tina Howard. The human woman rose, leaning on her staff, and the Bird Clan woman steadied her. I am Carlotta, wife of Carlyle Carnian of the League of Principalities. I believe we last met in the City of Water. And I am Else, president of the Skyhawk Company. Allen, son of Nathan and Ellen of the Eastern Capital Wolf Clan, at your service. I manage the Howards and Leinsters joint trading company on their behalf. Thank you for undertaking the long journey to join us here. Please, be seated. I'll brew you tea. Stella, would you lend me a hand? Oh, of course. Ignoring a disgruntled sound from Tina, I hung my cloak on a chair and hastened to Mr. Allen's side. After setting a kettle on a spellstone of fire in the kitchenette, he informed me, with a mischievous look, that there were cookies for special occasions in the cupboard. Had he inspected the meeting place ahead of time? Behind us, Tina made friendly conversation with our guests. We each had our strong suits. Your Highness, does Mr. Allen often brew tea himself on such occasions? It is certainly out of the ordinary. Please call me Tina. And yes, he won't let me help him, though. Then you must call me Carlotta. And Else will do for me. I loaded a wooden tray with a teapot painted with little red birds, cups decorated with miniature blue wolves, a small plate of cookies, and some teaspoons and other utensils. Mr. Allen added tea leaves to the pot, and I poured the hot water with deliberate care. What a team we make. We carried the wooden tray to the round table, along with a rich aroma I associated with the southern principalities of the League. While I added extra cookies to Tina's plate by way of making amends, Mr. Allen said cheerfully, "Your advice to Ellie Walker proved invaluable, Carlotta. She is making great strides toward opening the sealed archive as a result. I also sincerely appreciate your letter concerning the church and the Principe." "Please don't mention it," said Marchesa Carnian. "I acted in my own interest. I trust that you will not forget my house in the event that your reach extends beyond Atlas to the city of water. We will gladly undertake anything from engineering public works and assembling personnel to troublesome interviews and intelligence gathering. You needn't concern yourself about my husband. I will explain matters to him." My magician met this hard sell with a strained laugh and an eye. "I'll see what I can do." It looked as though trains might eventually run all the way from the royal capital to the city of water, the way things were going. Still, I didn't know they've been corresponding. "Excuse me." My sister's hand shot into the air. "Sir, I have a question. I know that you met Carlotta in the city of water, but do you already know else too?" "Titina, we aren't in a lesson right now," I chided her, serving cups I had just finished filling with amber tea. Of course, I had been wondering the same thing myself. My magician, however, tended to indulge Tina, Ellie, and Lynn. He sat across from Miss Else and replied, "We've met only once before, at the funeral for Baron Zelbert Regnier, and a woman called Sarah, a native of the city of water. I learned to make crepes from her before her passing." "Sarah was my closest friend," added Miss Else. "As I recall, it was a cold, rainy winter day like this one." "Tina, Carlotta," and I didn't know what to say. The rain sounded terribly loud. "This isn't the place to go into detail," Mr. Allen continued, serving cookies onto small plates. "Being houseless and wolf clan by adoption, I wasn't allowed in. Zell had no lands, but he was still a peer of the realm. In retrospect, I suppose that was the aristocratic old guard's way of putting me in my place. We had just come through a fierce battle that left not only Lydia and Cheryl hospitalized, but the headmaster as well. The other Leinsters were in the southern capital. Tina and I grimaced. No, how horrible. I understand that prejudice in the Wainwright kingdom runs deep, yet words seemed to fail Carlotta. The Bird Clan woman raised her teacup and looked at Mr. Allen. "I was likewise barred from the funeral. I saw Mr. Allen near the entrance and, well, thank you for the umbrella," he said. "I didn't even introduce myself then." "Neither did I. We're equally guilty on that score." Emotions, quiet yet adamant, flowed between the two of them. The bitter experience they'd shared had made them comrades in arms. I racked my brain on the way here, wondering how to play my cards to gain the most favorable conditions, what compromises I should accept to make you agree to share information about the cult of the Great Moon. Else admitted, gazing out the window, "But all of that has gone clean out of my mind." She opened her bag and deposited a slim volume on the table. Its cloth-bound cover bore a design of a great bird and 7 beasts. It had been marked in one place with an insignia of flowers in the form of a crescent moon. "Please accept this." The Bird Clan woman looked Mr. Allen straight in the eye. "Sarah Adolnato entrusted dialogues on the Apocrypha of the Great Moon to me while she still lived, and her lover, the former Marchese Fossi Filanto, gave his life to obtain this insignia of the cult. He and I were united in purpose since Sarah's murder. I can place this in your hands. You kept praying for your friend and mine until their funerals ended. As for where the insignia came from, I'm afraid I can give you no answers." Tina and I goggled. "Fossi Filanto of the League? You mean Iffer the Apostle?" I'd heard that the lesser apostle had fallen victim to a purge in Lalinoy. How had he gotten the insignia to Else? Adulnato, Carlotta murmured, eyes alight with intelligence and still clutching her staff. During the false dragon war that followed the Age of Strife, a house by that name defected from the Union of the Central Plains to the 13 free cities, and then to the Commonwealth, bearing information concerning the great spells, before finally seeking asylum in the City of Water. Lives of the Principe records that the line died out amid the strife. Ah, at last, it all makes sense. Clink. Mr. Allen returned his cup to its saucer, a lonesome look in his eyes. I've always wondered why dialogues wasn't among Zell's effects. So, he left it with Sarah. He'd recently returned from the Commonwealth, so perhaps they'd known each other a long time, although they never showed a hint of that while they were alive. Zell claimed that there's a secret to this cover. Why don't we test it? He touched the cover and cast an octo-elemental detection spell. Faint lights raced over the book, and a complex formula I'd never seen before appeared over the table. It reminded me of a star chart. Tina and I drew in our breath. Is that an encrypted spell? The progress we had made under Mr. Allen's tutelage allowed us to appreciate how daunting the beautiful formula truly was. No ordinary sorcerer had worked it into the book. Only one who merited a place in history could have managed such a feat. I couldn't begin to guess how to go about decrypting it. "Stella, would you cast a barrier of light?" asked Mr. Allen. "Oh, of course," came my startled reply. "Pull yourself together, Stella. You need to keep your head out of the clouds and make yourself useful." My sister ostentatiously cleared her throat, one lock of platinum hair standing to attention. "Sir, I'd be happy to help with—" "You'd better not," Mr. Allen interrupted. "The whole room might freeze solid." It would not. Geez, the sight of Tina's indignation soothed Carlotta's and Elsa's nerves. I sometimes envied her talent for lightening the mood. Drawing my wand, I raised a barrier within the room. Anko, asleep on the sofa, twitched her ears and tail. "I'm afraid I know next to nothing about the book's contents," Mr. Allen said, thanking me with his eyes. Joy filled my heart. "But given how frantically the church has been seeking it, I can infer that it likely involves great magic. At the same time, I doubt that the text itself records any such formulae. It would be too risky, for one thing." He shrugged and stood, projecting the insignia he'd received from Else into midair. "So here's my conclusion." He inserted it into the encrypted formula. Mana flashed and flickered, and what had been hidden stood revealed. See, could it be? I never dreamed the book could hold such a secret," Carlotta murmured, frozen in shock. Else marveled. "I see you won't need me to tell you any more." My brown-haired magician inspected the formula, muttered, "What else could it be?" and returned his attention to us. "This is Quake Array, the great spell of Earth, which the cult of the Great Moon is supposed to have hidden. The insignia was the key to decrypting it." We had just witnessed the discovery of one of the great spells of legend. I don't believe anyone could fault us for being at a loss for words. Frowning, Mr. Allen walked to the sofa and drew the curtains closed. "Tina, Stella," he called apologetically, "I'd like to try one other experiment while we're here. Would you mind?" Tina looked nonplussed but quickly caught on. "Oh, of course not. Please feel free," I added, sitting up straighter. "Thank you." Armana joined in the shallowest of links. To think that Mr. Allen would suggest this outside of an emergency. Does this experiment mean so much then? "Carlotta, Else," said Mr. Allen, "please tell no one of the experiment I am about to perform." "Certainly. I understand." With that settled, my magician spread his arms. An intricate formula deployed on a minuscule scale, and to our astonishment, myriad stars enfolded the ceiling, walls, and floor. From the seat beside me, I heard Tina mutter, "Is it me, or does this feel like the Black Gates?" What on earth is this spell? While I failed to mask my confusion, Tina was the first to put two and two together. She struck her hand and cried, "The 8 great spells." She was right. I recognized several of the shining formulae. Blaze of Ruin, watery grave, quake array, dividing wind, thunderbolt, falling star, radiant shield, and resurrection. Had all 8 of the great spells told of in legend come together at last? "It's collapsing," a stern voice said, and the stars vanished, hurling us gasping back into the room we'd started in. Although I heard the curtains open, I still sat stunned. Mr. Allen lost control of a spell. Tina and I squeezed each other's hands and called to each other in halting voices, unable to believe what we had just seen, even if he had been working with the full range of great magic. Carlotta and Else couldn't move a muscle either. Beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. The monolink cut out. I shuddered, assailed by a sense of loss. I would never get used to this feeling. Mr. Allen touched the vivid afterglow, lost in brooding thought. Going by how they merged and collapsed, could all 8 have begun as an attempt at a single great spell? He muttered under his breath. And resurrection was always a blind. Someone added it to the saints' legend deliberately, if one were to use it at a black gate. What was he so anxious to learn that he was willing to link mana to make certain of it? Does it have something to do with the similarity to the black gates that Tina sensed? Which reminds me, there's a real black gate at the sealed archive, isn't there? Something struck me as ever so slightly off, but I couldn't put it into words. I didn't know enough. Nevertheless, I couldn't shake a premonition of disaster. In the meantime, Mr. Allen stroked the sleeping Anko and returned to his place beside his chair. "You have my sincere gratitude for dialogues on the Apocrypha of the Great Moon and the cult insignia," he said, bowing low to Else and Carlotta. "As for establishing a business partnership and building relations with the House of Carnian, Felicia Foss will oversee all arrangements in her capacity as future president of the Howards and Leinsters Joint Tra." "Stop that, sir," Tina shouted, snapping out of her paralysis. She immediately shot a glance at me. "Yes, I know." While Carlotta and Else covered their mouths in surprise, I raised my teacup and gave my magician a prim and proper warning. "Mr. Allen, you are the company's president. Must I raise the matter with Felicia and Karen? I suspect it would interest Cheryl and Lily as well. And don't forget Lynn and Ellie," added Tina. Mr. Allen scratched his cheek, blatantly avoiding eye contact. "I would like to give both proposals all due consideration." "Much better," I said. "That's a promise," Tina concluded. "How kind you used to be before bad influences got to you. It breaks my heart to think of it." The sight of my magician feigning tears filled me with satisfaction, and I blushed in spite of myself. I felt as though I were doing something I shouldn't. Nevertheless, my sister extended a hand to me, her cheeks flushed and her hair waving, so I touched my own to it. "Stella, Tina." For the moment, victory was ours. Carlotta and Else got over being taken aback and broke into stifled laughter at almost the same moment. The tension subsided. Even Mr. Allen smiled. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me earlier. Yes, that must be it. A log in the fireplace split with a loud crack. Mr. Allen put away dialogues on the Apocrypha of the Great Moon. "Anko, if you would." The black cat uncurled on the sofa, stretched awake, and cast a dark spell. An exquisite leather-bound journal materialized in my hands. It had belonged to my mother, but had been in Mr. Allen's keeping since we had found it in the northern capital. "Mr. Allen?" I gasped. "Why now?" Sir, wasn't the plan that you would decipher it with us later?" asked Tina. "The situation has changed," he said. "I want the 2 of you to have it. I'll explain to Duke Walter." Tina clutched my left sleeve. Neither of us spoke. Unease spiraled up in me again, and my vague sense that something was amiss returned. For so long, I had wanted Mr. Allen to acknowledge me as an equal, and yet I thought, looking down at the journal, I hadn't wished for it to happen like this. Tina seemed to feel the same. She groaned, fidgeting with her bangs. I drew in my breath and "Thank you again for coming here today," Mr. Allen said, with a bow, before I could take action. "I look forward to our next meeting." "I hope we'll have more leisure to chat next time," Carlotta replied. Else added, As do I. Mr. Allen scooped up the black cat from his left shoulder, where she had teleported, handed her to Tina in one smooth motion, and then squinted out the window at the towering great tree. I caught the briefest flicker of loneliness in his gaze. It soon vanished, however, and he was back to his usual self when he said placidly, "We need to discover exactly how the Principe of the City of Water once tried to use a black gate before Ellie finishes freeing the sealed archive. I plan to review what documents I have, including lives of the Principe. Stella, conjure a bird to contact me if anything in the journal catches your eye. Anko, I hope you'll watch over Tina and Stella for me." "Yes," I said. "Yes, I got it, Owen. Good thing we didn't lose anyone. We'd both better proceed carefully. Give my best to Renown. Richard, get back from the royal capital and do your duty before." I ignored the sound of the Royal Guard's chief staff officer airing his grievances in the distance and slammed down the receiver. My coat sleeve flapped. "I won't forget you, Renown," I resolved in my capacity as Duke Leinster's eldest son and vice commander of the Royal Guard. "At least not until I get some good wine in me this evening. Thanks for letting me use your phone, Sway," I called into an inner room. Houses in the eastern capital's beastfolk districts felt weirdly homey, maybe because, unlike their counterparts in the royal capital, they were built mostly of wood. The cold didn't bother me much either, although I might have spellstones of fire to thank for that. "Huh, done already, Richard." I heard footfalls in the passage, and a young Foxglen man poked his head out of the back room where he'd been going over his account books. His cotton-lined navy blue jinbei looked like it kept him warm. "Yeah, that's my business taken care of," I said. "Being able to talk with people in the royal capital without a delay sure comes in handy." "Alan told me to get a phone line put in as soon as I could," Sway explained. "Thanks to that, business is booming. Not many places in the city have them yet. I think it's a wise investment." Sway and I had fought through the rebellion here together, and now he had set himself up as an honest merchant. I couldn't help feeling drawn to his company, especially now that a murderous attack in the royal capital had left my sister comatose. "Richard, have you finished your call?" "Yes, Mother," I told the scarlet kimono-clad beauty, who had just returned from a long talk with Sway's wife, Mamaji Toretto, in another room. A son learns to read his mother's moods, and I could tell that Duchess Lisa Leinster, the former Lady of the Sword, was in high spirits. "Mamaji, thank you for a most enlightening conversation." My mother smiled kindly at the newlywed and touched her light green kimono. "I'll see that Alan gets in touch about the particulars. You must help me choose kimono one of these days." "Of course, Lisa. I'd love to." They've barely met, and they've already dispensed with titles. I shot Sway an incredulous look that said, "What happened between them?" "Don't ask me," I read on his equally shocked face. "But Mamaji can work miracles." Stupid me for asking. His gushing about his sweetheart will give me heartburn. I shrugged at my old war buddy, who had instinctively taken his place on Mamaji's left. "Well then, Sway, this is where we leave you. We have an appointment with the chieftains at the great tree coming up. The Emerald Gale and my aunt are supposed to meet us there, and they'll let us have it if we show up late." My mother and I turned off the broad avenue that led to Old Town and onto a back street Sway had told us about. It wasn't as cold as in the royal capital, but a chill wind still whipped around us. I buttoned my coat. "Mother, will we go back? To the royal capital?" "Not for the time being," came the immediate reply. She must have seen my question coming. Needless to say, she was worried about Lydia, but she spoke in the level-headed tones of a seasoned general who had upheld our house's martial traditions. "The kingdom is shifting to a war, footing in the wake of the direct attack on the palace. Unless old Duke Guido Algren recovers, we need someone here to deter not only the Knights of the Holy Spirit, who are only beaten for the moment, but the other Eastern nations that revere the Church as well. And that deterrent is you. Aunt Fian, Ridley, and Duchess Emerita Letitia Lebufera, along with the troops still glued to the eastern border. The blood-stained lady, the smiling lady, and the emerald Gale, plus the swordmaster, back from his long stint as a runaway, whether he liked it or not, were enough to intimidate anyone. At the same time, the situation could easily blow up into a major war, and right when we were finally making progress toward a peace treaty with the Demon folk. And don't forget about Alan. My mother held her scarlet hair in place and looked gloomily down into a canal. We must fish for anything else the chieftains might know while we question them about the uproar Rupert caused 12 years ago. I didn't argue, thinking back to what we'd heard from Nathan of the Wolf Clan, Alan's father, and a skilled artificer. What a shock that had been. The young woman who entrusted Alan to Ellen and me on the shore of Blood River introduced herself only as the steward of the house of Shiki. I remember she smelled of sweet pastry. I don't know her race, but you don't see humans so deep in the backcountry, so I think she might have been an elf. She had an old-fashioned way of speaking and traveled with a little Cat Clan girl. The girl had a glare like a razor, but I remember her fussing over baby Alan. As the woman told it, Alan was one of many children whom a secret society lurking in the west of the kingdom, the Lunar Key creationists, had kidnapped from distant lands to use in their horrific experiments, and she had rescued him just in the nick of time. Apparently, this sinister sect had split from an older society, the Eighth Dragon Creationists, after intervening in events that shook the Southern Isles 100 years or so ago. It aimed to create with mortal hands the final key lost in the War of the Dark Lord, what was called a lunar key, when gods walked the earth. The baby, Alan, didn't even have a name. We have no idea who his birth parents are. How are we supposed to break this to him? I know that's one job I'd like to turn down, and if Lydia finds out. My mother conjured a flame in her hand and crushed it in her fist. I should have stuck to my original plan. Make Lydia stop dillying and marry Alan while they were still attending the university, then establish them as a cadet branch, no matter what the royal family or any of the other houses had to say about it. Surely that would have brought some relief, and I might have been able to hold my first grandchild by now. A hollow laugh was the only response I could manage. I bet she seriously planned it all out and only thought better of it at the 11th hour. I wouldn't put it past the women in our family. I looked up at the towering great tree and prayed, Alan, I'm begging you. For once in your life, don't do anything reckless. I know Lydia got hurt, but that doesn't mean you've got to shoulder all the blame yourself. In fact, I want you to share the burden with everyone you can rope in. We've got to the point where what you do decides the fate of the kingdom, maybe even the whole west of the continent. And that goes for demon folk as much as for humans. Chapter 4, azure white light poured down on the quietly sleeping Lydia in her enormous bed. The revolting blood ash thorns had been slowly expanding their reach. Now they writhed and retreated. I switched my purifying spell to automatic activation and unclasped my hands. They left creases on my bright white vestments. Perhaps I'd been straining harder than I'd thought. Removing my veil, I wiped the sweat from my forehead with a white cloth and scrutinized Lydia's face. The tips of her scarlet hair looked plainly darker than they had a few days ago, and the brambles were gaining momentum. The curse keeps getting stronger, I murmured, disbelieving. If this goes on, it still remained well within my ability to combat. Mr. Allen left notes with improvements to the purification spell almost daily, and Cheryl, Lily, and I were working in shifts. Even so, we were merely treating the symptoms. We would need to come up with a permanent solution soon. Otherwise, sooner or later. I touched my mother's journal, which lay on a bedside table. I hadn't managed to read nearly all of it yet, and most of what I had read concerned her travels. But the remainder had proven strikingly novel, offering insights into long-standing mysteries and a great many hints, including about what Mr. Allen was thinking of doing to save Lydia. He knew better than anyone that our system would fail in the near future. It was what drove him. I recalled the look on Tina's face, torn between anger and joy, when she had finished laying out her ideas and pleaded with me the night before. "I'm sure of it," she had said. "Mr. Allen plans to act tomorrow, as soon as the archive is cleared and he gets the old star charts he needs to locate the final altar. He'll try to keep us out of it, and I categorically refuse to accept that. I'll stop him by force, if that's what it comes to." Has she reached the Grand Arsenal yet? I'm not surprised Lena went with her, but I'm amazed Atra and Leah did too. Of course, Anko leaving Mr. Allen's side to join them came as an even bigger shock. Tap, tap. There came a knock on the door. It opened before I could answer it, and in came a maid who wore her long scarlet hair tied with a black ribbon, waving her left hand. Her thin silver bracelet, the twin of Mr. Allen's, glinted in the light. "How's it going, Lady Stella?" "Lily, your shift doesn't start until nighttime. You ought to be resting." I clenched my hands on my skirt. It must be nice, having that bracelet. I wish I had a set of something Mr. Allen and I could wear. I won't insist on a ring. I can be reasonable. Just a little thing would do. Lily chuckled, teleported the short distance to Lydia's bedside without making a sound, and cast a stealthy levitation spell. A spare chair moved next to mine, so close they actually touched. The maid pressed her hands together and beamed. I popped in for a delightful little SECRET chat. "Why, you want to speak privately?" I asked, taken aback. I don't like to go behind anyone's back. Unless it's to help Mr. Allen, of course. Lily adjusted her jacket and drew still closer to me. I secretly admired the garment, with its interlocking arrow pattern and its distinctive cut from some eastern land. I was even considering having one made in different colors. "I know you and Lady Tina have been looking into something these past few days," she said, "and I've been thinking that just maybe it has something to do with Allen not seeming like himself." I hesitated, then let out a sigh. It looked as though the cat was out of the bag. The Leinster's maid corps set at least as much store by meritocracy as my own houses. They wouldn't make any allowances for birth. Lily's rise from a trainee to the Corps' number 3 in a few short years proved her own genuine ability. I checked that the purification spell was working and nodded. "You thought right, although we meant it to be a secret." "Well, I am a maid." Did that explain anything? Unable to decide, I broke eye contact and gazed up at the lowering clouds beyond the window panes. "Does Mr. Allen seem, well, odd to you too, then?" "Oh yes, he's easy to figure out. And of course what's happened to Lydia hurt him, that's just who he is." Lily's words had the ring of certainty, and here Tina and I had only vague apprehensions. A shadow crossed her cheerful features. "But I get the feeling he's not telling us something vital, the most important part of what he's doing. Surely you've picked up on it too. He seems even more convinced than usual that he has to solve this problem himself. And he keeps writing to everyone he has anything to do with, like he's trying to sort out everything on his plate. I think he's also getting ready for a journey." I sat speechless. It was even worse than I'd feared. Had Tina been right? The time for secrets has passed. I picked up the journal tied with a ribbon and showed it to Lily. She gave it a puzzled look. "What's this?" "A journal that Tina's and my mother, Rosa Howard, left in the northern capital for us to find," I said. "We placed it in Mr. Allen's care and had planned to go over it with him. But then, he returned it to you without warning?" Lily demanded, urgency in her voice. I nodded and looked down at the journal. "My mother studied under Shies Glenbassid, the great floral heaven, with I.O. Black Blossom Lockfield as her fellow apprentice. It seems she traveled the continent more extensively than Tina, or I ever imagined. I haven't read nearly all of it, but I've already run into a host of unfamiliar place names. With the exception of the pontiff's domain, my mother had visited every land in the west of the continent: the Justinian Empire, the Lalinois Republic, the Eastern Nations, the Union of the Central Plains, the Knightdom of the Holy Spirit, the 13 Free Cities, the Commonwealth, the League of Principalities, the Southern Isles, and parts of the demon folk lands beyond Blood River. In her accounts, I saw not the kind though bedridden mother, whom Tina and I remembered, but vivacious Rosa Etherheart, and evidence of her prodigious talents. We found several passages that caught our attention. I slid my jotted notes out of a breast pocket and proffered them to Lily. They weren't in anything like chronological order, but Tina and I felt they got at the heart of the matter. The power of the Black Gates defies mortal understanding. Were the 8 great spells made to control it, in imitation of the 7 dragons and 8 great elementals? Was countering twin heavens only a pretext? It seems like the altars aren't all the same. Did the builders make improvements as they went? The first one built was in the Wainwright royal capital, confirmed. Were the altars in the southern capital and the City of Water attempts to miniaturize it? They went the other way and enlarged it in the Southern Isles. They experimented with 7 elements versus 8 too. About the kind principe of the City of Water who tried to save marine crocodile. Could the apostate of the great moon my teacher is after have used his tragic death as an experiment? Why do accounts of the bibliophage and the saint raising the dead survive? Resurrection is a lie. Someone with all 8 great spells might be able to harness the power of the Black Gates. It would depend on the scale of the altar and the person using it, but it might even be possible to create all night. Could a key do it all? Lily finished reading and grimly echoed our own sentiments. This all sounds like bad news. I gave an emphatic nod and cast a levitation spell, adding wood to the fire. Mr. Allen made an experiment in casting all 8 great spells in front of us the other day. Anko claims he hasn't read my mother's journal, but even so, there's a good chance he's learned enough from other books and his own stores of knowledge to reach the same conclusions Duchess Rosa did. And the entrance to the sealed archive is another Black Gate, although not in the best condition, I hear. Lily leaned even closer and lowered her voice. He's at the archive now, isn't he? Should we do something too? I hesitated, but I had argued the point at length with Tina the night before, and I already had my answer. No. I bet Tito and the professor's students are keeping their eyes peeled too, my sister had assured me. Leave Mr. Allen to us. Cheryl, Lily, and I remain the only 3 people capable of casting spells with an appreciable effect on Lydia. The 3 of us kept the magic going day and night, purifying, resting, and standing by in shifts. Even so, I'd believed I could find time to act. But then had come an urgent message from the palace. I held an index finger to my lips in token of secrecy and delivered the momentous news. The former hero, Lady Aurelia Alvern, arrived in the city this morning. Due to her visit, Cheryl may find it more difficult to make time for the next 2 or 3 days. We need to stay by Lydia. Remember, I pressed my left hand to the breast pocket that held my notes and sea-green griffin feather. Mr. Allen placed her in our care. Silence came over the room. No sound broke it save the crackling of firewood. At last, Lily Leinster, the lady who wanted nothing more than to be a maid, gave me a soft, grown-up smile. "Then I guess we've got no choice," she said, and peered lovingly at Lydia. "Would you mind telling me what Lady Tina thinks?" "No, of course not. I'll share everything I know." I took the maid's hands and looked her in the eye. Let's put our faith in how much Tina and Ellie have grown this time. They've come a long way in the past year, and I'm certain Karen and Lynn will help too. Besides what? Lily asked blankly. I winked at her. Tina brought a secret weapon. She saved her best for last. Lynn, are you feeling all right? No, I can see you're not. I grinned ruefully at the red-haired young noblewoman in the dining hall that had been set up inside the grand arsenal. Dressed in a white sweater and skirt, she was letting herself sink silently into a one-person couch with a white towel over her eyes. Clearly a night of sleep hadn't cured her exhaustion. I saw no one else in the large dining hall, probably because it was getting late for breakfast. Now that the arsenal was back in service after a century of disuse, preparations to mass-produce weapons for a war on the church were moving ahead at a breakneck pace. As for the task we'd come to accomplish, reforging my dagger and making Lynn a new one, we'd been at it for a week already. Work with the Mana furnace had finally ended, and a legendary jeweler all the way from the southern capital was now applying delicate spell formulae to our weapons' blades and hilts. According to Chieftain Chais, my brother had talked him into coming. Honestly, he pokes his nose into everything. The weather was fine for the first time in days. I couldn't see a single cloud in the sky out the window, and the sunshine felt calming after so long without it. I set my tray on a wooden table and took a chair opposite Lynn. I saw myself, wearing my academy uniform and beret, reflected in the window. "My eyes still ache," Lynn moaned, "and I'm sore all over." I poured herbal tea from a glass pot into a porcelain cup and let its relaxing aroma wash over me. "The chieftains are itching to reforge the fireworm dagger too, you know. And Chieftain Chais told me she'll keep them in the dark about Alan the shooting star until all their work here's done." Silence. "Karen," Lynn bolted upright, and her towel went flying. Close to tears, she cried, Save me, Madam Vice President. Your underclassman is in danger." Of course she can find the energy for this. "In that case," I responded gravely, placing a hand on her left shoulder. "As Vice President of the Royal Academy Student Council, I decree that, in order to better acquit herself in the battles to come, student Lynn Leinster is to reforge the fireworm dagger as soon as preparations are complete. I'll explain things to Alan for you." "Oh, come on." Lynn let out a pathetic wail unbefitting a duke's daughter and fell forward, resting her cheek on the wooden table. Doodling with her finger, she grumbled, "The way you show no mercy when I really need it is just like my dear brother." "How rude." I raised my teacup. "My brother is much worse. But you don't deny that you're bad. She always has to have the last word." I was prodding the wishy-washy young noblewoman's cheek when a tall dwarf girl with hair of a rich, dark brown walked up to us, wearing work clothes and carrying a tray loaded with bread and breakfast. "You two sure are close," snickered the jeweler Amara Vauble, who had gone to the Royal Academy with my brother. "You could be sisters." "Thank you for coming to help," I said. "Karen and I, sisters?" Lynn considered. "That sounds... I don't know." The older girl took a free chair and turned serious. She picked up a long, thin bread roll and stared into the distance. "But you know, if Lady Lydia and Alan tie the knot, you could say I prophesied." I delivered a bare-handed chop without thinking twice. Amara's roll ended up in several pieces, with all but one slice falling back onto her plate. I gave her a bright smile. "Some things are better left unsaid, even as a joke. You're old enough to know that, surely." Lynn, meanwhile, fidgeted with her fingers. "I would be delighted to see my dear sister achieve wedded bliss," she mumbled. "But at the same time, the thought of her winning out before I even get a chance makes me feel, well, she may be adorable, but she's still a Leinster. I can't afford to let my guard down." Amara dipped a slice of bread in her stew and popped it into her mouth. I guess he hasn't changed then. I was looking forward to seeing him again after all this time, but he barely ever comes by the arsenal. Talk about a cold shoulder. I fully concur that he's behaving heartlessly. But you asked him to send you 3 messages a day when I only got 2, Lynn grumbled. "I don't think you're in any position to criticize my dear sister." "What?" cried Amara. "I want details." Our friendly chat continued until a gray-haired, gray-bearded old dwarf arrived, wearing a jinbei like the beast folk of the eastern capital. The jeweler Riga Vauble, a legend in his profession, carried a cloth bag and shot his granddaughter a wide-eyed glare. "Amara, keep your voice down." "Oh, hi, Grandpa." "Good morning, Riga. Thank you for your assistance." Once the greetings were out of the way, Riga casually untied his bag. "Take 'em. They're ready," he said, holding out 2 enchanted daggers, one sheathed in violet and the other in red. The workmanship of their hilts fairly took my breath away. Lynn and I stood and nervously took our weapons in both hands. The old dwarf, another acquaintance of my brother's, grinned. Draw 'em. All right. Our voices came out too high. Even I couldn't help getting nervous. Slowly, I slid the dagger free and marveled. The dull black blade had regained its luster, and the masterful formulae that Riga had etched into it flickered so that they seemed almost alive. Violet sparks crackled along its length. Lynn's dagger, on the other hand, gleamed a vivid scarlet. Flames danced as though with a will of their own. It's beautiful, I gasped, and meant it. It feels alive in my hands, murmured Lynn. We carefully resheathed our daggers, and Riga's face contorted into what I assumed was a smile. The chance to work on a dagger worn by twin heavens, the greatest mortal in this age or any other, and the favorite blade of the Pale Lady, is a greater honor than my old bones deserve. I appreciate it. And no, I protested, we didn't do anything. My dear brother merely ceded his rights to us, added Lynn. The old dwarf ran a hand through his gray hair, and a hint of mirth crinkled his eyes. That lad started to realize what he's worth. Finding that out was worth a trip to the blasted royal capital on its own. We gasped. Grandpa, you met Alan? Amara demanded, sounding just as surprised. It takes a while to get here from the city. When did he find the time? And how dare he leave without seeing his sister? He called me out here. Riga folded his muscular arms. Meeting me face to face was just good manners. And that was some fine drink he brought me. Made in Lallanoy, he said it was. We sighed. Huh, said Amara. I guess he still knows how to treat people, but how come he didn't get me anything? That's Alan all over. He never forgets a debt of gratitude. I'm sure he'll find some other way to thank Amara. Still, a youngster shouldn't be that hard-headed, Riga continued. I told him I didn't need anything from him but a good, stiff drink as long as I got to hand the Western chieftains, and especially my no-good nephew Leg, a hefty bill. And what does he say? In that case, please sell your work to our company in bulk. The lad's too clever by half. What? We get to put our stuff up for sale in the royal capital. You mean it? Amara literally leapt out of her seat and rushed up to Riga. Although he acted annoyed, he fished a note out of an inner pocket and said, Sure, he left this. The tall dwarf girl immediately pored over it and was soon all smiles. A trading company run by two ducal houses, and will be dealing with its head clerk, Felicia Foss. She giggled. I just might come out of this rolling in money. Well, Lynn and I exchanged looks. I take it back. Alan never forgets a debt of gratitude, and he treasures his friends, but he's got no mercy for the talented. Amara's got a hard road ahead of her if she's going to be negotiating with Felicia. Karen and Lynn, right? Riga said, turning his attention from his granddaughter to us. That lad's gotten better than he was, but he'd still sacrifice himself to save someone else in a heartbeat if he had to. He looked like he's got a lot weighing on his mind to me. Do what you can for him, and if he won't listen to reason, you've got my permission to draw those daggers on him. Alan has a lot weighing on his mind. I'm sure most of his worries are about Lydia, but could there be more to it? Lynn and I nodded in unison. Of course. Alan's always had a bad habit of trying to solve every problem himself. He'll ask for help from Lydia, and from Lily too lately, but that's about it. There comes a time when his one and only sister needs to lay down the law. Lynn seemed to agree. She was muttering, Dear brother, you will link with me this time, and she had fire in her eyes. I wouldn't countenance her linking Mana, but I approved of her pluck. I see he's still got away with young ladies, Amara said, returning to her chair and slipping the note into her pocketbook. Something tells me Lily's just waiting to pounce on him, though. She's still wearing that flower hair clip I made, for one thing. I didn't like the sound of that. Lydia was so spineless I found it hard to believe she came from a house so fierce in matters of love. Lily, on the other hand, was a classic Leinster, determined and wily, an adversary to fear. Lynn pouted. Amara, I really don't think that's much to go on. Although more proactive than her sister, she still had a lot to learn. Oh, what's this? I flashed the necklace Alan had given me. Then again, the dwarf girl swiftly corrected herself. Karen might win in the end with that peace of mind she's wearing. Naturally, I said, while Lynn spluttered. Ah, victory. You need to take even small wins where you can get them. I poked the irate Lynn's puffed-up cheeks just as two small figures raced into the dining hall. They were children with beast ears and tails, and they wore a Howard and a Leinster-made uniform, respectively, under their matching white capes. Atra, Leah, no one had told us to expect them at the arsenal. Lynn and I were still goggling when the little girls ran up and threw their arms around us. Karen, Lynn, cried one. Alan in trouble, finished the other. He is, Lynn and I blurted, stroking the great elementals' heads despite our confusion. Oh, wow, you're cute as buttons. The tall dwarf girl knelt down. My name's Amara. I'm Alan's ... friend, I guess. The children remembered their manners long enough to mumble their names, then went straight back to hugging us. Amara smiled anyway. You know, I think I'd like to cuddle them too. Ow. Gee, Grandpa, what was that for? You ought to know better, grunted Riga. Irreverent talk like that could cost you your head in the wrong company. Huh. The scowling old dwarf hauled his granddaughter away. I knew he had Alan's respect, and it sounded like he knew what the children were too. No sooner had the pair left the hall than I detected a turbulent monosaurus bearing down on us. Karen. Lynn, in the jeweler's place, appeared a girl with a snow-white ribbon in her blue-tinged platinum hair, wearing a white cloak over sorceress's garb of the same color. Lady Tina Howard. Slung across her back, she carried the rod that had once belonged to Duchess Rosa. Why is she dressed like that? It's not like we're going to war. Tina put her hands on her knees, gasping for air. She must have come in quite a hurry. I've been looking for you, she panted. Why does the arsenal have to be so big? We need to get back to the city by nightfall, no matter what. Lynn and I gave her puzzled stares. Was something going to happen tonight? How feeble you are. You could spare yourself the effort by flying like I do, said a third child. Entering on Tina's heels and flapping her long, feather-laced azure locks like a pair of wings. Lena the frigid crane wore a cape that matched Atra's and Leah's over a white dress. That makes all three of the great elementals Alan told to stay with Lydia. Holding Atra with one hand, I poured herbal tea into a spare cup with the other. It came out too hot to drink, so I magically adjusted its temperature before offering it. Here, Tina. Thank you. The young noblewoman gulped it down and let out a long breath. Now I feel alive again. So, what's going on? I pressed. If you have urgent news, Lynn added, you should have conjured a bird too. I couldn't. Tina shouted, then continued in hushed tones. Mr. Allen would notice. She'd even thought to cast a spell of silence, although it didn't approach what Stella or Ellie could do. This is serious. What do you mean? I asked. Lynn hesitated. You have something to tell us that my dear brother mustn't hear of. Tina nodded, while the flying Lena fondled her head. Yes, you see, he's... Her short but deadly serious explanation left us in a cloud of consternation and gloom. Surely you and Lady Stella could be reading too much into things, Lynn ventured, lifting Leah onto her lap. I wouldn't have put it past my dear brother during the Algren Rebellion, but I find it hard to believe he would take such steps without consulting us now. He is, Tina insisted in as firm a voice as I'd ever heard from her, refusing to give ground. She tapped a finger on her evidence, an overview of Alan's recent movements, as she continued. Listen to me. As far as Mr. Allen is concerned, tonight is his best chance. Not only will you and Karen get back tomorrow, but Cheryl will return from the palace as well. And the weather has improved after such a long stretch of being miserable. I know he'll make his move tonight. What do you think, Karen? Lynn asked slowly. Now that, I stroked Atra on my lap. Now that I think about it, Alan's been acting oddly this whole time. He only communicates through magical creatures. At the same time, he's squaring away one tricky problem after another. Like he's making sure things will be all right without him. I assumed he'd been worrying about Lydia all this time, but maybe Tina and Stella are right, and that's not the only reason. "See," cried Tina. "My dear brother started behaving strangely after the attack in the sanctuary," Lynn murmured. "If something he saw there is bothering him, apart from my dear sister's injury, then it must be." The only people in the cathedral were Alan, Lydia, and Tina, Lynn, and I all reached the same conclusion. The church's false saint. Why didn't we realize sooner? "That must be it," I said, wiping crumbs from Lena's mouth as she gobbled bread. "Alan knows who the false saint really is. He knows, and he chose not to report it. And he worries we may share the blame if he talks to us. And that's why he's trying to sort everything out himself. I won't have it," Lynn practically wailed. "Alan cry in secret," Atra chimed in. "Alan pat Lydia in secret," added Leah, her curse spreading bit by bit. "Touching her hair hurts, but he does it." "We want to help," the children finished in unison, turning into light. "And since I can't trust you weaklings to see things through, I will deign to assist you. Be grateful," Lena confidently declared, and vanished as well. The Thunder Fox's mark appeared on the back of my right hand, the blazing killins on Lynn's, and the frigid cranes on Tina's. We couldn't ask for better help, but I didn't forget to add a word of caution. "So, I assume you have a plan, Tina? We're up against the brain of the Lady of the Sword, the finest sorcerer the kingdom has to offer. We've gotten stronger, but with Cheryl, Stella, and Lily all tied down, we'll have our work cut out for us." "Don't worry. Stella and I worked it all out. I even brought a secret weapon." The platinum-haired young noblewoman smiled boldly and glanced at the rod she'd left leaning on a chair. It didn't look any different to me. Tina stood and held out her fist. "We'll show Mr. Allen how much we've grown and force him to pay attention to us, whether he likes it or not. Please go ahead, Ellie." "Why, yes, sir." With a gentle push from Mr. Allen, who had come to see me himself for the first time since Miss Lydia's injury, I started walking. Lovely moonbeams shone into the wide open space, and a wind blew through it, ruffling my cape and skirt. Ahead of me loomed the black roots and branches covering the spiral staircase that led to the gate, and through it to the archive. I had freed the other columns in the order of the old days of the week: fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness. Now only the center was left. I couldn't have done it without Susa Glenbassid and Niccolo Nitti, who had deciphered ancient texts for me and were now resting in a tent, and Soy Zolnhofen, who was still watching over me, looking concerned and dashing in her sorceress's robes. And Mr. Allen had delivered new botanical magic to me every day, even though he was terribly busy himself. I couldn't let him down. I need to do this right, so I have good news to give Lady Tina when she returns from the arsenal, and Lady Stella when she finishes cleansing Miss Lydia. "I'm about to begin," I announced, stopping near the center of the area. Drawing in a deep breath, I raised my hands toward the dark appendages of the great tree and cast a botanical spell. A violent tremor shook the ground, and I sensed that the knights and university students standing guard were holding their breath. Even so, I didn't stop casting. Mr. Allen was watching over me. I had nothing to fear, and in the end, whoa, look at the branches. Success, she did it. Ellie, you're a marvel. Amid cheers from the onlookers, the great tree's roots and branches slowly drained of color and finally disintegrated into white ash. The pit to the gate, the entrance of the sealed archive, stood exposed. I couldn't help jumping for joy. "I did it, Allen, sir. Whoa there," I squealed as my feet nearly sank into the ground and Mr. Allen caught me. His face was so close to mine. "Are you hurt?" he asked. No, sir, I'm perfectly fine." "Oh," I felt my cheeks turning red as could be, but I didn't want to pull away from him. I was still shrinking in his arms when I heard Soy snap. "Susa, get the hell up and take a look below." I picked up a quiet mono wavelength. A demisprite girl, dressed like Soy except for her floral hat, left the tent where she'd been resting and graciously fluttered off using the wings on her back. "I already put in a good deal of work with young Nitti," she said, toying with a lock of her blackened white hair and peering down into the hole in the center of the area. Unlike a certain upperclassman who play-acts being a ruffian. What you say? Gee, get your butt down here. Today's the day I put you in your place so hard you'll never forget it again. Why should I? I'd rather earn my liege's praise for being first on the scene. First Susa, then Soy dove into the pit without the least hesitation. Was that safe? It looked to me like the spiral staircase had completely collapsed. Susa, Soy, be careful, Mr. Allen called, and my future upperclassmen responded cheerfully by communication orb. Understood, my liege? Whatever you say, we need to go down there too, but I don't want him to let go yet. Saki, Cindy, Chihaya, please continue guarding the perimeter. Ellie and I will descend and check what's down there. What? No, I won't cause any fresh incidents, Cindy, and you can go without a snack for suggesting it. I'll speak with you again soon, Mr. Allen said into his orb, stepping away from me. Ah, now we'd better get Ellie. My body moved on its own, wrapping itself around his left sleeve. How indecent. Surely no proper maid would behave so scandalously. If Lady Tina and Lady Lynn ever find out, I could practically hear their furious cry of wait your turn. Still, as my grandma liked to say, never waste an opportunity. Do you mind? I wheedled, with upturned eyes. It's so dark in there, I'm a little scared to go otherwise. In that case, how can I refuse? Huh. I let out a little cry as a spell levitated me off the ground and into Mr. Allen's arms. He's carrying me like a bee bride. I've read about this in so many romance novels. Please hold on tight, Miss Ellie Walker, he said, and I squealed again. Oh, why do I have to make such weird noises? My mind was in a whirl, and I couldn't collect my thoughts. Must get Chihaya to share the video with me later. I closed my eyes and focused on the warmth of Mr. Allen's body. My hair, the same color as my mother's, though she had passed away 11 years ago, fluttered in the breeze. I had a slight sense that I was falling, and before long, I felt us land. I'll put you down now, okay, Ellie, said Mr. Allen. Why, yes, sir. I nodded vigorously from my bubble of bliss, and my feet touched solid ground. I could make out a faintly glowing door in the center of the hall. It had not a scratch on it. Here was one of the black gates at the heart of the mysterious altars that the church was fixated on. Its outline seemed more distinct than it had when Mr. Allen, Lady Stella, and I had gone through it. Mr. Allen inspected the underground hall, which now had holes big enough to see the clouds in the sky through, and called to the demisprite with her hands on Soy's shoulders. Susa, would you mind reinforcing the area? You'll owe me for this, my liege, came the grumbled reply. Yes, I know. How's this for a start? Mr. Allen tossed a small bag tied with a ribbon. Susa caught it in midair and exclaimed, homemade cookies. I'm counting on you, and I shan't let you down. Susa speedily stowed the bag inside her robes and pulled a staff longer than she was tall out of thin air. Earth magic activated on a grand scale, creating reinforcements all over the hall. Mr. Allen watched her work. Soy, Ellie, he said, don't let your guards down. I trust you to keep your eyes peeled. Oh, of course, we answered, and he handed us each a little bag before advancing toward the black gate. He must have seen the jealous looks we gave Susa. How embarrassing. While Soy and I joined hands and pranced with shame, Mr. Allen came to a halt. From the look of things, the archive below must have collapsed as well. He sighed before the dimly glowing gate. I doubt we'll find any star charts searching the hard way, and I'm doubtful we can even travel there, so it can't hurt to try something else. We three all turned to him with puzzled looks. Like what? My liege. I don't follow. Allen, sir. Mr. Allen cast 7 spells, all so weak that they seemed ready to flicker out. I could tell that they were impossibly intricate, but nothing else. 7 bars of light crossed the surface of the black gate, and it creaked, though before it had seemed so untouchable. We stood frozen in shock. Look, what in the world? Is it? Opening. Mr. Allen, meanwhile, raised his right hand a little. Again, lights raced across the gate's surface, like a starry night, and a time-worn scroll appeared. Could it be a star chart to compare with the flower orb from the Shiki archive? Could he teleport what he needed out of the sealed archive without going below himself? Mr. Allen closed the gate and turned back to us, looking relieved. It seems that it's already lost the greater part of its power to the star oath that Lords Crom and Gardner invoked. I believe it was originally put here to transport personnel to the archive. Its structure differs fundamentally from the gates at the altars I saw in Lallanoy and Shiki, which could point to trial and error in their design. It all seems just as the venerable Justinian emperor said. Words failed me. He was incredible, beyond belief. But where had I seen those spells that opened the gate before? Susa and Soy were whispering cheerfully to each other, so I couldn't ask them. The time has finally come for my liege to renounce his claim of being just a normal person. You'd better believe that's going on the agenda for our next big meeting. I made a mental note to bring it up with Lady Tina, Lady Lynn, and Miss Karen that evening, if they returned early enough. Clap, Mr. Allen stored the scroll using dark magic and brought his hands together. Once we were all looking at him, he held up his right index finger. His ring and bracelet soaked up the twilight and gleamed brilliantly. Ellie, I truly appreciate all you've done, he said. I believe I can use this to pinpoint the final altar. Soy and Susa, thank you as well. My pleasure, sir, I giggled. He complimented me. I pressed my hands to my cheeks and swayed back and forth in spite of myself. I couldn't have been happier. Ellie did all the hard work, said Soy. My liege, Susa cried. I desire even greater rewards. Mr. Allen surveyed our reactions, looked up at the sky, where the first stars twinkled faintly, and said offhandedly, I'll make astronomical observations from here tonight and compare them against the star chart while I guard the Black Gate. You can wait till tomorrow to start clearing the rubble and so on. You all deserve to go home and take a nice, long rest for today. That evening, I slipped out of the Howard residence and made for the entrance to the sealed archive, where Mr. Allen would be stargazing. How many stars there were to gaze at, and a lovely moon too. The cold weather we'd had lately must have brought these beautiful clear skies. I only wished that Lady Tina could have made it home to join me. But Ellie, she'd told me, I'm going to stay over at the Grand Arsenal tonight. It looks like Lynn and Karen won't be done with their work until tomorrow. Keep an eye on Mr. Allen, Stella, and Lydia while I'm gone, okay? I'm only following my lady's orders, and Big Sis Stella said I could, I murmured, although no one was listening to my excuses, then straightened my scarf and cape and checked the basket I was carrying. A white cloth covered a late-night meal, bread, and a canteen of hot vegetable soup. I'd packed tea and snacks as well. I'd made them myself. But will Mr. Allen like them? Thank you, Ellie. Would you study the stars with me? I imagined him saying, and I giggled and swayed at the happy thought. I'd love to go stargazing with you, Allen, sir. Bunny rabbits tripped my detection spells now and then. Chitos had conjured the white ones, and the black ones were Chihayas. Several dozen knights of the Royal Guard were patrolling too. Mr. Allen had given strict orders that no one was allowed into the underground area where the Black Gate was, so I felt relieved to find security so tight. I passed by an empty tent and, I gasped. What was that? I had a strange feeling that something wasn't quite right. Hadn't I felt the same way the first time I'd gone through the gate to the archive? I stopped and looked around me. I saw no sign of people, but that was no surprise. Mana lamps mounted on the 7 columns lit the rubble-strewn courtyard. Just to make certain, I'd use a farther-reaching detection spell to Ellie, no magic, someone whispered in my ear, and I jumped with a yelp. Hands quickly clamped over my mouth, and I realized who had spoken. An older girl with hair of a rich reddish-brown, wearing a sorcerer's robe like Mr. Allen's, and carrying an enchanted sword at her side. She brought me to a spot where I could look down and just see the Black Gate. Soy, whatever is the matter? I whispered, goggling. After a moment, she whispered back, "Look there," and gestured with her hand. I squinted into the hole and saw a young man with dark brown hair rolling up an old scroll in front of the black gate. I couldn't spot a telescope. Maybe he had already seen all the stars he needed to. "Mr. Allen," I murmured. Had I come too late? But if he was finishing up here, why did he have a suitcase with him? Fears I'd locked away in the depths of my mind rose to the surface. No, it can't be. Soy gritted her teeth beside me, never taking her eyes off him. Damn it. The professor's hunches are only right when you wish they weren't. Before I could ask questions, she clapped me on the shoulder and whispered, "You wait here. Don't let him spot you." She hesitated before adding, "Take over if we blow it." Soy, why?" She thrust a communication orb into my hands and jumped into the central pit. A tall young man with one violet streak in his pale blonde hair, acting Duke Gil Algren, went in after her from another side, holding a halberd. Have the professor's students been watching Mr. Allen? A restrained divine light shot burst in the air, lighting up the whole area as Mr. Allen turned, suitcase in hand. I couldn't see his face, but his surprised voice reached me through the orb. "Hi there, Gil Soy. Lovely moon tonight, don't you think?" I heard the whoosh of a halberd through the air and the metallic swish of a sword being drawn. Their owners' tense voices followed. "Allen, what did you take out of that black gate? Please, show us what you put in that suitcase." I held my breath. Mr. Allen had taken papers from the sealed archive without telling any of us. They must have to do with the church. I just know it. "So, the cat's out of the bag," our magician said, sounding just like his usual self. "And you have Anko's help, I see. Her improved imperial lightless labyrinth got you past the guards and magical creatures unseen. It even gave Lydia trouble when we first got to the university. And here she told me she'd remain neutral," he sighed. "Now, you asked about the Black Gate. Nothing in there will help lift the curse on Lydia. I doubt it will yield any new information without a long search." "Anko?" I felt around in the tense silence that followed, but I didn't sense the black cat. Still, it sounded as though her wards were keeping the knights, Chitos, and Chihia from noticing what was going on. "Is the curse on Miss Lydia as bad as all that?" "Allen, we won't ask you not to go," Gil shouted. "But who knows what the church has up its sleeve," added Soy. "It's too risky to go it alone, even for you." I felt my heart caught in a vice, and I clasped my hands without thinking. When we'd fought in the archive, Mr. Allen had said to me, "Ellie, please lend me your help." Why wouldn't he ask now? I heard the black cat's meow. The shadows on the ground swallowed me in an instant, without any warning. I covered my mouth in a desperate bid to keep from screaming, and soon popped out behind a heap of rubble. The shock cracked the orb, and the basket I'd been carrying had disappeared. Did Anko's magic do that? I looked down, and the black cat gave a reproachful little mew. "Why, yes," I whispered, and timidly peeked at what was going on below ground. I'd gotten closer to the center where Mr. Allen stood, and I clearly heard him say, "Come out, Tito. You too, Susa, Yuri." Perception-blocking spells dissolved, and the 3 university students appeared on the far side of Mr. Allen, all wearing sorcerer's robes. Allen. Tito also wore her witch hat and held a wooden staff, and at least 100 talismans filled the air around her. My liege? Susa had her floral hat on and kept a pair of wands rotating in the air while she wove advanced spells. Yuri appeared unarmed and didn't say anything, but magical creatures jostled inside his shadow. "Did the professor put you up to this, Tito?" Mr. Allen asked casually, and the whole cavern crackled with tension. Even I got goosebumps. I know they're strong, but can they really stop him? He's the brain of the Lady of the Sword, the kingdom's finest sorcerer. Even if they press their huge advantage in terms of mana capacity, I don't know. Tito pulled down the brim of her witch hat and lowered her head. I'll admit, he gave us orders. If Allen attempts to take matters entirely into his own hands, do all in your power to stop him. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it back to the royal capital in the foreseeable future. but we all chose to act on them. Alan, please, at least take us with you. Soy pleaded, dropping her usual coarse language for what Susa had told me was how she naturally spoke. The cold, heavy sighing of wind filled the cavern. Mr. Allen held his right hand over his eyes. I could hear the anguish in his voice. His ring and bracelet glowed deep red and bluish white. If I were going to face the church, I'd have gladly taken you up on that offer. I haven't a smidgen of doubt about your skill. Then let us help. To my surprise, the shout came from Tito. She had tears in her eyes. Not this time. Not only has the false saint who cursed Lydia bent stone serpent and the black dragon to her will. Mr. Allen lowered his hand and thrust it out to his side. Space started to warp under his fingertips. She's a false goddess, revived through the miracle of a white saint. She's passed beyond mortal understanding, yet still lives. And I'll have to fight the greater apostles as well, all monsters in their own rights. I mentored you at university. I can't lead you to your deaths. The enchanted rod named Silver Bloom materialized. The university students stiffened. Even from a distance, I could tell how tense they were. Just once, Mr. Allen had let me hold the rod that Twin Heavens, Linearia Etherheart, had given him, and I couldn't begin to make sense of what it could do. Lady Lynn and I couldn't wield it. Holding it was the most we could manage. Only Lady Tina had come close enough to grumble that the rod had a rotten attitude. Mr. Allen gave it a twirl, struck its butt on the ground, and said, "Gil, what will become of the ducal house of Algren if anything happens to you? Soy Susa, you hold the futures of the houses of Zolnhofen and Glenbacid in your hands, no matter what anyone else says about it. Yuri, without you, the university's next houseless students will have no one to guide them." He sounded half joking, but his words came from the heart. Shrugging, he turned to the girl in the witch hat. "Tito, you have a new lab to run come spring. It wasn't easy to get you an old title like Star Fiend, you know. This is no time for you to die. I don't want to get on Yen's bad side, for one thing." The professor's students exchanged silent nods and took a step forward. Tito hurled her 100 or more talismans, deploying advanced spells of every element, and Susa spread her wings and shot into the air, amplifying them to their limits. Gil wove the supreme spell, lightning Lord Tiger on the tip of Deep Violet, the enchanted halberd of the Algren Dukes. Soy's sword drew in light, while Yuri adjusted his spectacles and started conjuring wolves. Mr. Allen looked at them all and murmured, "You really insist on trying to stop me." Tito swung her staff. "You've given us so many things." Gil swung his halberd. "But we haven't even managed to pay the interest on all we owe you." A violent burst of purple lightning swallowed the underground hall, damaging the protruding stone columns and walls that we'd reinforced that day. And talismans hemmed Mr. Allen in on all sides, moving to cut off his escape as if they had wills of their own. "I don't plan on returning to the Zolnhofens." Soy's eyes turned golden, and her head sprouted a pair of horns like the dragon folk had. "The Glenbacidhis can rot in hell for all I care." Susa's hair grew long, and she suddenly had 4 wings. Both of them wove spells I'd never seen before. "I promise we'll stop you." Yuri's wolves massed together, becoming one enormous wolf that howled with its many heads. I hugged Anko, overcome with excitement. Oh, wow. This is what the professor's students can really do. Oh. Surrounded on all sides, Mr. Allen raked his fingers through his hair. "Then, I guess I've got no choice." A chill ran down my spine. That's not the normal Mr. Allen, is it? The professor's students all activated their spells without warning, and Anko meowed at almost the same moment. The orbs on Silver Bloom flashed as dark light swallowed everything. I couldn't hear anything but Mr. Allen's voice, and he sounded heartbroken. "I'm really sorry. I found out this power was never supposed to be fair." I brought my rod around in a wide arc, waving away the dark light that had settled over the underground hall. None of my former underclassmen remained standing. Soy and Gil lay unconscious at my feet. Tito, Susa, and Yuri, farther back, all of their mana consumed. The huge wolf had held its shape to the bitter end, but even it started dissolving into particles. I'd found a use for my power as a key other than linking mana. In fact, if floral heaven was to be believed, this was what it was meant for. While the moon and stars twinkled overhead and the black gate emitted its unsettling glow, I silently inspected Silver Bloom, the ring, and the bracelet. They had consumed a vast quantity of mana. Success, then, in a way. I remembered something Zell had told me after we defended the city from the Black Dragon. Alan, your power is a double-edged sword. Keep working on your spell control, and you might be able to take multiple people out of a fight. But you can't handle all that mana. You don't have the capacity for it. It'd be a different story if you could find something else to put it in, I guess. But I'm not a big fan of that power of yours, anyway. Tito's witch hat and Susa's floral one floated high in the air. I caught them with a wind spell and guided them into my hand. I'm with you there, Zell. I didn't like to take, although the witch who had given me the rod and ring and the princess who had transformed my bracelet seemed to be all for it. I put the hats on Tito's and Susa's sleeping heads and called, "Anko, would you mind moving them into the tents? They'll catch a cold lying out here." The majestic feline appeared atop a heap of rubble and meowed once. Darkness swallowed my school friends, transporting them. That left only me. "Thank you," I bowed, stowed the waterway chart I had retrieved from the sealed archive in an inner pocket, and picked up the suitcase I'd left beside the black gate. Studying my finds in detail could wait until I got clear of the city. I had left all my papers, but locating the final altar would still take Tina, Tito, and Niccolo several days. The church would need even longer. In the meantime, I would put an end to everything that had sprung from that tragedy 12 years ago. If I hoped to save Lydia, I had to act, even if that meant playing into the false saint's hands. I knew she wanted the final key that could open the black gates. "Well, I'd best be going," I told my silent feline watcher, retying my scarf. I wouldn't want any Maid Corps officers catching on, especially not Anna or Celebrim. I'd have to call off this whole attempt. "Keep an eye on Lydia and the girls for me, won't you?" And disaster struck in mid-sentence. Anko's eyes, so like the lunar amber no longer found in nature, flashed, and the ground shook. Plants sprang up and launched themselves at me, ringing me in. What on grand-scale botanical magic? I hastily cast the tri-elemental spell Iced Lightning Sprint and took evasive action, conjuring a blade of lightning on the tip of my rod. Did Susa already wake up? No, she can't have. Demisprites have orders of magnitude more mana than humans, but Silver Bloom is truly bottomless. So who could wait? Don't tell me. Slicing roots and branches, I burst out of the ring and looked up. A young maid hurtled down at me, with her limbs ensconced in tornadoes, screaming at the top of her lungs. I would know Ellie Walker's blonde hair and white ribbons anywhere. They got me? Ellie's an expert at silent casting in her own right, and Anko helped her slip past my detection spells. I waved my right hand and conjured an array of little flower petal shields from my bracelet, but they broke in rapid succession, barely slowing her down. Should I fight her off with my rod? But what if I scratched her? Maybe I'd better. On your guard, Alan, sir. My hesitation had given Ellie time to get in close. I narrowly dodged a ferocious kick from above, but the ground where I'd been standing caved in. There's plenty more where that came from. The young maid landed and struck, showering me with blows. All the while, plants lashed out to bind me. She must have practiced steadily, day in and day out, to achieve such extraordinary control of her spells. I know this isn't the time, but I can't help it. I couldn't be more pleased. "There," Ellie cried as I leaned back to avoid her high kick, only for the old chart to slip from my grasp and her botanical magic to snatch it up. So she was after that the whole time. We moved apart. "Anko, don't you think you're showing a little too much favoritism?" I complained to the stately black cat, who surveyed us from atop a heap of rubble. I don't believe you understand what neutral means, and I'm fully prepared to argue the point. The answer I got was, the cute get preference. How is that fair? I've got no chance against an angel. I stored my suitcase and scarf with dark magic to keep them out of the fray and called, Ellie. No response. The young maid unfurled what she'd taken from me. An old map of waterways, she murmured. The city of water, maybe. Or the city of craft? No, it's neither of those. It looks like. The chart wasn't easy to make out. She must have read a great many books to be able to glean so much from so little. Ellie Walker couldn't match Lydia or Tina for sheer brilliance, but she never stopped improving herself. She was becoming a future pillar, not only of the ducal house of Howard, but of the whole north of the kingdom. Ellie, you heard what I told the professor's students, didn't you? I pleaded, feeling for the limits of the imperial lightless labyrinth that Anko had spun around the center of the courtyard. Please, just let me go. We can't afford to take this enemy lightly. Ot. The young maid murmured something with her head lowered, but I couldn't make it out. Stray mana whirled around her, and dark streaks mixed with its usual green. She shoved the chart into a pocket and shouted, tears in her eyes. I will not. The wind raged in sympathy with her emotions, and her plants sprang to life. A lineal descendant of the Walkers, with the blood of the tree wardens and the great tree wardens, I could see the sons of most great nobles running panicked from a maid like her. You're an amazing sorcerer, Alan, sir, the best in the kingdom. But, Ellie didn't even bother to dry her eyes. Her burgeoning mana called forth fresh plants from the ground to twine around the stone columns. Pressing her right hand to her chest, she hurled her sorrow at me. If you got hurt, if you fell, I couldn't bear not being there with you. I simply couldn't bear it. I couldn't respond. I had never known her to speak her mind so plainly. Ellie wiped her tears on her sleeve and bowed a little bashfully. So, I'm sorry, but I can't do as you ask. I closed my eyes and drew in a breath. I'm prepared for the worst. If I'm right, the thing that emerges from the final altar's black gate could be worse than the 7 dragons, any devil, or the stinging sea. I don't know if it will be the deity Glenn Wainwright wants, though. In fact, a being like the one I spoke with when Stella became the black and white angel, or the one that deceived the last Principe, would probably suit the false saints. I opened my eyes and said, You really won't stand aside. No, I will not. Her eyes looked determined. I doubt I can talk her down. I gave my rod a twirl and started weaving spells. In that case, I'll force my way past you. Ellie looked shaken, but she held her ground and assumed a fighting stance. Pain lanced from the ring and bracelet on my right hand. Yes, you're certainly right about that. One thing before we begin, I said. Ellie, I want you to have this. Huh. I took out a map that I'd planned to have Stella and Tina deliver after I left the city and levitated it to the girl in front of me. Second Apostle I.O. Black Blossom Lockfield had this sewn into the lining of his witch hat. It's a map of Shiki. Look at the signature. Why, yes, sir. Ellie obediently scanned the paper, and her eyes widened. Did my mother write this? She asked in a trembling voice. Yes, I'm almost certain of it, I replied. I haven't shown it to Mr. Walker yet, but Mrs. Walker and Duke Walter both agree. You remember that your father, Ramier Walker, asked your mother, Millie, to carry on his mission in the sealed archive. Ellie ran her fingers over the letters in stunned silence. The battle in the archive had taken place 11 years ago, yet Millie's signature was clearly fresh. Now, what could that mean? I held up my left index finger. Ellie, I suspect that your mother is still alive and investigating the church's dark underbelly. Please forgive me for keeping it from you until today. I'd hoped to wait until I could be certain. My mother is alive. The young maid hugged the map and closed her eyes. She didn't even consider that I might try to take her by surprise. I wouldn't, of course, but still. Ellie folded the paper and put it in the same pocket as the waterway chart. Thank you very much, she said, bristling with fighting spirit. But I won't let you leave. Oh dear, she really means to go through with this. Ellie had been an archetypal mid-range fighter, but she had matured into an all-rounder capable of engaging at any distance. I could try to take her mana using my powers as a key, but I didn't like my odds in the face of the mighty feline's interference. Are you sure you don't just have a soft spot for Ellie? You didn't step in to help the gang from the lab. Our resident angel is certainly stubborn, I said. I'm sure I take after my tutor, Ellie shot back, sounding a little like Tina or Stella. I shifted my grip on my rod, and fire plumes filled the air. A red-haired young noblewoman in sword-fighting attire lifted the spells concealing her and leapt. Ellie, she yelled, drawing her sword. Lady Lynn, the maid cried, while I gasped, stunned for half a moment by the unexpected new arrival. Dear brother. Lynn flashed her canines in a grin and cast the supreme spell Firebird without a moment's hesitation. The flaming avian menace turned the subterranean hall red, burning away what roots and branches remained. I sprang backward and tried to unravel the spell, only to have my attempt repulsed. I don't recognize this encryption. Is Leah helping her? The only way to stop a supreme spell was with another one, or with potent ancient magic. I used the mana in Silver Bloom to cast Waterfang Whale, matching the deadly bird strength for strength with the supreme spell of water. Steam blanketed the hall. To think that Lynn would take a leaf from her sister's book and throw a firebird right out of the gate. If only I'd taught her more common sense. I was still regretting my lesson planning when a Wolf Clan girl charged me, running low to the ground with a short spear conjured from lightning. She wore a floral military beret and a version of Lily's exotic ensemble in shades of purple. Alan! Her overhead strike flashed toward me, and I caught it on my rod. Arcs of violet electricity flew, crackling from the impact. Karen, I said, that was certainly a rough way to say hello. Perfect for an impossible brother who's trying to skip town without a word to his sister. Realizing her surprise attack had failed, she kicked off my rod, flipped over in midair, and landed beside Ellie and Lynn. The mark of the thunder fox appeared on the back of her right hand. So Atra's against me too. Lynn Leinster, the little lady of fire, and Karen Alvern, the lightning wolf, stood in the vanguard. Ellie Walker, the little lady of wind, held the middle of their formation. And finally, a genius to rival Lydia Leinster descended, rod in hand, to bring up the rear. Her eyes shone with confidence and unshakable determination. I put a hand on my forehead and asked the girl who shouldn't have been there. Did you plan all this, Tina? No, Stella and I planned it together. Lily helped arrange top-secret military griffins for us. I figured even you wouldn't be keeping track of what's happening all the way in the southern capital. The platinum-haired young noblewoman in the white cloak sounded a trifle embarrassed, as though she were admitting to a successful prank. She's right. I managed to keep tabs on everything going on here, but I couldn't follow happenings so far afield. We went over everywhere in the city you went, and everything you did since Lydia's injury, Tina gleefully explained. Mina couldn't find anything to say except no marks whatsoever when she saw how hard you'd been pushing yourself. We're going to make sure you take proper rest from now on. You'll sleep whether you like it or not. The soon-to-be 14-year-old fixed me with a piercing glare. This might not go well for me. You worked yourself to the bone because you wanted to set every problem you're involved in on track to a solution. Isn't that right? Tina continued, circling behind Ellie. Returning Mother's journal to Stella and me was part of that. We felt quite hurt. We did make progress reading it, and we have something to show for our efforts, but you're going to decipher it with us, starting tomorrow. I won't hear any argument. Oh dear, she's seen through everything. Lynn, Ellie, and Karen were looking ever gloomier. And since securing a way to reopen the sealed archive, you focused on poring over documents, even using your position as the princess's personal investigator and the Alvern name to get at them. But you already knew how to get an old star chart that you could use to locate the final altar, so why go to all that trouble? I left all those notes because I felt too guilty to face them. I never dreamed it would come back to bite me. Tina held up her left index finger and spelled out my plan. Because sooner or later, you were going to leave the city and settle your score with the false saint alone to lift the curse on Lydia. And you didn't care if you died doing it. You have the mother of all talking tos coming, sir. If Stella and Lily know, then it's only a matter of time before Cheryl and Felicia find out. What a disaster. So the message that you would be spending the night at the arsenal was a ruse? I asked. It was. I had faith that you'd care enough to intercept anything we said by orb. Lily got us permission to fly military griffins over the city. Tina pressed her hands together and beamed. If you were going to make your move, it had to be tonight, didn't it? Security will never be laxer than it is now, right after Ellie opened the archive. You'd have a harder time taking what you wanted from it if you waited till tomorrow. I stood speechless. That's the trouble with geniuses. She could become anything she set her mind to, as long as she picks one thing to focus on. I never know what she'll do next. Lady Tina, you didn't tell me a thing. The angelic maid wilted. I had to keep you in the dark to catch Mr. Allen, her mistress protested. I couldn't tell the professor's students either. The professor could be unscrupulous when the need arose. He might well have withheld details from his students on purpose, on the grounds that all would be well as long as someone stopped me. I wouldn't have put it past him, though I doubted he had the time, considering the way his messages from the imperial capital had petered out. I hesitated. The curse on Lydia. Multiple magical creatures were prowling outside Anko's barrier. I doubted I had much time left. Preparing spells, I glanced down at the ring and bracelet. It was made specifically for me, to put a key out of action. Cheryl, Stella, and Lily are managing to keep its symptoms in check for now, but I don't believe they can cure it completely. I considered transferring it to myself, but unfortunately, she broke off our contract the moment she was stabbed. The only solution is to defeat the caster. The three younger girls looked shaken. They must not have realized the full gravity of the situation. Alan, who is the false saint? Why is she obsessed with you? Karen demanded grimly, cutting to the heart of the matter. I'm sorry. I can't tell you yet. I can't quite believe it myself. I left the question unanswered and turned my attention to the girls. Was it Stella who predicted I would use my powers as a key? Why, yes, Tina replied. When I left for the Grand Arsenal, she said, Mr. Allen won't hesitate to wield any power at his disposal if he deems it necessary to save someone, no matter how unpleasant he finds it. Lily agreed. I'm no match for Saint Wolf and that maid. They really do see right through me, and perhaps they said a word or two to Anko as well. I decided to change the subject. In a way, the false saint is more frightening than Glenn Wainwright. That is, Alan the shooting star after devouring the sage. The girls kept silent, encouraging me to continue. I spun my rod, preparing the great spell I'd been experimenting with. Glenn seems to have a clear goal: beckon the divine, end the era of Mordekind, and breathe new life into the planet. It's absurd, and it makes me question his sanity, but I believe he's in earnest. That's why he was able to assemble apostles to serve him, pawns like Aster, Io, and Alicia. The false saint must have started out as one of their number. However, I brushed the black gate with my left hand, linking my mana to it as I shared my doubts with the girls, who never took their eyes off me. She's something else now. She has a will of her own, and probably a goal different from his. She claims she's working to fully recreate the great spell resurrection, but I find that hard to believe. If I'm right about her, she would never wish for such a thing. It would be an insult to the sister who had given her life to save her. A miracle that becomes commonplace isn't a miracle anymore. It would be much more natural to assume she's hiding what she's really after. So, what is she trying to use all the sacrifices she lures in with resurrection for? Tina, Ellie, Lynn, Karen, I said, unwilling to follow that appalling train of thought further. Are you prepared to face something that might just be more terrible than a god? I struck the ground with the butt of my rod. To the girl's shock, inky darkness seeped from the black gate to engulf and transform the entire subterranean hall. We stood in a dreamlike space, dotted with dim lights like stars both above and below. Karen and Ellie didn't know what to make of it. What on earth? A starry sky? Lynn looked thoughtful. Is this like the trick you showed us in class, dear brother? Tina stared at me from behind them with dawning realization. You used the other great spells to draw out part of the Black Gate's power. That's exactly right, Tina, I applauded. I suspect that this might be the real great spell of darkness. Of course, I'm only taking advantage of my powers as a key to make an incomplete formula function. Resurrection is a fake, a deception. How had Arthur Heaven's sword, Lothringen, disappeared so suddenly? Where was the old battlefield that Stella and I had been transported to? The false saint and Glenn must have employed similar magic, although different in range and scope. Now, shall we begin? I gave my rod several spins, then stopped it dead and thrust it at the girls. I'm going to save Lydia. I will save her, and I won't let you interfere. The younger girls flinched from the threatening note I'd added to my voice. Karen clapped her hands and barked. Tina, stick to the plan. Why, yes, ma'am. Ellie, lend me a hand, called the red-haired noblewoman. Why, yes, Lady Lynn. The young maid joined her in the vanguard, and Karen, using lightning apotheosis, fell back behind them. As for Tina, who remained in the rear, it's rude to look away, dear brother. Lynn struck first, slashing with her sword. Please keep your eyes on us. Ellie added a blow. I dodged both without magic, then caught and threw them with the elementary spell Divine Darkness threads, drawing a grunt from the noblewoman and a squeal from the maid. Karen darted in, thrusting rapidly with her short lightning spear. I fended her off with my rod while I tried to back away using a combination of strengthening and wind magic, but she wouldn't let me go so easily. In terms of raw speed, she probably outstripped even Lydia. You've gotten faster since I last fought you. I congratulated her at close quarters, blocking yet another strike. You'd sound more sincere if you had trouble keeping up with me, my sister grumbled. We exchanged several dozen blows in midair and landed out of each other's reach. Immediately, I multicast Divine Darkness Wave. The spells caught Karen slightly off balance, pushing her away even as she blocked them with her short spear. I can keep up with you because I sense your mana, I said. Besides, I would know your moves with my eyes closed. I am your brother. Having explained my trick, I brought my rod around to deliver another blow before Miss Karen. Karen? Ellie and Lynn hit me with a storm of divine light spears. They must have chosen the intermediate spell for its speed. Not a bad decision. I waved my right arm and arrayed flower shields around me, carefully snuffing out each spear. Once my defenses finally closed in on them, they felt the pressure and retreated. All those spears. And didn't even faze him. Ellie, Lynn, Karen roared. Dodge. The maid and the noblewoman hastily parted to either side. Enough mana to give me goosebumps concentrated in the short spear Karen held in both hands. Her hair whitened and grew to her shoulders, a sure sign that she was calling on Atra's help. The celestial spear, I murmured. She wasn't linked to me, so I doubted it could reach full potency. In any case, I had identified the spell she was deploying, and I struck my staff on the ground. My sister gave me a puzzled look. I beckoned to her. Strike any time you're ready. Her ears and tail bristled with rage. That's fine by me, Karen Alvern roared and unleashed the completed great spell. A cross-headed spear hurtled toward me, spiraling. Now, let's see if this works. I materialized a gate to a new space ahead of the celestial spear. The great, dazzling ray streaked forward, only to be swallowed and soon vanish. Tina, Ellie, and Lynn froze, speechless. I can deal with anything you throw at me head-on, I said, affecting easy confidence while, inwardly, I was sweating bullets. The celestial spear we'd beaten Io with would have pierced right through me and the space I'd conjured. Karen fell to one knee, her mana seriously depleted. Ellie and Lynn rushed over, calling her name. She didn't draw the lightning worm dagger for that strike, did she? While I grew warier, my sister rose to her feet, panting. Fighting you when you have mana to work with doesn't feel fair, just as we thought. Ellie and Lynn didn't look as though they'd lost the will to fight either. I need to hurry. Anna or Celebrim could turn up at any moment. Cheryl might even slip out of the palace to join them. My conclusion: make my next blow the last. It appears our time is running out, I said, drawing the sacred sword Bright Night out of thin air and thrusting it out in front of me, still in its scabbard. Scarlet, emerald, violet, and azure lights grew in the orbs on silver bloom. I made the girls an ultimatum. So, let's settle this with one last contest. If I weather your strongest blow without a scratch, let me go as I planned. If I find myself forced to draw Bright Night, however, then you've beaten me. And since this is a special occasion, allow me to show you true supreme magic, as twin heavens wielded it. Fiery plumes danced. Winds raged. Lightning flashed. Ice crystals swirled. The symbols of the kingdom's 4 great ducal houses, Firebird, Gale Dragon, Lightning Lord Tiger, and Blizzard Wolf, all took shape at once. Yet they differed from their accustomed forms in their number of heads or wings, the size of their fangs, and countless other details. I was still fine-tuning them, and they couldn't compare to what I'd seen Lineria do, but they were strong enough. The girls gaped, awestruck at the sight before them, but their will to fight never wavered. Wow, how does he control them? Well, he is my dear brother. Brace yourselves, here they come. They really are something. I couldn't be prouder of them. But even so, I closed my eyes for just a moment, held my rod aloft. On your guards, defend yourselves if you can, and snapped it down. My 4 supreme spells, unleashed, surged toward the girls. Ellie moved first. You haven't won yet. She planted her hands on the inky ground and cast magic I hadn't taught her. Hermitage of Verdant Billows, a tactical taboo spell of Lineria's own creation. A great wave of vegetation slammed into my Gale Dragon, canceling it out with sheer brute force. Lady Lynn, Miss Karen, Ellie shouted, struggling to control her magic. My sister in her armor of lightning and the red-haired, empty-handed noblewoman strengthened themselves to the limits of their abilities and raced forward past Ellie, using roots and branches for footing. No sooner had they launched themselves into the air than each seized the hilt of her dagger. The marks of the Thunder Fox and Blazing Killen shone ever brighter on the backs of their right hands. Don't bother holding back, Karen called. I know, Lynn snapped. The reborn Lightning Worm dagger and the newborn Fiery dagger, fresh from the grand arsenal, pulled free of their sheaths. A peal of thunder shook the whole magical space. Scarlet flames raged, intent on consuming all within reach. My Gale Dragon, Lightning Lord Tiger, and Firebird, spells I had enhanced to, in theory, press forward relentlessly until they annihilated their target, as the legends claimed, were disintegrated along with Ellie's Hermitage of Verdant Billows. Only my Blizzard Wolf remained. Lady Tina, Ellie shouted. Tina, Lynn joined in. It's time for your best. Karen called to the platinum-haired young noblewoman who stood with her rod raised high above her head. Our gazes collided head-on. Mother wrote about her in her journal. She's called. Tina's mana, already among the most potent in the kingdom, swelled to even greater proportions, and myriad ice flakes whirled, turning the area around her vivid white. The last of the star rods made in the Age of Gods, long looked for dawn. The orb blazed with crystal-clear light, piercing my enclosed space. The dark of night gave way to a twilight glow. Lena must have been helping, because, like when we had stopped the ice worm in the Lalanoyan capital, Lady Tina Howard's lovely platinum hair grew to her waist. Staring down the Blizzard Wolf hurtling toward her, and me behind it, she declared, Alan, so that I can stand beside you, walk with you, and become the one to lead you someday. She took the azure ribbon I'd given her from her pocket and wrapped it around the star rod. A howling blizzard sprang into being. The girl flashed a fearless smile. "I'm going to stop you. I saved my best for last." An explosion of brilliance burst from the orb, and astral frost. Tina cast a great spell without linking with me. An icy azure ray froze all in its path, finally reaching my blizzard wolf and its absolute protection from the element of ice. To my consternation, it instantly froze the supreme spell too, and sped on toward me. I was dealing with the same power that had frozen Duke Walter's blizzard wolf almost a year ago. My ring and bracelet blinked furiously. I know, I won't be able to walk that off if it hits me. I drew Bright Night and crossed it with Silver Bloom to intercept the azure ray. My pocket of darkness blew away as mere proximity to the great spell died, everything utterly white. I unleashed the mana in my rod and bracelet, simply enduring the onslaught. When the brief moment that seemed an eternity finally passed, the star rod fell silent in Tina's hands, and her hair returned to normal. The subterranean hall had become one vast, snow-covered plain apart from the patch around the black gate where we stood. Not even Anko's magic could hide a disturbance of this magnitude. Chidos's white rabbits and Chihea's black ones seemed to have caught on. With a sigh, I returned Bright Night to its scabbard and again faced the girls, who watched me with bated breath. I shrugged, put my rod away with dark magic, and said meekly, "I yield. You've beaten me." Tina, Ellie, and Lynn goggled at me, then let out a resounding cheer. A moment later, they were holding hands and jumping for joy. What a year of growth can do. A tug on my left sleeve pulled me out of my emotional reverie. "Alan, My sister's ears lay flat, and she gazed up at me with none of the commanding presence she'd possessed a moment ago. She had set out to stop me, but our clash must have weighed on her all the same. I put an arm around her shoulders and gave her a quick hug. "It's better this way, Karen. I'm sure of it." She nuzzled her face into my chest with an air of sincere relief. "Good." I was brushing dust off her beret when Lynn spotted us and screamed, prompting Tina to wail, "Karen's trying to cut ahead of us." WL, it's nice that they have so much energy, especially Tina. Surely casting a great spell should have taken more out of her, even with Lena's help. Karen stood up straight, tail wagging happily, and retorted, "I wish you'd be more careful what you say. I'm only exercising my natural sisterly rights." "What? You can't give us the same excuse every single." I was watching my sister and my students launch into another bout of friendly roughhousing when I felt a weight on my left shoulder. Anko meowed, "Think about what you've done." "Yes, ma'am." I stroked the stately feline until a fidgeting Ellie came up to me with a wicker basket. Alan, sir, you see, I, left the midnight snack I packed with Anko, and I thought that maybe you'd like to eek. Lady Tina, Lady Ellin, even you, Miss Karen. What did I do?" She was soon hauled away again, however, and received 3 stern verdicts of guilty. Tina, Lynn, and Karen closed in on the moaning Ellie, and their games resumed. Watching the familiar scene, I let out the first heartfelt chuckle that had passed my lips since Lydia's injury. The twinkling of Tina's star rod announced the arrival of dawn in the pitch-dark sky. Epilogue, excuse me, your highnesses. Lady Stella Howard, Lady Lily Leinster. May I go look in on Lydia now? The next day found me in the Howard mansion, forced to stand before the noblewomen while they interrogated me. Stella wore her white robes, having just finished her shift, and let Cheryl take over Lydia's care. Lily, who had been the first to know everything that had gone on the previous night, wore a matching ensemble. Why, I couldn't begin to guess, but she had wasted no time informing Cheryl and Felicia. I'd found that out when I'd gone to explain myself that morning. "Alan," the princess had said before I could get a word out, "if you don't shape up, I swear I will make you rise in the world." "I hear you relapsed into your old bad habits," the head clerk had added. "You'll get a piece of my mind about that later." I had gazed beseechingly up at the heavens in spite of myself. That would teach me to underestimate a maid. I could hear murmurs of Karen and Felicia talking out in the corridor. They had been taking part in the interrogation until a few moments earlier. Oh, if only Anko or Chiffon were here. I'd welcome the children too, but they're napping in another room. I'd settle for Ellie if the little angel weren't busy making us lunch. Or Lynn, she really is a good kid. You may not. Stella's answer cut short my retreat from reality. She and Tina had read me like a book in this affair. A Mr. Alan Alvern who calls me Highness clearly hasn't learned his lesson. I feel simply devastated. I agree, Lily chimed in, marking her place in the book she was holding. And what's worse, he'll be with the group leaving the city tomorrow. We simply must make him spend all day thinking about what he's done. By comparing the star chart in the flower orb I'd taken from the Shiki archive with one I'd retrieved from the sealed archive here, I had finally pinpointed the final altar's location. It lay in the innermost sanctum of the divine city, capital of the Lithringian Empire. That is, in the heart of the waterways that stretched beneath the great tree in what was now my hometown, the Wainwright Kingdom's eastern capital. I'd recovered a late imperial map of the area from the sealed archive, but who knew how useful it would prove? Word of my discovery had already reached the palace. Karen, Tina, Ellie, Lynn, and I were to join an advance force that would link up with Duchess Lisa Leinster's party on site. And although I had suggested that Cheryl punish me, she had dismissed the idea on the grounds that all you did was go stargazing. Isn't that right? I may have made it harder for myself to turn down any future rewards. But that said, my heart is bigger than the holy South Sea, the maid continued. I wouldn't be averse to letting you go if you give your word to make me head maid to the house of Alvern. Where did that come from? And what's that strange book on the side table? In any case, I have no plans to hire servants. Is that treachery I hear, Lily? Stella demanded. And why the Alvern's head maid? That's a suspiciously specific request. You're up to something. Tell me, what have you been checking in that book? Let me see it. Oh, don't know if you're, well, ready to read that yet, Lily hedged. It could be a bit too, intense. But St. Wolf snatched the book and opened it before the maid could stop her. Her cheeks rapidly reddened, and even her platinum hair started to stand on end. Huh, what? A maid and her master are. The shame seemed to have gotten to be too much for her. A squeak escaped her, her eyes bulged, and she nearly toppled out of her chair. Whoa there! I steadied her and carried her to a couch. Lily, please keep your mischief within reason, I said, cooling Stella's cheeks with a wind spell. The maid giggled, practically skipped up to me, and told me the latest news while fixing my shirt. The end of the work at the Grand Arsenal is in sight, so Chieftain Chai's Glenbassid and Miss Ando Glenbassid will come to assist with the purification starting tomorrow. Under the circumstances, they've decided to postpone reforging the fireworm dagger. She paused before adding, Chieftain Chais will explain everything to the other former officers of the Shooting Star Brigade this evening. Finally, well, we can only guess how they'll take the news. Alan the Shooting Star is the commander they failed to save as well as their champion. I've asked my old lab mates to help guard Lydia, I said. Gil and Soy will be coming with us, though. I had, of course, apologized to my former schoolmates the night before, once they'd woken up, but they had countered with apologies of their own. They blamed themselves for being too weak. Where did I go wrong teaching them? Lily touched my bracelet. Will the children go with you to the eastern capital too? It seems so, I replied. They insist on coming along. The great elementals were among the church's primary targets. I would have preferred to leave them at Lydia's side. But it looked as though blazing Killin, marine crocodile, stone serpent, tempest kingfisher, thunder fox, frigid crane, and tenebrous wolf, all of the 8 great elementals, except for lunar cat, would be assembling for the decisive battle. Lily, I'd like you to do me a no can do. The maid didn't even let me finish my request. She pressed on my forehead with her index finger, then did a half twirl that set her scarlet hair and black ribbon fluttering. You'll stop the curse on Lydia at the source, and I'll come home safely, and I won't hear a word to the contrary. Of course, I might lend you an ear if you promise to make me head maid to the grand ducal house of Alvern and give me the uniform we asked Miss Foss for. Stella, I'd like the benefit of your opinion. Saint Wolf shot up from the couch and hid her still blushing face behind a cushion. I agree with the first half completely. As for the second half, she pointed sulkily to the door, I believe that she will give you a clearer answer. Oh, yes, I said. I see your point. Huh. Puzzled by our reactions, Lily turned to look. There stood a slender woman with her lips fixed in a smile. The Leinsters' head maid, Anna. We hadn't detected her approach, and the door had opened without a sound. Lily froze, then bounded for cover, tresses and ribbon whipping through the air. Ma'am, she managed, poking her head out from behind the couch. How much did you hear? Why, whatever do you mean? The head maid replied. So Miss Foss is making a maid uniform. I'm sure Romy would love to hear about that. Lily groaned. It seemed she wouldn't be getting that uniform for a long time to come. Anna bowed respectfully. Lady Lily, Lady Stella, your lunch is prepared. Please make haste. Mr. Allen, Lady Lydia awaits. I opened the door and entered to find Chiffon and Anko curled up on the hearth rug. The purification spell remained active, but I didn't see its caster. A note on the bedside table informed me that Cheryl had gone to lunch. Lydia lay quietly on the enormous bed. The plush wolf I had once given her as a souvenir of the North sat by her pillow, although I couldn't think who had put it there. I took a nearby chair and studied her face. She's lost weight again, and the curse is spreading. The invading blood ash curse and the potent, cleansing light clashed repeatedly, exhausting each other. I reached out and touched the young woman's short scarlet hair and felt a jolt of pain. The curse had already spread that far. I'd better keep in close contact with the royal capital. Anna returned from changing the water in a vase. I needn't remind you our world is without divinities, she said dispassionately, arranging flowers I had plucked from the sanctuary. They left long ago. No power that we employ will bring them back. I believe you are correct to suppose that the false saint schemes to manifest something else. I hope that you will exercise caution. I will, thank you. Something else, other than a god. But what? The black and white angel spoke of waiting, till the mortal realms crumble, the world tree puts down roots, and this planet completes its rebirth. Glenn claimed he would beckon the divine, end the era of Mordekind, and breathe new life into the planet. Could the two of them have just happened to use such similar language? I can't help worrying. That said, the chestnut-haired head maid seized a bit of residual blood ash drifting above the bed and crushed it without flinching. Genuine miracles do exist on this planet of ours. This horrible curse might easily spell instant death for anyone but you. Yet meeting you helped Lady Lydia to grow. You were by her side when she was stabbed. And multiple masters of purification, who will no doubt go down in history, are here in one nation, at one time. A truly miraculous confluence. Mr. Allen? Anna knelt down, not caring that she might get her skirt dirty, and clasped my hands in hers. Darkness will not fall again so long as you persevere. Please do not forget that. Several moments stretched on in silence before I managed to reply, I'll see that I don't. The head maid had loved and cared for Lydia since she was a little girl. I could not doubt her words. The ring on my right hand flashed as if to say, and don't forget my warning either. Come to think of it, Anna does use old-fashioned words now and then. The head maid let go of my hands and smiled. I'll go call her Royal Highness, she said, making for the door. Then she halted and looked back over her shoulder, holding up her left index finger. If I may offer one piece of heartfelt advice, I cannot approve of using the bibliophage's forbidden tomes to cleanse Lady Lydia. They are merely a byproduct on the path to slaying a god. There are good reasons why one hears no tales of them succeeding a second time. If you do employ them, I strongly suggest that you do so only in a supporting capacity. Even if you are able to save Lady Lydia with their power, you yourself will certainly suffer harm. Should you perish, she would not hesitate to join you in death. That gave me pause. I had drawn up a plan to negotiate with the hero, Alice Alvern, and sacrifice both tomes along with myself to cleanse Lydia as a last resort if all else failed. But it sounded as though I had better scrap that idea. I wouldn't hear of her joining me in death. Still, the bibliophage has been practically forgotten. How on earth does Anna know so much about her? Wait, no. I won't like where that train of thought leads. I touched the watch I'd left on the bedside table and Lydia's, blood-stained and stopped, which I carried in my pocket. I'll borrow this again, okay? For good luck. I brushed the young woman's lusterless scarlet hair and her cheek. I hope that you will trust the ducal house of Leinster's faithful head made to see to Lady Lydia's safety. While you are away, sir, Anna said, pressing her left hand to her chest. I will be here, praying for your success. I leave everything in your capable hands, I told her. Very good, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me. The chestnut-haired head maid briefly brought her hands together, then left through the door we'd entered by. No sooner had she gone than Tina knocked, wearing a white everyday ensemble. She held Duchess Rose's journal, which I supposed she had been reading. She, and a lock of her platinum hair, swayed with excitement at the sight of me. Lunch is ready, sir, she announced. Ellie and Lynn outdid themselves, and, is something wrong? I scratched my cheek and shrugged. No, I was only thinking that the world's secrets may be lying close to hand, where we least expect them. Tina looked confused, but took the chair beside mine without asking any further questions. Allow me to return this, she said primly, laying the leather-bound journal on my lap. I've already discussed it with Stella. No, I really think we'll feel easier in our minds if you hold on to it for us. How am I supposed to say no when they put it like that? In that case, I'll keep an eye on it again for the time being, I said. Thank you. And just like that, Tina was all shy smiles. She stood and took a long, hard look at the young woman on the bed. Lydia still looks just as pretty when she's sleeping, she murmured with feeling. Then, taking care to avoid any residual blood ash, she whispered something in Lydia's ear. I'll keep Mr. Allen safe, I promise. You wait here for us. A scant few fiery plumes fluttered down. I rose and stroked Lydia's head, and they went out. What did you say to her, Tina? It certainly rubbed her the wrong way. Tina laughed. That's a secret between us girls. There will be hell to pay once Lydia's back on her feet. Chiffon sensed the princess's mana returning and wagged her tail. After lunch, I'd like your opinion on the parts of the journal you've read. I told the young noblewoman I'd known for almost a year now. I'm counting on you, little lady of ice. I'm glad to hear it, Alan. I won't let you down. An uncanny silence enveloped the offices of the Holy See, the heart of the pontiff's domain. The church's faithful practically worshipped their saint, yet her living quarters seemed devoid of gray-robed apostle cadets, let alone a guard of holy knights. Only a series of stone passageways, lit by dim mana lamps, met my eyes. I don't sense any of the apostles, I murmured doubtfully, straining my eyes at the gloom ahead. I had come prepared to find at least lesser apostles, and possibly even some of the greater, lying in wait, and to face them as Lord Gregory Algren's loyal retainer. The place had changed far too much for my liking since our last attempt. Master Fugin, I don't know what to make of this, said Millie Walker, the cloaked blonde sorceress who had joined us in infiltrating the compound. Don't get careless. We've got to go on, even if we're walking into a trap, grunted the old Fox Clan martial artist walking in the lead. Clearly, I was not alone in my confusion. What on earth is going on? Jump back, the old fox barked. Millie Walker and I immediately complied. An enormous obsidian tail passed just in front of us, knocking gaping holes in the walls. If we hadn't heeded Fugin's warning, we would have been dead. And to make matters worse, a potent barrier enclosed the area, leaving us with no easy means of retreat. The old fox withdrew out of the billowing dust clouds. His jacket was torn, and his left arm hung limp, drenched in fresh blood. Alerting us had delayed his own escape. "Master Fugin," I rushed to cast healing magic, but he stopped me. "Don't fuss, Tidrina girl. It's only a scratch. If you want to see the Algren boy again, face forward. Distractions will get you killed." I bit my lip and drew my metal wand. What of Millie Walker? She didn't seem hurt, and she started weaving spells sooner than I did. "I'm impressed, Master Fugin. I didn't think you could dodge that, but I suppose you are in the direct line of the Fistmaster, and only the bibliophage left more of a mark on the continent's geography than he did." I could see a small figure walking toward us through the smoke. A new apostle? My companions seemed to sense something and started deploying spells in rapid succession. "Hooray you," the old fox asked curtly. "Goodness." The voice oozed derision. A sharp gust revealed its owner. "Don't you remember me?" In the center of the passage stood a girl with golden eyes, silver-gray hair, beast ears, and a tail. She wore a hooded white robe edged with gold embroidery, and her right hand clasped a black rod that made the shadows shift and waver. What an unpleasant feeling. Is it cursed? My seasoned companions lost their composure. I don't believe it," gasped Fugin. "One of the Fox clan in the church, and its saint at that." "That rod looks as though it was modeled on silver bloom," Millie murmured. "It really exists, then?" The girl went on sneering. The sight of snakes slithering over her right hand and cheek turned my stomach. "I get it now," Fugin groaned, multicasting healing spells to force his broken arm back into a usable state. "That's fallen bloom, isn't it? The rod accursed, child of the livers made with the Lunar Key creationists. They nearly wiped the Southern Isles off the map 100 years ago because they couldn't get over their deluded obsession with making an 8th dragon. 100 years ago. Is that the truth behind the campaign that the Lebuphors led? But how are you even alive, Atra? No." A tinge of fear entered the old fox's expression. "Iria Ashhart of the Black Peaks Fox clan." Neither Millie nor I dared interrupt. "I must escape somehow, or I'll put Master Gregory in peril as well." Fugin took a step forward. "What the hell happened to you? Why do you have your sister Atra's face?" "I don't see why I should tell you," the false saint replied. "I felt lost, unable to follow their exchange." Did these two know each other? Either way, the false saint seemed to lose interest in the old fox. She thrust a number of stone spears into her impossibly large shadow and smiled at Millie. "Why, if it isn't Millie Walker of the Tree Wardens. I haven't seen you in ages. Not since the sealed archive, I believe. To think you survived. I'm impressed. How hard it must have been for you, losing your husband like that. But you really oughtn't take such risks." Then again, I felt a chill the likes of which I had never experienced before. Everyone dies sooner or later. "Run!" Fugin roared, launching himself at the false saint at almost the same moment that dark brambles lashed out from her shadow. "Master Fugin, why?" I went flying and slammed into the ground of an inner courtyard before I could activate a single spell. I hauled myself up, ignoring the pain, only to find that a dark, thorny tangle had engulfed the entire passage. A black dragon, bellowing in rage, pinned a bloody Fugin against a column with its foreleg, while the Fox clan girl gazed disinterestedly up at him. She was on a different level from her apostles. The difference was simply too great. A word fell from my lips. "Monster." "Of course I am. Did you only just realize?" the false saint said dismissively. Floating into the air without casting a spell, she thrust her rod at Millie Walker, the only uninjured member of our party. "There's been a slight change of plans, and I'm waiting on my dance partner. I don't want you interrupting us, so kindly make your exit." A look of glee entered the false saint's eyes as she took control of the mass of black brambles. I stood rooted to the spot in terror. Oh, why fight it? I'm going to die here, without ever managing to repay Master Gregory's kindness. That won't do at all. The false saint appeared ahead of Millie Walker, just as the latter scooped me up and tried to make a break for it. Did she just travel through shadows? Leave me, I pleaded with Millie, trembling. On your own, you could. Never lose hope until the bitter end, Ito Tidrina. A new voice cut me off in mid-sentence. A moment later, something tore a square chunk out of the black thorn hedge, creating a gap in the net that held us. Surely only one person can do magic like that. Through the breach strode a bespectacled man in a hat and overcoat. He must have rescued Fugin as well, although I couldn't imagine how, because I saw the blood-drenched old fox near a stone column. The false saint maintained a disgruntled silence, while Millie and I cried out in amazement. Aren't you? Professor, what is the kingdom's most dangerous sorcerer doing in the Holy See? The man squinted, then spoke as if he were merely passing the time of day. Why, if it isn't Millie, how we've missed you. Ellie is growing into a fine young woman. She has an excellent tutor to make sure of that. Now, his demeanor changed abruptly, and inscrutable little black boxes began to appear around him. Don't you think you've gone a little too far? These people attacked me first, the false saint retorted. For all the exasperation in her tone, the sneer had left her face, leaving only a grim scowl. The professor adjusted his gloves and slowly spread his arms. Well, much as I prefer to let my students do the hard work, bloodshed is a job for adults like me. I'm afraid I'll need you to come with me, Iria Ashhart of the Black Peaks Fox clan. Or should I say? A section of the thorn hedge launched a preemptive strike and vanished into the black boxes, which expanded to pull it in. No known branch of magic contained anything like it. False goddess, you're the first successful example of a white saint's miracle I've ever seen. Tell me, how many years, no, how many months of life do you have left? Without answering, the false saint scythed her rod through the air in a wide, angry arc. More dark gray spears than I could count surrounded us. I think it's time for the deserter who withdrew from the 8 grand ducal houses to die. You're thinking of my distant ancestors, said the professor. To be frank, I couldn't care less. The false saint's crimson eyes flashed with hatred, and her rain of stone spears poured down.